Chapter 301. What do you mean? Mansred frowned. Do you know about the rebellion of the Four Kings? I do. The bloody wedding, the Winterfell incident, do you know about it? That created a rare opportunity for us. If it weren't for you, we would be eating meat by the Southern Lord's fireplace, Mansred said. Ha ha. Dany sneered and asked, the Northern Territory is in constant war, and we haven't finished the food storage mission before winter. We'll be so poor that we won't even have porridge to eat. Where will you find meat? Mans was stunned and said, no matter how poor they are, they're still richer than us. The leader of the great glacier cannibal tribe licked his lips and said, animals without limbs and two-legged sheep with even more delicious meat. The old ones are chewy, and the young ones melt in your mouth. They're very tender. Dany looked at the man with yellow teeth and nodded in agreement. Maybe you're right. The two dragons I've raised love to eat people. I've always told them that you're dragons, just like humans. You have wisdom and divinity, and can't be compared to ordinary animals. I've even whipped them a few times, but they haven't changed. Now that they've met a group of inhumane two-legged animals, they can eat to their heart's content. Yellowteeth grinned and said proudly to his companions, look, even the Megalosaurus likes to eat people. You walruses should learn from us. Then, he turned to the King of Savages and said cheerfully, Mans, you said that Cannibal Tribe doesn't sound good and wanted to change our name. Glacier Tribe doesn't sound good enough, so I refused. But now that I think about it, Cannibal Tribe doesn't sound good enough. How about Megalosaurus Tribe? Mans put his hand to his forehead and said, okay, let's call it Megalosaurus Tribe. Ha ha ha, that's great. The way the three night watchers looked at him, sighing helplessly, Dany said directly, Mansred, since you want to bring the savages across the Great Wall, why don't you surrender to me? I'll take you to the warm and fertile land south of the Great Wall to farm. Submit. You want us to kneel to you? You're daydreaming. Mans sneered. Bah. Free people will never surrender. Tormund roared angrily. We can steal and rob whatever we need. But if you want to enslave us to farm, there's no way. I would rather die than be free. Free people will never be slaves. It was as if they had poked a hornet's nest. The 16 barbarians glared at Dany furiously. They stood up and roared loudly. Some of them even pulled out their swords and slammed their shields. They looked at Dany, eager to fight. Dany leaned against the back of the chair with her right hand supporting her chin and her head tilted. Her expression was so calm that it was as if she was watching a boring stage play. Barristan's expression was cold, and his muscles were tense. In the next moment, he could take a step forward and protect the Queen behind him. Jon, Sir Mallister, and Sir Glendon's expressions were ugly. They leaned forward, and their right hands unconsciously pressed on the hilt of their swords. The night watchers on the city wall also saw the barbarians suddenly rioting. They loudly asked Ymont, Maxi, and the other leaders if they should immediately send people out of the city to bring the Queen and the few knights back. Hiss Blackie suddenly let out a loud roar, echoing in the empty snowfield. The night watchers were the first to cover their ears and quiet down. When the barbarians saw the Megalosaurus stretching its neck and flapping its wings on the high wall a few hundred meters away, they also slowly stopped cursing. Seeing the barbarians put away their weapons with ugly expressions and sit back down, Jon, Barristan, and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Their stiff bodies relaxed. Dany's charming purple eyes glanced at every barbarian. She said softly, since it's a negotiation, of course you can propose any conditions on the spot. Just like when you said that you wanted to kill all the night watchers, climb over the Great Wall, set fire to the northern region, eat people, and steal women, I didn't pull out my knife to kill anyone, did I? There's no room for negotiation. Free people will not kneel and surrender to any lord or king, the king of barbarians emphasized solemnly. Dany sneered. Stop lying to yourself. No society can have no classes. The 16 of you are equivalent to the lords of the barbarians. You represent a privileged class. The people under your command live a life even more miserable than the lowliest peasants in the 7 kingdoms. What freedom do you have? Mance shook his head slowly and said solemnly, you don't know anything. We are not bound by the country, nobles, kings, or laws. We only choose and follow a certain leader based on our own preferences. You are really a bunch of pitiful creatures. You have been deceived by an illusory lie for thousands of years. Dany sighed. Woman, tell us clearly. Who has deceived us? Tormund was furious. Dany said slowly, with the barren land beyond the Great Wall and the level of civilization of you barbarians, you don't even have enough food and clothing. You don't have the right to pursue freedom. An ordinary barbarian, from birth to death, spends most of his life working hard for a meal. However, no matter how hardworking and intelligent a barbarian is, it is impossible for him to survive the winter with his own strength. This does not depend on whether he can accumulate enough food to survive the winter. You have no laws, no restrictions, and are used to bullying the weak. The strong rob the weak of their daily necessities to survive. He is powerless to stop other barbarians from robbing him. At that time, he will only have two choices. The first is to die freely. After working hard for a few years to prepare food for his family, he will starve to death and his wife will be taken by someone else. The second is to freely choose who to be enslaved by. He will not be able to protect his property alone. He can only rely on the power of an organization. He can rely on an overlord. However, this will form the most primitive bureaucratic system. It goes against your idea of complete freedom. It is not as advanced as the Westeros feudal system. May I ask, what kind of freedom is the above two situations? You just have no morals and etiquette. It is the naked law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. What is there to be proud of when you live a life no different from a wild beast? In other words, the wild boars and wolves in the forest are also free, but whoever envies them is a fool. After listening to Dany's words, Jon suddenly felt enlightened. He had not forgotten Ygritte's preaching to him about knowing nothing. Bound by his identity as an illegitimate child and the strict discipline of the Night Watchers, he actually envied the freedom of the barbarians deep down. At one moment, in the underground hot spring beyond the Great Wall, when he knelt down to lick Ygritte, the cheerful and unrestrained feeling made him want to abandon everything and stay in the cave with the female barbarian for the rest of his life. Now, after Her Majesty's analysis, he suddenly realized that the so-called free people of the barbarians was indeed a lie. Sir Mallister and Sir Glendon smiled and nodded. They said proudly, "Your Majesty is right. We are humans, not beasts. We understand etiquette, justice, shame, and morality." Manslade's face was gloomy, but he could not find a rebuttal. He sat there in silence, thinking hard. What's wrong with the survival of the fittest? The strong are born to enjoy better women and food, Tormund said righteously. Between civilizations, countries, and races, the survival of the fittest is a matter of course. But within a civilization, benevolence, justice, and the public are more important. The survival of the fittest is possible, but it must be moderated. We are humans after all, and humans are born with compassion. Jon nodded, feeling that he had never thought so clearly in his life. He felt enlightened. Beristan, Mallister, and Glendon were also deep in thought. They admired Her Majesty's wisdom even more. But on the side of the barbarians, even the most civilized Manslade could only think hard, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. The others, like Tormund, were at a loss. What are you talking about? Get to the point. The leader of the hard-footed people, whose skin was like boiled leather, cursed. Okay, I'll give a simple example. Dany rubbed her face and sighed. Let's say you're king, Manslade, and I have the same number of soldiers. There's no Great Wall, no Megalosaurus, and no giants. Winter is coming, the barbarians can't survive, and the people of the Northern Territory lack food. He wants to go south to steal food, and I want to protect the people of the Northern Territory. But we have the same number of soldiers, and neither of us is confident of winning. In order to win this battle, we must think of ways to improve the combat power of the army. Magna, tell me, how can we improve our combat power? Well, the leader of the barbarians is called Magna, and the leader of the centaurs is called Cal. If a free man can beat 5 people who kneel, we will definitely win, Tormund said immediately. Yes, without the Great Wall and the Megalosaurus, we would have defeated those stinky crows. The barbarians nodded in agreement. Mallister frowned and said, Not to mention the equal number of soldiers, just give me 2,000 cavalry, and I will beat this army of tens of thousands of barbarians until they are not afraid of the deviant ghosts. I promise, my armored army can kill more people than the deviant ghost. What did you say? The crows are bragging. Dany said with a straight face. Quiet down, I said, give me an example. Let's say that the soldiers of Mansred and I are exactly the same as the barbarians. This. Tormund muttered, only the gods know who will win and who will lose in the end. Our forces are equal, and neither of us is confident of winning. The best choice is to avoid fighting. But this battle is too important. Whoever wins, their people will survive, whoever loses, their people will be wiped out in the winter. In order to win this battle, I have decided to improve my own strength, research smelting technology, and refine steel from ore. I will hunt horses from the grasslands and train them to tame horses. I will cut wood from the forest to build warships, fish for food, and also cross the sea to attack Mansred's rear. I will also send scholars to draw maps, build camps based on the terrain, and then develop walls from these camps, which will be the prototype of the Great Wall. Well, you have seen everything I have done. What will you do, Lord King of the Beyond the Great Wall? Mansred's face was pale as he muttered, I will learn from your methods, and even go one step further. I will invent more advanced technology than you, forge better steel, train more war horses, build bigger and stronger warships. Why? Tormund was confused. Dany smiled faintly and said, because I have the same number and quality of soldiers as him. If I want to win, I have to improve the quality of my weapons. It's simple. You with the iron sword can definitely beat you with the wooden stick, right? Yes. Tormund said bitterly. His face also turned deathly pale. Just like Mance, he also understood the deeper meaning of this. Chapter 302. Let's continue with our previous deduction. Since Mansred is learning from me and constantly developing technology. Dany paused and explained the concept of technology before she continued. Both sides have the same level of technology. Although the quality of the soldiers' weapons has been improving, the degree of improvement is about the same. Just like Tormund and Magna, both Tormunds threw away the wooden club in their hands and switched to bronze swords at the same time. Then they switched to steel swords, and in the future, they might even switch to Valyrian steel swords. This meant that technology was advancing and civilization was developing. At this point, we still can't do anything to each other, so we have to continue to improve the combat power of the soldiers. Apart from weapons, it's obvious that the cowardly Tormund can't defeat the fearless Tormund, right? Yes. Tormund and Mance were both attracted by the story. They were eager to hear what Dany was going to say next, so they cooperated with her and did not struggle at all. Jon and Beristan were also fascinated. The Queen's words were easy to understand, but they seemed to contain some great wisdom that they had never seen before. In order to make Tormund braver, I have to make him understand that winning the battle is more beneficial to him than losing it. As the winner, he can get more. This. Tormund was puzzled. Isn't this natural? Of course, he can get more if he wins. Is that so? Dany smiled mysteriously. The crows you speak of are the Night Watchers. What difference does winning or losing make to them? To be more specific, Jon Snow did not have a good time at the Great Wall. His family either died or went missing in the war, and his former family fell apart. The new soldiers on the Great Wall were jealous of his identity as Stark, and the old soldiers hated Stark for some special reasons. The life of the Night Watchers was even more austere and abstinent. On the contrary, when he killed Colin the Broken Palm and surrendered to the savages, not only did he have your freedom, but he also had a good status. He had the gift of the wolf spirit. He even had a lover that the Night Watchers could never have. Yep, Ygritte was a good girl. At that time, he would have two choices. One was to completely integrate himself into the group of barbarians, break into Dark Castle, and let the hundreds of thousands of barbarians go south to wipe out the warlords of the northern region. At the very least, he would be able to avenge his family and destroy the Bolton family. If the barbarians were stronger, they might have been able to destroy Fry and shake Lannister's rule. To be able to take revenge, have a lover, and be free, that's great. However, he did not hesitate to make the second choice. He continued to carry out the mission given to him by Colin the Broken Palm. He went undercover among the barbarians, alerted the night watchers of Dark Castle, and ruined Mance Rider's wonderful plan to seize the city gate. Think about it, why would he do that? He's stupid and knows nothing. Mance Red stared coldly at John. Crows are crows. They are not trustworthy. The barbarians were filled with righteous indignation. His mind was bound by some useless things, Tormund said slowly as his eyes flashed. Danny glanced at the red-haired savage and said with a smile, "You understand him better." "No, I can't understand it at all." Tormund hurriedly shook his head in denial, as if understanding an idiot would make him an idiot too. Danny shrugged and continued, "John did it for honor, Stark's honor, and the honorable oath of the men of the Night Watchers." "Your Majesty." John's eyes were red. He was so moved that he was about to cry. Beristan patted the young Night Watcher on the shoulder and smiled with relief. No matter how bad the Westeros were at the moment, there were still some promising stars. Let's continue our previous topic. I'm against Mance. If I can bring honor to my soldiers, they must work harder, right? Yes. Mance nodded. But what does that mean? Civilization is made up of many things. Besides technology, there's also spiritual culture. Why does John have honor? If he was a savage who burned, killed, and plundered, and abided by the law of the jungle, would he have such honor? I don't agree with that, Tormund said angrily. You're slandering the barbarians. Let me tell you, I have honor too. What honor can bandits and robbers have? Sir Mallister sneered. I didn't surrender even when facing 2 Megalosaurus. Is that an honor? Tormund glared. Tormund, you're even robbing your own kind. Surely you won't sacrifice yourself to protect the weak, right? Similarly, you won't feel honored to protect the weak, right? Tormund was speechless. He could not lie. In other words, wolves ate sheep. Beyond the Great Wall, the strong were the wolves and the weak were the sheep. It was natural for wolves to eat sheep. He never felt that there was anything wrong with it. Therefore, wolves would not protect sheep, and they would not feel honored to protect sheep. Danny sighed and concluded, but John, Sir Beristan, Sir Mallister, Sir Glendon, and all the true knights of Westeros will. Because the spirit of chivalry requires us to take pride in eliminating the strong and helping the weak, but the spirit of chivalry should not bind you barbarians. Yes. Beristan was excited. Your Majesty has completely analyzed the difference between us and the barbarians. John, Mallister, and Glendon nodded. They could not help but feel proud. To the lords and kings, aren't the common people lambs to be eaten? Manslade's eyes flashed. Well, you admit that the king of beyond the Great Wall is no different from me? Danny smiled strangely. It went back to the original question. Was the freedom that the freedmen talked about a lie? If Magna beyond the Great Wall was no different from the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, then where did the freedom that the barbarians were so proud of come from? Then, she said seriously, I don't deny what you said. The common people are lambs to the lords and kings. So we have always had a dream to build a truly fair and just world full of love. For this dream, we have been working hard. Maybe the results are little, but it's better than having no hope and no progress at all. Mance's ordinary-looking face turned even paler, but he still managed to say, anyone can say something nice, but not even a fool will believe it when it comes from the mouth of a queen who chews sheep. A fool won't believe it because he doesn't understand. You're a smart man, so you'll believe it. Danny smiled. Let's continue the previous topic. The battle between us is not over yet. Soldiers with a sense of honor are braver. Under the same conditions, my army will win. At this time, if you don't want to lose, what should you do? Learn from you. Danny nodded. Remember I mentioned before that in the war between civilizations and races, the weak are eliminated and the strong survive. If you learn from my social system and develop your spirit and culture, it means that your law of survival in the barbarian society will be eliminated, right? Yes, Manslade said dejectedly. Those who are eliminated are the weak. Your current social system is not up to standard. From technology to culture, your civilization has lost to us in all aspects, Danny declared. Manslade was speechless. He lowered his head deeply. Even the most active Tormund looked depressed, as if he had suddenly lost his soul. Some of the other barbarians were confused, while some understood a little. But whether they understood or not, everyone understood one thing. Manslade, the king of the Beyond the Great Wall, had lost to the silver-haired queen. Unlike Jon and Beristan, who were beaming with joy, Dany's expression was indifferent. She continued, "The battle between us is not over yet. Manslade, if you can recognize reality and learn from my strengths, at least you can maintain a stalemate. In this verbal war between civilizations and races, you have not lost. Let's continue." "Yes," the king of the Beyond the Great Wall said in a hoarse voice. He knew that he had already lost. Even if he could look at the problem rationally and learn humbly, the imitators would at least be one step slower. He had been slower in technology and culture for several times in a row. The quantitative change had caused a qualitative change, leading to an irreversible collapse. The more desire a person has, the more motivation they will have, and the chasm of desire will never be filled. With honor, they will ask for more things, such as wealth. Our soldiers have the same weapons and fighting spirit, but in addition to honor, if I promise them money, will they be braver and more proactive? Yes. After that, you also learned how to reward the soldiers, and even increased the amount. After I learned of your actions, I also increased the reward. In this way, the treatment of the soldiers became better and better, and the benefits of our two kings were gradually divided by them, becoming less and less. What would happen in the end? This. Manslade was stunned. His expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, "The soldiers and the king will be divided equally according to how much effort they put in, and even the land, wealth, and ruling rights of the entire country. This is the limit. If the king pays more benefits, he will lose money, so he might as well be a soldier." What is going on? Jon and Beristan were also shocked. "As you think," Dany looked around and said with a faint smile, "that is the future of civilization, and the ideal social system. Fairness, justice, everyone is the master of the country, and the interests of the country are closely related to everyone. The king is no longer a wolf, and the people are no longer sheep. They are all the same species, wolves. There is a difference in strength between a strong wolf and a weak one, but it is much better than the despair of a sheep facing a wolf." Why is this? Jon was confused. As I said, the law of survival of the fittest is actually beneficial to the development of civilization. Dany leaned back in her chair and looked at the king of Beyond the Great Wall, who was hit hard, and said lazily, "Okay, after saying so much, you should have made a choice, right? Or you can recognize the reality and change from this moment on, or you can be completely eliminated in this race competition." Mansred nodded. His expression was complicated. There was sincere admiration and gratitude, but also a deep sense of helplessness. After a while, he said, "Dany, rise. You are the first king to convince me, and also the most special king I know. You may even become the greatest king in history. Compared to you, Robert Baratheon is a tragic sight. Thank you for letting me understand this, but the king of Beyond the Great Wall is different from the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. There are some things that you can decide on your own, but Sigh. He shook his head and did not continue. Dany glanced at the barbarians around her. Some were confused, some were arrogant, some had flickering eyes. There were all kinds of expressions, but few were submissive. She immediately understood his difficulties. Mansred was most likely convinced by her words, and had the idea of surrendering to preserve the barbarian race. However, the barbarian tribe was formed by the common goal of invading the Seven Kingdoms. He could not change the barbarians' strategic goal, and could not persuade them to surrender to the kneeling man. "You have seen Robert." She decided to change the topic and ease the atmosphere. Chapter 303. 3 years ago, I received news that Robert was bringing his family to Winterfell as guests. I brought my lute, classical guitar, and a pack of silver deer. I climbed the ice wall near the carriage tower, crossed the new land, and traveled 10 kilometers to the south to buy a horse. I didn't enter Winterfell directly. Stark's guards knew every villager in the vicinity. I rode another 600 kilometers to the south and found Robert's Great Wheel Palace. Freelance riders and mercenary knights often gathered around the royal family, hoping to serve them. I was better than them. I could play the lute and sing, and I was proficient in all the obscene tunes inside and outside the Great Wall. Bards were more easily accepted. Thus, I successfully joined the royal family and had the opportunity to understand the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Sigh, if drinking and sleeping with women were the standard of a king's ability, then Robert was definitely qualified to call himself the Eternal Emperor. You're imitating Bard Belle. Dany had a strange expression. Thinking of Belle's deeds, she regretted it. Although Shadowbinders were mysterious, they were much less impressive than bards. Back in Volantis, at the Black Tower banquet, she should have turned into a bard and performed for the guests. She couldn't sing Castme's Reign, but she could play ambush on all sides or victory. As she played, the Megalosaurus wreaked havoc on the audience. That feeling, that grandeur, what a pity. More than 1,000 years ago, Bard Belle was famous both inside and outside the Great Wall for his bravery and talent in poetry. Even the King of the North, Brandon Stark, had heard of him. However, Brandon despised him and called him Coward Belle. In order to take revenge and prove his ability, Belle climbed the Great Wall alone and went south along the King's Road to Winterfell. As a singer, he was received by Stark. Brandon was deeply moved by his skills and asked him what he wanted as a reward. Then, Belle asked for a flower, the most beautiful flower in Winterfell's garden. Brandon agreed to let him pick a winter rose in the garden. But the next morning, Belle and the Duke's only daughter disappeared together. Only a winter snow rose was left on the bed with a small bloodstain. The Long family had mad blood while the daughter of the Wolf family had the running wolf blood gene. Lyanna was not the only Stark who had eloped with a wild man. I didn't dare to steal Lord Stark's daughter, Mans Red explained with a bitter smile. At that time, I had already guessed the enemies that the freedmen would face when they went south. Bunyan Stark, the ranger captain of the Great Wall, Ide Stark, Duke of the Northern Region, and Theon, Robert Byra, King of the Seven Kingdoms. At that banquet, I observed these three anticipated enemies at the same time. Bunyan and Ide deserved their reputation, which made me vigilant. Robert, on the other hand, was a fatso who drank too much. At that time, I heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that I could fight 10 fatties like him. But the situation of the Seven Kingdoms was unpredictable. Bunyan was captured by the other ghosts, Ide was beheaded, and Robert was killed by a wild boar. In the end, the ones who defeated me were Jon Snow, whom I had always ignored, and Targaryen, whom I had never thought of. Mans Red, and the Magna. Dany stood up and left her seat for the first time. She came to the center of the circular hall, where the nearest savage was less than 5 meters away from her. In the negotiation meeting, you and I can put forward our terms. Now, I will explain to you after a pause, she said, my 3-way lease terms. If she said the terms of surrender directly, the savages would most likely explode. It was better to say it in a more tactful way. First, let's clarify which 3 parties are. Without a doubt, the freedmen and the Night Watchers each count as one party. The other party has me and Targaryen, but not only Targaryen. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. The person sitting on the Iron Throne now is not me. Winter is coming, and the other ghosts are wreaking havoc beyond the Great Wall. I cannot add to the natural disaster. Before the next summer, I will definitely not challenge the position of ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. This will inevitably cause the composition of the third party outside of the Night Watchers and the freedmen to be extremely complicated. Today, I am the only representative of the third party. Perhaps tomorrow there will be Theon Byra, Bolton the day after that, and even Lannister the day after that. In this regard, I promise you that Targaryen will not interfere with the dealings between the freedmen, the Night Watchers, and the other lords of the Seven Kingdoms. In this 3-way meeting, the third party only represents Targaryen, and Targaryen will resolutely fulfill his obligations. Finally, Dany looked around and asked everyone, "Do you understand?" "Understood." Jon, Sir Mallister, and Sir Glendon nodded in response. "Understood." Tormund nodded as well. I understand." The savage leaders also expressed their opinions. Mans Red frowned and said, "I don't know the contents of your 3-way lease treaty, but what if the other vassals interfere with our agreement with you? This will require the other party of the three, the Night Watchers, to step in. Danny pointed at the three Night Watchers' representatives. They don't need to use force to uphold our treaty, but they need to step in and judge whether the vassal's interference is reasonable. For example, there is a clause in the three-way treaty that allows the freedmen to farm new land given by the Night Watchers. At my request, the Night Watchers reluctantly agreed. However, when the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms arrive, they will likely raise different opinions. If the Night Watchers are pressured to agree with the decision of the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms, Targaryen and the freedmen can only admit defeat. Alternatively, I will provide an alternative, or I will compensate with gold royals, or we will break up and the treaty will be annulled. If the interference of the vassals is unreasonable, for example, there is another clause in the three-way treaty. If the freedmen are hired by the Night Watchers, I will compensate the freedmen with food and gold. If the vassals want to rob you of your food and gold, and the Night Watchers decide that their actions are unreasonable, there is no need for the freedmen to step in. I will help you deal with them and use my force to ensure that the treaty is enforced. The right to speak is in the hands of the Night Watchers. What if they deliberately take sides? Tormund frowned. Danny said firmly, I believe in the wisdom and honor of the Night Watchers. Jon, resolute your majesty, for these words of yours, I am willing to be a Night Watcher for the rest of my life, with no regret. Mallister, quietly wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Only the wise can see through the wisdom of others, and only those who value honor can appreciate the honor of others. Your Majesty has great wisdom and a noble heart. Glendon, clenching his fist. Even if I am dressed in black, I still want to say I am willing to die for your Majesty. But we don't believe it. The savage shouted. You must believe it. Trust is the basis of cooperation. Not only must you trust the Night Watchers, but the Night Watchers should also trust you. Everyone must understand one thing. We have a common enemy, Winter and the other ghosts. If we don't work together, it will be difficult for any one of us to overcome this difficulty. Mansred pondered for a moment and said, explain the tripartite lease treaty first. Well, let's reach a consensus first. The freedmen are short of food, right? With the food reserves now, we can't even last until winter comes, Mansred said. The North doesn't even have enough food for themselves, right? Even with the food reserves at the end of summer, it will be difficult for the North to survive more than 2 years of winter. This time. Mallister shook his head worriedly. The winter is likely to last for more than 5 years. Without relief, I'm afraid that 70% of the population will starve to death. The Night Watchers also don't have enough food, right? If the number of people doesn't increase, the food reserves now can last for 2 years. Danny concluded. So, the North can't feed themselves, and they can't help the Night Watchers. Providing food for the hundreds of thousands of freedmen beyond the Great Wall is even more wishful thinking. We have to find another way out, right? The Savages and the Night Watchers nodded. What way out? The leader of the freedmen asked anxiously. People live when they move, and trees die when they move. The North can't feed these people, so we have to find a richer and warmer place, right? That makes sense. The Savages all agreed. The North is too barren. If we can invade, Danny's mouth twitched. She clapped her hands and interrupted them. Well, since everyone agrees with this conclusion, we have the basis to sign the tripartite lease treaty. As she spoke, she looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and revealed a compassionate expression. She sighed softly and said, barbarians are also human beings. They all have parents, wives, and children. I really can't bear to see you break up your families in the cold winter and the harassment of deviant ghosts. So, the first clause of the treaty is that Targaryen will rent a number of ships to the freedmen. Travel expenses, food, seeds, farmland. I'll be responsible for moving the 100,000 freedmen to the Great Plains of Essos, where the people are stupid and rich, and where there are no Night Watchers or fearsome Iron Knights. With the food, seeds, livestock, and vast farmland I'll rent, you can farm, graze, and spend the winter in peace. In the meantime, I'll guarantee your freedom of religion, personal safety, and the sanctity of your property. At the same time, you'll have to abide by my codex. After all, You're in a foreign land and have to adapt to the new environment. Of course, when the winter is over, I'll arrange for ships to send those who want to go back to the Great Wall. You can take the food, wealth, and children you've accumulated over the winter, and live happily as freedmen beyond the Great Wall. At that time, you can completely abandon the Codex and return to your former customs. That good? Tormund asked cautiously. Targaryen, your word is as good as a mountain, Dany said flatly. Magna of the Thurn clan frowned. It's not that I don't believe you, but you're paying too much, aren't you? You're only giving us benefits, but you're not benefiting at all. This kind of agreement is very unsettling. Sigh, I've always wanted to do good, but... Dany shook her head in distress and said reluctantly, how about this? I have some enemies on the continent of Ursos. They're all slave traders who specialize in enslaving the freedmen. They're the natural enemies of all the freedmen in the world. You can rent me a group of brave and fearless freedmen who can fight for the sake of promoting the freedom of the freedmen, for the sake of justice. How about that? Thurn Magna let out a long sigh and smacked his lips. It's still a little unsettling. Dany gritted her teeth and said reluctantly, give me a portion of the food you grow, just 20%. As a freedman, how's that in return? I'm relieved. Thurn Magna nodded and said reluctantly. She needs our food. She seems trustworthy, the leader of the Hardfoot people whispered to the leader of the seashores. Yes, benevolence, righteousness, and morality can all be deceived. Only profit is eternal. Tormund expressed his opinion wisely. Mance had already thought of surrendering to the Dragon Queen after the verbal battle. Even though he saw through the Queen's scheme, he did not say anything with a straight face. He even felt a little relieved deep down. He did not have to spend any more effort to persuade them. Beristan and the others' faces were contorted. They held their breath and watched the Queen's performance. Then the second one. Chapter 304. Like I said, I won't force any of the free people. Some of them are willing to follow me to the land of long summer for the winter, but there will definitely be some who are unwilling to leave their homeland. The second rule was specially prepared for them. The Night Watchers would rent large castles and new and old lands to the freedmen who stayed behind to guard the Great Wall. The freedmen would have houses and fields, and their lives would be guaranteed. Targaryen paid the Night's Watch rent for the freedmen, and the Night's Watch did not lose out in exchange for barren fields and deserted castles. The free people rented out valiant guards from the Great Wall to deal with the surprise attacks of the deviant ghosts. Not only did they protect the people of the 7 countries, they also protected themselves and their families. The Great Wall had 19 defensive fortresses. Other than Black Castle, East Sea Watch, and Shadow Tower, there were 16 other castles. Living in these castles, the barbarians naturally began to perform their duties as night watchers. As for the land, when the Night Watchman was first established, the king of the northern region gave the Night Watchman 125 kilometers of land south of the Great Wall as a source of income. Speaking of which, Dany wasn't the first dragon king to be received by the Night Watchers. More than 200 years ago, King Rui and Queen Alisa rode their dragons to the north, all the way to the Great Wall. Because she admired the bravery of the Night Watchman, the Queen persuaded her husband to double the land of the Night Watchman and expand it by another 125 kilometers to the south. That Alisan who often did good deeds and was called kind was a typical white lotus flower at least, that was what Duke Stark thought at that time, because the land that was given out belonged to the king of the Northern Territory. The Great Wall is 500 kilometers long, and the land in the south will only be wider from east to west. So, the land given to the Night Watchers is more than 125,000 square kilometers. It is bigger than South Korea, 100,000 square kilometers. But there were only 700 or 800 Night Watchers left. How could they manage them all? Other than the hills and farmlands rented by farmers, more than 90% of the land was empty. At first, Dany didn't think of renting the land to the savages. After all, the weather was so cold. Although winter hadn't officially arrived yet, it was snowing every few days. What could they grow? No matter how cold-resistant the winter wheat was, it couldn't wait until spring. The next spring was at least 5 years away. It was Jon who reminded her that if she couldn't plant wheat, she could plant winter vegetables such as cabbage, cabbage, onions, garlic sprouts, and carrots. He could even take a gamble and try to plant a patch of turnips. Perhaps he could harvest a batch of food before winter arrived. Other than crops, they could also engage in animal husbandry. The pine cones could be fed to pigs, and the cold-resistant weeds could be used to raise cattle and horses. Although the winter in the northern region was cold, it was not polar night. There was still sunlight shining down. Scholar Yimont also requested Danny to order a batch of glass from Mill so that they could grow vegetables in greenhouses under the Great Wall. There were glass greenhouses in Winterfell, and fresh fruits and vegetables could be eaten in winter. Because the main castle was built on top of a hot spring, Stark even diverted the hot spring water to act as a heater for the castle. Of course. Winter is coming. We won't be able to fill our stomachs if we only farm here. I'll transport some food from Urso, Danny continued. Well, you're helping us pay the rent and land rent, and at the same time, you're delivering food to us. This is worrying again. Thern Magna scratched his oily head in annoyance. You're only contributing, but you're not getting anything in return. How can we not worry? Yes. Why is your three-way lease clause so unfair? It's hard to believe. We're against unfair treaties. The savages expressed their dissatisfaction angrily. Sigh, this is really difficult. Danny was really troubled. I just want to be a good person. Why do you have to force me? You're a bunch of poor, miserable people. You've already promised to fight for me, farm for me, and guard the borders for me. How can I force you to do that? For the people of the Seven Kingdoms, for the people of the world to be safe from the deviant ghosts, I'm willing to make some sacrifices. Danny gritted her teeth and said. No, it's not very reassuring. Thern Magna rejected her repeatedly. Danny glared at him angrily and said firmly, You don't have to doubt me. I'm different from you. I'm the torchbearer of freedom, the breaker of shackles, the mother of dragons, the queen of Slavers Bay, and the legal queen of the Andals, Loiners, and ancestors. Protecting the Westeros and maintaining world peace is my duty. The savages frowned and thought. After a while, Redbeard Tormund said, How about this? After we're done with the deviant ghosts, when summer comes and you conquer the Seven Kingdoms to fight for the Iron Throne, we'll rent a group of warriors to you to conquer the world. How about that? Jon, Mallister, and Glendon's expressions changed drastically. Even Beristan looked worried. No. Danny did not even think about it. She roared angrily at Tormund, I won't let any innocent free people get involved in the civil war of the Seven Kingdoms that has nothing to do with them. Snow, if you have the guts, you can learn from me. Don't even think about asking the savages for help. The people and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are already prejudiced against the free people. In order to deal with the cold winter and the deviant ghosts, they may reluctantly accept you. But let them know that the free people want to participate in the struggle for power. At least, they'll ostracize and oppress you. Ruthless people like Lannister, Theon Bella, and Tyrell may stab you in the back and kill all the free people. Silently, Danny threw a huge bucket of shit on the heads of her opponents. This is really possible, Tormund muttered. Just look at Stark's miserable state and you'll know how shameless and terrifying those great nobles are. They even violate the rights of the guests. Not everyone is like the Dragon Queen. Well, the savages also followed the tradition of the rights of the guests and the sacred oath. In fact, they were originally the first people. Like the Night Watchers, stay neutral and maintain a pure political stance. Don't participate in the power game of the Seven Kingdoms. No one will be able to find fault with you. Danny said. Okay, please continue, the savages murmured. Danny shook her head and said, in theory, the above two conditions are enough to help us get through this disaster. The remaining small details can be added bit by bit according to the situation. At this moment, Mans Red seemed to wake up from a deep sleep. He stood up and said, Dragon Queen, you didn't think of finishing the negotiation in one go, did you? Go back and discuss it. You can tell all the free people what I mean. I won't force anyone or any tribe. The free people can sign the tripartite lease agreement with me as individuals, as a single tribe, or as an alliance of tribes. I will strictly abide by the agreement and ensure that the benefits of individuals, tribes, alliance of tribes, and even the entire Free People Kingdom will be fulfilled. I will explain the tripartite lease agreement to the leaders of each small tribe. Mans Red looked deeply at Danny and was the first to turn around and walk back to the camp of the savages. As soon as Danny and the other four came out of the city gate, a group of night watchers immediately surrounded them to ask about the negotiation. Dragon Queen had challenged John, Galen, Ulma, and the other night watchers in the training field in the morning. She was already sweating profusely, but before she could take a shower, the group of savages came to negotiate with her. At this time, her sweaty underwear was sticking to her body and was very uncomfortable. She left the training field to John and the others and went back to the royal tower to change her clothes. Beristan needed to guard the queen at the door, so the night watchers pulled John and the other three into the hall of Dark Castle for questioning. As soon as they sat down, Bo and Maxie asked anxiously, "So, did the savages agree to surrender?" John's expression was strange. He first nodded, then shook his head and said, "They didn't surrender, only rent. The savages rented their soldiers to us to guard the Great Wall, and the peasants were given land to farm. The night watchers took rent from His Majesty and rented the Great Wall to the savages. His Majesty also has a lease agreement with the savages." After John explained the tripartite lease agreement in detail, Professor Perestan exclaimed, "Isn't this a surrender agreement?" Sir Mallister smiled bitterly and shook his head. The savages were unwilling to kneel to their lord and king, and they were unwilling to surrender to us. But in another way, they were immediately grateful to His Majesty, and even suspected that His Majesty was too kind and had a conspiracy. That's not right. The other savages may have been fooled by this little trick, but why didn't Mans Red object? Scholar Yimont was puzzled. John, Mallister, and Glendon looked at each other with admiration. Because Mans Red has already been convinced by His Majesty, and he intends to surrender. In the savages' camp, in the white bearskin tent, Mans Red lay on a blanket made of animal skin. The firewood in the brazier crackled beside him, and the red light of the flames cast flickering shadows on his face, just like the king of savages' mood at the moment. A beautiful blonde pregnant woman sat down beside him without a sound. She pulled Mans Red's large, rough hand up and placed it on her swollen belly. She said gently, "Mans Red, do you feel it? He's moving." "Yes, he's a strong young man." Mans Red placed his empty left hand behind his head and looked at his wife. "Dana, you may give birth to him on the other side of the Great Wall." Dana's heart skipped a beat, and she blurted out, "What about the dragon and the Targaryen queen?" Mans Red bitterly and said, "My dear, the dragon is no longer an obstacle. Instead, he may become your and your child's protection." Dana's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, "You want to surrender?" "Yes, I was convinced by that woman, and I plan to surrender." After saying this, the king of savages felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and his body relaxed. Dana slowly calmed down, and gently stroked her husband's cheek. She asked, "How did she convince you? With a dragon?" "No, something even more terrifying than a dragon." "What's more terrifying than a dragon?" "Reason." Mans Red bitterly. "She used simple and common language to explain a reason that changed my worldview. That reason made me understand one thing. The ideal I'm working hard to pursue now has no meaning to the free people beyond the Great Wall. It may even lead to the destruction of the people who trust me. Dana, the title of king beyond the Great Wall doesn't bring me much power, only responsibility. If I can be sure that the woman can bring a better future to the free people, should I give up my hostility and support her instead?" The king of savages looked into his wife's eyes and asked for help, as if her answer could help him get rid of his confusion. "I believe you," Dana said with a smile. With just a simple sentence, Mans Red was like a car that was fully charged, and it started running again with great vigor. Chapter 305. Ha ha ha, the northern region is too boring. I want to visit the free cities too. The king of beyond the Great Wall sat up abruptly and laughed loudly. "Dana, you're about to give birth. Just lie down for a few days. If there's any work, let Whale do it." Mance rubbed the back of his wife's red and swollen hand tenderly and said, "I'll call a meeting with the tribe leaders. When we enter the Great Wall, I'll have more time to spend with you." As the wife of the king of beyond the Great Wall, Dana did not have many privileges compared to the other women in the camp. She was about to give birth, but she still had to milk the goats herself, feed the animals, cook for her husband and the barbarian leaders who came to visit, and even wash clothes. Servant. Without a professional servant, the freedmen were not kneelers. They would not kneel to any lord or king. Whale was not a servant either. She was Mance's sister-in-law, the sister of the queen of the barbarians, Dana. However, Dana was still a privileged person. The other barbarians struggled to fill their stomachs every day. Mance's family did not farm, herd, or hunt, but they never lacked food or drink. They had plenty of wine and meat. They just had to cook by themselves. Just as the night watchers surrounded John and the other two to ask about the negotiation process, the barbarians, raiders, and spearwomen also surrounded the dozen or so Magnas and asked questions. Mance did not chase away the irrelevant people. Instead, he asked people to clear out an empty muddy area and light a dozen fires. He stood in the middle of the crowd and explained the lease agreement. In the end, he began to talk about the plight of the barbarians. I won't lie. That woman is very smart. There's no way to trick her. With 2 dragons guarding the Great Wall, it's almost impossible to break through it. Even if a group of strong freedmen were lucky enough to enter the northern region at night, the vast land would make it difficult for them to escape the pursuit of the Megalosaurus. At the very least, some of them could hide in the forest and escape, but there are too few of them to take down the tall castle of the Lord of the Northern region. Mance, are you saying that you've decided to accept the Dragon King's agreement? A barbarian questioned loudly. No. Mance shook his head. As the king of Beyond the Great Wall, my main duty is to lead everyone to achieve a common goal. Just like this time, they had taken down the Great Wall and plundered the northern region. If you all decide to resist to the end, I will resolutely stand on the side of the freedmen, strive to lead everyone to a path of survival. A short man sitting on the back of a giant white bear roared, then reject the agreement. We will not work with the queen of the kneeling people. Immediately, a large group of savages chimed in. The freedmen will not cooperate with the lords of the south. Mance had expected this to happen. 99% of the savages could only see what happened in a single day, and they would only feel the pain and terror of death when a sword pierced their flesh. At this point in time, the food supply could still last for a few months. The large forest was enough for them to cut wood for warmth, so they did not have to worry about keeping warm. Although the scene of the Megalosaurus breathing fire was scary, it did not actually burn people to death. The savages had some guesses about the power of the Megalosaurus, but they did not have a deep understanding of it. As for the deviant ghosts, the savages were indeed afraid of them, but the deviant ghosts had been with them for more than a decade, or even decades. Their nerves that controlled pain and fear had long since become numb. Therefore, most of the savages could not feel the sincerity of the Dragon Queen's agreement at all. Mance raised his head and looked at the Great Wall in the south. It was as if he could see the silver-haired queen waiting for the final result on the giant ice crystal wall under the afternoon sun. Actually, you should have let the Megalosaurus burn the camp the day before yesterday. Then, there would be no need to change the name of the lease agreement. You could have directly proposed the most severe unconditional surrender terms, and we would have agreed immediately. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was because of her kindness that his determination to resist was so weak. That was why he had complete trust in her theory of civilization and the 3-point lease agreement that she had promised. At this point, he had even decided to encourage the savages to surrender to her. Valamir, you have not seen the Dragon Queen. Mance paused, then pointed at Tormund and the other commanders of the savages, and said to the Six Forms people, everyone, please listen to the opinions of the leaders. They have all personally participated in the negotiations. I believe that with the amazing wisdom and rich experience of the brothers, you will be able to distinguish between right and wrong. Tormund, you go first. Tormund hesitated for a moment, and said to the savages who looked over, the lease agreement seems to be very good. We have a great advantage. The caveman commander agreed, think about it, so what if we take the north? There is no food in the north. But how can we really go to the neighboring continent? At least half of the free people beyond the Great Wall can survive. The leader of the Hard-Foot people frowned and said, The only thing is that her terms are too good. It's as if she has surrendered to us. She has 2 dragons. This makes me wonder if the Urso's continent is really that rich. The topic slowly changed from whether or not to how to sign the agreement. There is no doubt about that. I have been to Lys and Pentus when I was young. The other side of the narrow sea is vast and sparsely populated, and the climate is warm. It is definitely a good place. A white-haired father and son draped in sealskin shouted. He was the commander of the seafaring tribe of the frozen coast, and lived opposite Mormont's bare island. He had once traveled to the sea with sea merchants who purchased sealskins, and was considered a knowledgeable wise man among the savages. Will the people of Ursos allow us to take refuge there? The leader of the cannibal tribe asked doubtfully. The Dragon Queen said that she will arrange it, Magna of Thurn said nonchalantly. Besides, she has 2 dragons. Our brave and invincible warriors are not to be trifled with. Who dares to refuse? What can we do if we refuse? The key is the benefits. Then, Magna of Thurn clapped his hands and concluded solemnly, the treaty is too unfair. We, the free people, have taken too much advantage. What if one day she suddenly realizes that she has suffered a great loss and runs away on a dragon, leaving us floating in the sea? What should we do then? Snow, what do you think we should do? Tormund and the others looked at him. All the savages knew that the people of Thurn were the closest to the southern nobles. They had hereditary lords and laws, and knew how to smelt bronze. Their army was well equipped and disciplined. Therefore, the savages thought that Snow of Thurn had the most political wisdom. Well, speaking of Snow of Thurn, he actually had a blood feud with Dany. The savage general who led the savages to attack the Great Wall and the Dark Castle was Thurn Magna Sty, Snow's elder brother, who had the most military talent. When Dany arrived on her dragon, Sty did not die in the chaos. But when the queen used the power of the Megalosaurus to summon rebels, Sty was the first to rush over with his axe. It was the unlucky guy who was whipped in half by Blackie's tail. Because the captive who delivered the negotiation letter to Mance knew that Sty was dead, Snow succeeded in taking the throne yesterday afternoon and became the new Thurn Magna. But Snow did not plan to take revenge on the Dragon Queen. If his elder brother was not dead, how could he take the throne? If the Dragon Queen did not have a dragon, he might have shouted revenge for my elder brother in order to win people over. But obviously, she had a dragon, and the whole tribe could not do anything to her, so he might as well let it go. After all, Sty died on the battlefield, not in a conspiracy like the Red Wedding. Thurn Snow glanced at the King of Savages and said bluntly, Mance's mission has been completed. Maybe, we can choose a new king. Tormund was furious. What did you say? You want to be king when you're such a loser? Mance's pupils contracted, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's not that I want to be king. Snow hurriedly waved his hand and explained, it's the Dragon Queen. By the way, how many titles does that Dany Rise have? Mansred's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes became gentle again. He pondered and said, the Princess of Dragonstone Island, the Stormborn, the Silver-Haired Queen, the Mother of Dragons, the Queen of Slavers Bay, Khaleesi, the Dragon Queen, the Queen of the Andals, the Loinar, and the Ancestors. Snow's eyes flashed, and he said with a low laugh, so many titles, why not add King of the Great Wall? King of the Great Wall? What's that? Old High Minute was confused. Whether we agree to the agreement or not, the free people want to escape beyond the Great Wall. So, we'll become the free people of the Great Wall, right? The King of the Great Wall is Mance, and this will not change. But when we reach the Great Wall, why don't we invite the Dragon Queen to be the King of Savages? How can we do that? Free people will never be slaves. The savages shouted. Varamir, the sixth-form being, was furious. He said with a sharp voice, I don't agree with the agreement, and I will not support a southerner to be our king. Don't be so agitated, we have to compensate the Dragon Queen. Thurn Snow glanced at the sixth-form being and said proudly, Varamir, we came south only to pass the winter. But when winter is over, we'll all return to our homeland beyond the Great Wall. What's the point of being the king of the Great Wall? This. Tormund's cheek muscles twitched. Isn't this a little too shameless? We're savages. Thurn Snow said matter-of-factly. I don't agree with the Queen of the South, and I don't agree with the agreement. The sixth form being straightened his neck and said firmly. Immediately, a group of savages and raiders shouted, yes, we're raiders. We don't farm or guard the Great Wall, we want to rob the weak people of the South. Tormund glared at them and turned to the sixth form being. Varamir, you're a shapeshifter, and you have powerful animal companions. You don't have to worry about food, and you can escape before the deviants come. You don't have a family, you don't have any clansmen. You live alone, your whole family lives. But we are different. Go to the camp and see how many old, weak, women, and children are there. Do you want to deprive them of their last chance to live for some unknown reason? The noisy savages quieted down. Some were at a loss, some hesitated, and some started to think about the future of their tribe. Is there really no way to take down the Great Wall? Some of the savages asked unwillingly. Mance pointed at Varamir and said, among the free people, he's the strongest. He should be the one to answer this question. I. The sixth form being's pale face flashed with embarrassment. I don't know. How about this? Mance thought for a while. We'll follow the principle of voluntary participation. The free people with families can form a large tribe and sign a lease agreement with the Dragon Queen. Those who think they can feed themselves and their families can continue to stay beyond the Great Wall. Those who can't survive beyond the Great Wall can sign a new contract with the Dragon Queen. They can also cross the Great Wall and go to the north to rob and make a living. You want to divide the free people? Varamir asked in disbelief. We've never been united. Mance smiled bitterly. Chapter 306. Mance had made a huge mistake, and Dany and the Night Watchers did not notice it at the time. In the morning, the Magna of the barbarian tribe had a three-way meeting with the Night Watchers and Dany. In the afternoon, Mance tried his best to promote the tripartite lease agreement among the barbarians while protecting himself. Because Tormund, Snow, and the rest of the Magna, whether they were subdued by Dany's dominance as a queen, or by her personal charm, or by her promises of benefits, or perhaps they were like Mance, who had enough reason and wisdom to recognize the sincerity of the queen's offer of a treaty. In short, the majority of the Magna supported the signing of the agreement. Therefore, Mance's promotion was effective. At least a quarter of the barbarians were moved on the spot, another quarter were resolutely against it, and the remaining half were at a loss, ready to go with the flow as the majority. Therefore, Mance made the decision of free choice. Free people could freely choose whether to accept the Dragon Queen's conditions and go to the south for the winter, or cross the Great Wall with their own abilities and plunder the northern territory. He was doing it out of kindness, dividing the barbarians beyond the Great Wall, eliminating the unruly plunderers, and allowing more barbarians to survive. This was also very beneficial to the Queen and the Night Watchers. Those who crossed the Great Wall were obedient people, easier to manage, and lower the chances of conflict between the barbarians and the Northerners in the future. Therefore, when Tormund brought the revised terms to the city gate and told Dany and the Night Watchers, they immediately agreed. Then, Jon and Beristan, as the representatives of the Night Watchers and Targaryen respectively, brought a parchment scroll to the barbarian camp. The parchment scroll contained the full amount of the tripartite lease agreement, 2 official terms, one of which was proposed by Mance. The barbarians could freely choose to become the barbarians of the Great Wall in batches, and the Dragon Queen and the Night Watchers had to abide by the first 2 terms of the agreement, treating all barbarians equally. This was Mance's effort to resolve the hostility between the barbarians and the Southerners. At the barbarian leaders' meeting at noon, he promised the barbarians, it's all voluntary. Those who can't stay beyond the Great Wall can find the Dragon Queen to sign another contract. To put it simply, the third revised clause of the agreement changed the one-time surrender activity to retain honor into immigration, and the surrender that signed the agreement became an immigration visa. Dany thought to herself, transporting nearly 100,000 people to the other side of the narrow sea would require too many ships and a huge amount of work. If the barbarians came in batches and she sent them in batches, it would definitely be easier. The Night Watchers also thought that if they took in tens of thousands of savages at once and something happened, the hundreds of Night Watchers would not be able to manage them all. It was better to tame them batch by batch. If they encountered any problems, they could slowly solve them under control. Mance thought to himself, instead of arguing endlessly and even causing internal strife among the savages, it's better to divide the savages. Those who are willing to live can live, and those who are diehard can die. First of all, the divided barbarians would lower the Southerners' wariness of him and the barbarians. After all, only the barbarians who were united under the king of beyond the Great Wall would be feared. The scattered barbarian tribes would never be seen as a threat by the Southerners. Secondly, he really couldn't think of a second way to survive other than surrendering to the Dragon Queen. She had a dragon. However, none of the three parties had ever considered the thoughts of the unruly people. The savages were all unruly people. The unruly people thought to themselves, I don't know the Dragon Queen. Although the big shots all acknowledge her reputation, what if? Why don't I let the others migrate first? My family still has a few months of food storage, and there are still more than 3 months before the end of autumn officially ends. After the first batch of migrants is settled in the south, I will decide whether to migrate them based on the situation. After all, my life is mine, and I only have one life. If the life of the migrants is harder than it is now, then Anyway, I'll migrate sooner or later. The conditions that the Dragon Queen offers are the same. Therefore, in the spacious square of the barbarians' camp, John, Beristan, and Mance, who were standing behind the wooden table and waiting for the barbarians to come forward to sign their names, were dumbfounded. Under the setting sun, John and the other two scanned the barbarians in a daze. Hundreds and thousands of barbarians surrounded them. Their blue, gray, black and brown eyes blinked like innocent little stars as they stared at the three of them in a daze. Beristan looked at Mance resentfully. Why don't you even know how to arrange a few support staff? Such petty tricks, and you call yourself the king of the beyond the Great Wall. Mance seemed to understand the meaning of the old knight's gaze. He rubbed his nose and said awkwardly, Tormund, you were the most enthusiastic before, and you have always been very supportive of the tripartite lease agreement. Come and sign it. Tormund gave him an innocent look and replied, I have 4 sons and a daughter, a big family, and thousands of people in the Red Hall. Beristan said angrily, His Majesty and the Night Watchers have promised your safety. His Majesty has also sworn to the 7 gods and all the old gods in front of you. The tripartite lease agreement is a sacred oath. You should understand the meaning of the sacred oath. Yes, we all understand the meaning of the sacred oath and the rights of the guests. The 6 Forms people stood on the back of the White Bear and sneered loudly, the King of the North, Robb Stark, has violated the sacred oath. The southern feudal lord has trampled on the rights of the guests in the blood wedding, and the Night Watchers have killed Cast, who was serving them in Cast's house. He, the king, the feudal lord, and the Night Watchers are all untrustworthy people. Why should we believe you? Mance looked at the shapeshifter expressionlessly and said in a low voice, The day before yesterday, when we were charging at the gate of the Great Wall, that woman rode on a dragon and flew over our heads. She could have burned our tents, people, livestock, and food. But she didn't. The Megalosaurus' terrifying dragon flames burned the mud, snow, and soldiers in the forest. She could have easily disintegrated our troops and helped the Westeros to solve the crisis of the Freemen invading the south. But she chose to negotiate. She chose the most complicated, time-consuming, and money-consuming method to help us survive the winter and avoid the invasion of the other ghosts. I think her actions can be called benevolence. Valamir, what kind of person do you think she is? A soft-hearted, cowardly woman. The 6 Forms people laughed. Mance saw that many of the barbarians were nodding in agreement. He could not help but think of a sad question. Were the Freemen beyond the Great Wall really a civilization that should be eliminated? The corner of Barristan's mouth twitched. The Dragon Queen's enemies had made many comments about her, but they had never said that she was cowardly or soft-hearted. The Gith, the Volantis, the Lisi, the Quills. Most people in the world would laugh their heads off if they heard what you said, he said to the shapeshifter with a straight face. Mance said, Valamir, you should at least admit that she is soft-hearted. A soft-hearted person would not trick you into entering the Great Wall and let the dragon eat you, right? Mph, Mance, have you forgotten? To the Freeman, being bound and enslaved is far more terrifying than death, the 6 Forms people retorted. That's because you've never experienced the horrors of hunger and cold. You've never worried about food and water, but we all know that the food we have now is not enough to feed all the savages. Mans suddenly stopped talking because the way some of the savages looked at him had changed. They were filled with suspicion and malice. Do as you wish. It's all up to you. He said this and lay down on the chair without saying anything else. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, and that a tribe of barbarians who were willing to be the guinea pigs did not appear, Tormund became anxious. He pulled a few of the tribe leaders to discuss for a while. In the end, a group of widows who had lost their husbands but had children to support were selected from their tribes. They formed a group of about 1,000 orphans and widows with orphans under the age of 10. These people were a complete burden to the barbarians, and they were not afraid of sacrificing them. Similarly, the night watchers could accept them without worry. 10 spear-wielding women with children were the representatives. They pressed their bloody fingerprints on the tripartite lease agreement. Yes, they used a knife to cut their thumbs and left a mark on the snow-white sheepskin scroll. Beside it were the signatures of Dany and more than 10 high-ranking members of the Night Watchers. The sacred contract was signed. That night, the barbarians of the Great Wall left the camp of the barbarians beyond the Great Wall. The spear-wielding women pushed the sleigh and followed the Night Watchers down the city wall. Piled on the sleigh were moldy furs, tattered tents, dirty sleeping bags, a few meat bones, a small bag of barley, and one or several children who were crawling around. There were also hundreds of boys and girls in ragged clothes with blank expressions on their faces. They held hands and stretched the line very, very long. Woo! This time, when the barbarians arrived, the horn that represented the return of the Night Watchers only sounded once. However, not all of the barbarians in the Great Wall wanted to enter. Some chose to rent themselves to the Night Watchers, some were willing to rent the land gifted by the Night Watchers to farm, and some were more willing to trust the queen who rode the fire-breathing megalosaurus. Tall boys were selected by the Night Watchers to become the new Night Watchers or to do chores for the Night Watchers. Little girls without parents could not farm or stay in Dark Castle. They could only follow the king of the Great Wall to the other side of the narrow sea to make a living. Well, the barbarians who joined Dany could not enter the Great Wall. They had to go east along the Great Wall until they reached the East Sea, which was 250 kilometers away. There were almost 140,000 barbarians. There was no doubt that there were at least 100,000 barbarians who followed Dany across the sea. The Night Watchers wanted all the barbarians to follow her. The Night Watchers were too few to manage 100,000 barbarians. People's minds were unpredictable. If the barbarians suddenly changed their minds after entering the Great Wall and did not want to risk crossing the sea again, Dany would have to kill them all, but she would not be able to kill them all. If she left tens of thousands of barbarians behind and rushed into the north, she would turn from a great hero to a sinner in the history of Westeros. Dany was not afraid of being a sinner in the history of Westeros. After all, she was the one who wrote the history books. But she did not want to be a failure. The best way was not to test people's humanity and not to give the barbarians a chance to riot. As long as they were outside the Great Wall, they would not be able to rebel. Therefore, the barbarians who had obtained Urso's residence had set up camp at the foot of the Great Wall. In the afternoon, some barbarians cut down the forest and transported a large amount of wood to build a second barbarian camp, the camp of the savages of the Great Wall. The barbarians lived in the new camp for the first time. When the number of barbarians reached 5,000, they began to move east together. The Night Watchers were busy for most of the night. In total, they accepted 147 young Night Watchers and 183 spear-wielding women with children. The spear-wielding women would take their children to the land given by the Night Watchers to farm and hunt. The next morning, Jon and Beristan came to the barbarian camp again and sat at the table as immigration officials. But not long after they sat down, the urgent bugle call suddenly sounded in the east. Chapter 307. It was another sunny day. The blue sky was dotted with 4 or 5 white clouds. The snow on the ground slowly melted under the warm sun. The grey glacial wall that stood between the sky and the earth began to sweat. Drops of crystal-clear water gathered together and flowed into a small stream. In this quiet and peaceful morning, there were instructors training the Night Watchers in the yard. There were also night watchers shouting loudly to command the giant prisoners to move bricks and build the wall. Dany was also in the yard. There was a large round table in front of her. Scholar Yimont spread out a detailed map of the frontier. A few night watchers and Ygritte gathered around the table and were discussing where to find the deviant ghosts. Well, after helping the night watchers solve the problem of the barbarians invading the south, Dany was ready to move on to the next step of her plan. She wanted to find a few living ghouls and deviant ghosts and test their strength. It would be best if she could capture one. Suddenly, the sound of a horn came from the sky. Then, Golan, who was on duty on the wall, hurriedly shouted to the dark castle below, "The Rangers are charging towards the barbarians' camp." "Rangers? The Night Watchers' Rangers?" Blacksmith Tanner raised his head and asked loudly. "The East Watchers' Rangers," Golan shouted from the wall. "Is Katek crazy?" Bowen and Maxie were shocked. Dany's heart skipped a beat. She guessed one possibility: Stannis was here. They immediately climbed up the wooden ladder in a zigzag pattern and ran up the wall. They were wearing black chainmail, black half-helmets, and black woolen cloaks. There were 40 to 50 riders in the uniform of the Night Watchers. They spread out in an arc and came from the east. They passed through the roots and rocks, picked a path between the bushes and trees, and slowly pressed towards the barbarians' camp. The barbarians reacted quickly. They did not hesitate even when they were ambushed. They rushed out of the tents in groups, cursing loudly, "The crows shamelessly ambushed us." The Dragon Queen went back on her word. They waved their wooden sticks, bronze swords, and stone axes, charging towards their mortal enemies without any regard for their own safety. The Rangers sped up and dodged the barbarians' heavy weapons. They easily cut open the enemy's leather armor with their gleaming longswords and pierced through the barbarians' chests. The savages had not undergone systematic military training. They did not know how to form a formation, nor did they know how to charge in groups. They were like waves, rushing forward in waves and then dying heroically. There were also night watchers who were dragged off their horses and hacked to death, but they did not retreat. They were as fearless as the savages. But gradually, the barbarian infantry, giants, barbarian cavalry, and mammoths carrying wooden castles of archers, almost all of the barbarian army flooded the eastern ranges. The Rangers finally couldn't hold on any longer. Their formation collapsed, and they fled into the forest behind them. "Your Majesty, what do we do now? Commander Carter and the others can't hold on any longer," Sir Glendon said anxiously. "Don't be nervous. The barbarians have fallen into a trap," Dany said calmly. "What?" While everyone was puzzled, the barbarians had caught up with the Rangers. They scattered in all directions to hide. The barbarians laughed and cheered as they swung their weapons, chasing the black-clothed men to the edge of the forest. They saw a group of heavy cavalry pass by the Rangers and suddenly emerge from the forest. The barbarians were shocked, and Magna immediately shouted loudly for the barbarian cavalry to gather around him to deal with the next attack of the heavy cavalry. However, the new cavalry had already sped up and rushed forward, and the barbarians' light cavalry was scattered into a mess. Toot, 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 toot. Something even more terrifying happened. Suddenly, from the east, northeast, and north came the sound of charging horns. The savages found that they were surrounded by enemies in all directions. A group of terrifying armored monsters. In fact, there were only 3 groups of cavalry. The only group of heavy cavalry was the one that rushed out from the northeast, and there were only about 200 of them. The remaining 2 groups of cavalry were mainly free riders wearing short leather vests and round helmets, mounted archers, and ordinary soldiers without horses. Each group had about 400 to 500 people. The scary thing was their leader. There were close to 200 true knights. They were noble knights wearing steel armor and bright wool jackets, with obvious clan emblems painted on their chests. They charged the savages from 2 directions. A surging torrent of armored troops suddenly came out of the wood in the north, and struck the upper flank of the savages. A cavalry came from the east, along the base of the wall, and struck the lower flank of the savages on the other flank. The Rangers used the main force of the barbarians as bait. Then, a group of heavy cavalry blocked the barbarians' front. The other two groups of light cavalry were like pincers, cutting the barbarians' waist in half. It was a very simple tactic. It would probably be useless against the regular army of the Seven Kingdoms. But the savages did not form into groups. They fought in their own tribes and did not have a perfect command system. They ran in all directions in confusion. Some of them shouted and rushed into the battle, while others ran away in a panic. There was also Magna, who beat the war drums, trying to command the savages to form a square formation. But they were slow and disorganized. There were hundreds of true knights with excellent military training opposite them. The barbarians were split up and scattered. The barbarians' camp was trampled by the cavalry and set ablaze by the fire arrows. The flames spread from one tent to another. The tall ironwoods, pine trees, and soldier trees near the camp were also set ablaze. Smoke filled the air, and the sound of killing filled the air. Stannis did everything that Dany could but did not do. That's right, Olu is here. In the midst of the blood and fire, a large flag stood out. It was 5 meters long and the flag was as big as a bedsheet. One side of the flag was yellow, with a long and sharp tongue of flame drawing a burning red heart. The other side was like gold leaf, embroidered with a black-crowned stag. Olu's flaming red stag flag. The armored knights rushed into the camp and shouted, "Long live Stannis! Long live the Light King! Long live the Holy Son of Fire, King Stannis!" Roar! A snow bear the size of a horse carriage rushed out of the forest, roaring and swinging its paw the size of an iron pot. A noble knight holding a black dagger piercing through the red heart flag was slapped into a pile of meat paced along with his horse. Then the giant snow bear rushed into the squad of knights. Its sharp claws flashed as it went on a killing spree. Its snow-white fur was stained with blood, some from the enemy and some from itself. A squad of 20 knights was wiped out in half a cup of tea's time. But when the giant snow bear ran to the next squad, a shocking scene occurred. A red-haired woman in a red robe rode a horse in front of the giant snow bear as if she was taking a stroll in the park. She only glanced at the snow bear before she continued to move forward. Boom! The snow bear seemed to have been drenched in a rain of gasoline and then set ablaze by a lighter. Its huge body was instantly enveloped in yellow flames. Roar! The giant snow bear roared as it rolled on the ground. Even the night watchers on the city walls could clearly feel its pain and anger. But no matter how it struggled, the flames showed no signs of extinguishing. Instead, it set the nearby tents and trees ablaze. But in Dany's ears, she also heard another person's voice. It was a man's wail, a wail that came from his soul. Chirp! The goshawk flew through the clouds and under the blue sky. It was like a sharp arrow piercing towards the red-haired woman in a fluttering red robe. At the same time, 3 grey wolves and a shadow lynx the size of a warhorse ran quickly through the crowd, silently sneaking to the side of the red-robed priestess. The moment the goshawk, cat and 3 wolves pounced towards the red-robed woman from the ground and the air, time seemed to have slowed down. From the perspective of the dragon spirit, Dany could even see the mocking smile on the priestess' lips. Boom 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 boom. With a light wave of her sleeve, the 4 beasts on the ground and the goshawk 500 meters in the air were set ablaze at the same time. Roar! The man's soul howled again, filled with hatred and despair. The goshawk turned into a ball of fire and smashed into the forest. The 3 wolves and shadow lynx only had a small part of their bodies covered in yellow flames as they fled into the depths of the snow forest while howling. What happened? Why did the giant bear and the goshawk burst into flames? Professor Perestan was puzzled. Dany glanced at him and said with contempt, "Don't you still have the Valeglia steel chainring hanging on your chest? You didn't even notice such an exciting and intense battle between mags? Mage? Shapeshifters?" the old man asked. The strongest shapeshifters of the barbarians, the 6 forms person, fought against the Red Priestess of Stannis. The 6 forms person lost miserably and was almost unable to retaliate. Dany said calmly, "Ah, how tragic." The Night Watcher suddenly shouted. It turned out that the heavy cavalry had pierced through the barbarians' cavalry and infantry and crashed into the group of giants behind them. Like a naughty child playing with a doll, the giants easily lifted the armored cavalry from the horses' back, pulled off their heads and broke their arms. One of the giants, who was 4 meters tall, lifted the heavy cavalry's legs with both hands and pulled with all his might. Red blood, green intestines, and brown liver flowed into the giant's bloody mouth. Roar! The giant chewed on the innards of the cavalry and pulled with both hands. The corpses on both sides hit two of the heavy cavalry like cannonballs. The horses neighed and flew back 4 to 5 steps. Stannis' 3 cavalry units, including the footmen without horses, had a total of less than 1,500 people. There were only 200 heavy cavalry units in the middle that were responsible for holding off the barbarians' main force. However, there were more than 100 mammoth cavalry units and more than 300 footmen running barefoot. The heavy cavalry units against the barbarians' light cavalry and footmen who were armed with wooden sticks and bronze weapons was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. It was like an iron pot smashing into a glass bottle. However, when faced with the real heavy giant footmen, just one collision was like an iron pot hitting a hydraulic press. Bang! The giant swung the tree trunk in his hand and a cavalry unit flew at least 12 meters high like a baseball from one end of the battlefield to the other. The giants are so scary. Stannis' heavy cavalry units are done for, Sir Mallister said with a pale face. In less than 10 minutes, the last heavy cavalry unit was also torn apart by the giants. Nearly 200 heavy cavalry units were wiped out and the giants only lost 2 small men who were only 3 meters tall. Roar! The giant's grey hair was stained with blood and he roared angrily in the direction of the Great Wall. Those idiots still think that a certain queen betrayed them and ambushed the barbarians' camp. Well, the barbarians' camp was indeed filled with the slogan Dragon Queen's shameless ambush. However, after seeing the flaming red stag flag, most of the barbarians gradually fell silent. Even if they did not understand the meaning of the flaming red stag flag, they could tell that it was not a 3-headed dragon. Your Majesty, should we go and save them? Bowen Marcy leaned over and asked softly. Save who? The giants are ferocious. I think the barbarians are going to turn the tables. The chief of Red Pomegranate huffed. The barbarians are our potential allies, but Stannis is our clear enemy. I didn't ride my dragon down and spray that guy's face with dragon flame because I was giving you Night Watcher's face. I didn't want to fight for power on the neutral Great Wall. Chapter 308. My Lord Steward, look. Sir Glendon exclaimed. The giants are in disarray. His Majesty Stannis is so powerful, he personally led the team to disperse the mammoth cavalry. Seeing the heavy cavalry being destroyed in the blink of an eye, the huge flaming red heart flag immediately changed direction. A team of knights in a wedge-shaped formation, mounted on armored warhorses, bravely charged towards the giants. Stannis was the most eye-catching leader. He wore black armor and a black helmet, and his golden cape with a red heart embroidered on it fluttered like a flag. He held a long sword that radiated a magical red light. Flames flashed in the midst of the giants, creating a bloodbath. The long sword burned fiercely, and the flames at the tip of the sword flickered. The short flames were 4 to 5 feet long, and the long flames were 10 feet long. Occasionally, it would strike a giant and ignite half of the giant's body. The fearless giants seemed to be frightened by the flaming magic sword that radiated a strange light. Although none of the giants died under Stannis' sword, they lost their courage in an instant. They could only scream and run away, without any thoughts of turning around to attack the enemy. Less than 500 knights were chasing after 100 mammoth cavalry and 300 giant foot soldiers. It was a complete mess. Good. The Night Watchers felt their blood boil as they cheered excitedly. It was as if they had become one of the brave knights chasing after the giants. There was even a group of people who shouted rebellious slogans such as "Long live King Stannis." Sir Mallister frowned and said doubtfully, "Strange, why are the giants so useless? They dared to chase after the fire-breathing Megalosaurus, why would they be afraid of the magic sword that radiates a strange red light?" Professor Pereston's face darkened. "That is the Lightbringer, the weapon used by the legendary hero Azor Ahai to end the long night. There are also rumors that Stannis is the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. I used to scoff at these rumors, but now..." Dany stared suspiciously at the red-robed woman who was running alongside Stannis. Stannis's Lightbringer was indeed bursting with red light, and a flaming sword aura that was 2 to 3 meters long flew out. However, it only burned the giants until they screamed in pain. It did not have the flying limbs of Abbess Annihilation when she charged into the 5-element flags with the heavenly sword. Don't you think that the Radiant Envoy is too weak? She could not help but ask. That's weak. Even the giants were forced to flee in panic. I don't think dragon flames are anything special, Slater exclaimed. Dany glanced meaningfully at the guy who had never seen the dragon flame. She left the battlements and walked towards Dahe, who was lying on the ground meditating. After condensing the meditation rune in the Sea of Spirit, Blackie's requirement for food was much lower. Whenever it was free, it would immerse itself in the strange meditation rune in the Sea of Spirit. As soon as the horn sounded, Beristan, who was sitting behind a wooden table in the empty space of the camp and waiting for the tribe of savages to come over to sign the contract, stood up alertly and climbed onto the table to look into the distance. Just like Dany, he guessed that they were just bait when he saw the scattered cavalry slowly approaching the campsite. The reason was simple. There were no more than 800 night watchers at the Great Wall, and they were scattered in Dark Castle, East Sea Watch, and Shadow Tower. The 300 night watchers from Dark Castle would never break the agreement between the Queen and the barbarians. Therefore, the cavalry coming over were either from Shadow Tower or East Sea Watch. The total number of cavalry from those two places did not exceed 200. The cavalry were never idiots. Less than 100 people dared to attack the barbarians' campsite. They must be bait. There was a large army behind them, and that army was not an ally of the Targaryens. In fact, none of the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms were the Queen's allies. Therefore, White Knight immediately pulled Jon and prepared to escape. Since the other party dared to take the initiative to attack the barbarians' campsite, they must have the confidence to win. He deeply understood one thing. No matter how much the Queen wanted to subdue these barbarians, it was impossible for her to help the barbarians stop the attacking army before the agreement was signed. She had no position. If she really did that, she would violate the oath she made to the Night Watchers that day. She would never treat the Great Wall as a battlefield for power games. She would not take the initiative to provoke any army that came to the Great Wall, no matter what grudges they had with the Targaryens. If you are not stupid, you should understand that they can't be Targaryens. Beristan said loudly to Mans and the leader of the barbarians. The other party came with ill intentions. If you trust me and Queen Dany lies, please follow me to the new camp immediately. I promise on behalf of the Queen that I will not take advantage of the situation and force you to sign the tripartite lease agreement. As a guest, I will only provide Her Majesty with a reason to protect you from the other vassals of the Seven Kingdoms. The ones who attacked the campsite were the Rangers. You broke your oath and attacked. We will no longer trust the Raven and the Mother of Dragons, a barbarian shouted. The Hexagon Valamir stared at the old knight viciously and said in a dark voice, "They deliberately used negotiations to make us lower our guard. These two idiots are abandoned pawns. Mans, let me kill them." Beristan was so angry that he laughed. He stared straight at the gloomy king and said, "Mans, I don't understand this shapeshifter. Don't you know my identity? Abandoning the captain of the Kingsguard just to attack you? Do you think that Her Majesty's 2 dragons are decorations? Or do you think that a megalosaurus kills faster than a sword? She doesn't intend to stop those people." Marn's expression was ugly. It was not because he believed the hexagon, but because he guessed the Dragon Queen's attitude towards this matter from Baristan's reaction. "If you sign the contract immediately," Mans raised his hand and interrupted him. "We will take your words as a threat. The freemen will be even more disgusted by the agreement. I know. That's why I didn't intend to mention this at all." The old knight smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You also understand the current political situation of the Seven Kingdoms. If the Queen helps the freemen deal with the vassals who come to the Great Wall, not a single soldier, a single grain of wheat, or a single copper coin will be sent to the Great Wall in the future. The barbarians were never the reason for Her Majesty to come to the Great Wall. The deviants are our real enemy. We need the Seven Kingdoms to unite and deal with them together. This is also why Her Majesty has always been tolerant of the freemen. You are also an important force against the deviants." "I understand." Mans slowly exhaled. As he put on his leather armor, chain mail, and raven-winged helmet, he ordered loudly, Hamo, lead the raiders to mount and form a cavalry. Tormund, form 3 rows of spears with your son. Wang Wang, blow the horn and summon the giants. Valamir, hide in the forest and use your animal companions to help us tear apart the bastards who have broken into the camp. Snow, you lead. At the end, he turned around and said to the White Knight who was about to climb onto his horse and leave, My wife is about to give birth. Please take her to the new camp and ask Master Ymont to help take care of her. After a pause, Mans pointed at the simple wooden fence beside the camp and smiled bitterly. I have been thinking about how to deter the Megalosaurus flying in the sky. The barricades and other defensive measures against the Megalosaurus are ineffective against the Megalosaurus. This is bad. Sir Beristan, take as many women and children as you can from the camp. Wail, wail. Mans shouted at his white bearskin tent. When a tall blonde woman in animal skin lifted the curtain and walked out, he said loudly, Wail, the camp did not prepare any barricades. The cavalry might charge in. Cooperate with Sir Beristan and Jon Snow and bring Dana and the women and children to the new camp. At first, Wael and Jon rode their horses and shouted loudly in the camp. Not many of the barbarians ran to the new camp. However, when the first cavalry unit charged into the camp and set the tents on fire with fire arrows, the men, women, elderly, and children all ran for their lives. Most of them ran aimlessly. They ran into the forest and ran into the hooves of the enemy's horses. When they saw some people running down the wall, a group of them immediately ran in that direction. The new camp at the base of the wall was opposite the barbarians' camp. The outer fence was less than 600 yards away. Even the children could reach it in 2 minutes. By the time Stannis chased the giants into the forest, the new camp was already full of people. The new camp was a temporary base for the settlers. When the number of barbarians reached 5,000, they began to move to Eastwatch. Therefore, the maximum number of people in this camp was 5,000. Many of the barbarians were herding sheep, sled dogs, pigs, chickens, ducks, and other livestock. Such a large group of barbarians naturally attracted the attention of Stannis's cavalry. However, the flag at the gate of the camp made them hesitate. The flag of the red dragon on a black background represented the former royal family, the Targaryens. When Stannis and his army completely defeated the giants and the barbarians were left without any resistance, a group of riders finally came to the gate of the camp with the flag of the Red Heart of Fire. I am Sir Gordy Farrin, a subordinate of King Stannis. A young and powerful voice came from under the visor. He shouted at the night watchers outside the camp gate, You are the night watchers. Why are you helping the tyrant and stopping the king's army? Jon stepped forward and explained, Sir Gordy Farrin, this camp belongs to Queen Dany Lies. In fact, how dare you? Before Jon could finish, Gordy Farrin shouted and raised his bloody long sword at the night watchers, Do you want to be a traitor? There is only one legitimate king in the 7 kingdoms, and that is King Stannis. She is a Targaryen, a dragon, a megalosaurus, a true dragon, Toad shouted behind Jon. Gordy Farrin waved his sword as if he wanted to cut Toad and his rebellious words in half. He declared loudly, Only King Stannis is a true dragon. Without Dany Lies, the Targaryens have been completely destroyed. Get out of the way, or I will execute all of you for treason. The 100 or so knights behind him also pointed their long swords at the night watchers, issuing a silent but real threat. Jon frowned, Sir, before your arrival, the barbarians beyond the wall were no longer a threat. Instead, they might become our allies. The night watchers colluding with the barbarians? He admitted it. Kill. Gordy Farrin kicked his horse's belly and was about to speed up towards the camp. Squawk. The never-before-heard roar of a beast caused the hearts of the knights and their horses to tremble. As soon as they looked up, they saw a ferocious beast that had walked out of a nightmare and was charging towards them. Dragon, it really is a dragon. The knight screamed in horror. His voice was shrill and filled with fear and despair. Boom. The bright red dragon flames descended upon the world like a pillar of fire. Chapter 309. Mud splattered on his body like a rainstorm, and the bright red dragon flame brushed past his body. He could even smell the faint smell of sulfur and burnt air. The warhorse under him swayed as if it was drunk, unsteady on its feet and neighing in fear. Screech, the terrifying roar of the dragon gradually faded away. Gondiphalin looked around. A dozen riders had fallen off their horses, and all the warhorses were restless. There was a twisted, charred trench on the ground, as wide as a palm and half a finger deep. The sparks and smoke proved that everything that happened just now was not an illusion. The pillar of dragon flame fell from the sky like a sharp sword of divine punishment, brushing past their bodies and brushing past them. Gulp. Understanding all of this, Gondiphalin swallowed hard. Cold sweat broke out, instantly drenching his inner shirt. The White Knight walked out of the camp and said slowly, "Sir Gondiphalin, go back. The might of the true dragon is not to be blasphemed. If you have any questions, you can let Lord Stannis negotiate with Her Majesty personally. You really are Sir Beristan." Seeing the White Knight's appearance, Gondiphalin's thumping heart trembled violently. He said in disbelief, "When did you join that woman, and why didn't you go to Dragonstone Island? King Stannis has long prepared the white robe, and has been waiting for you for a long time." Barristan's solemn face twisted a little. "It's good that all of you kings think highly of me, as it proves the value of the name Beristan the Fearless. But what kind of person do you all think I am, that I must join a king? Fine, as a legendary Kingsguard, the White Knight naturally needs a king. But in your hearts, am I so thirsty that I can't be choosy? Well, I've served Robert. I've served Queen Cersei. I've served Joffrey. It's kind of, after King Joffrey stripped me of my white robe, I prayed in the great cathedral of Baelor for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, I received a revelation from the 7 gods. I can only serve the true king for the rest of my life. This is my destiny." The old knight held his head high, as if the light of the 7 gods was shining on his face. He had a holy, pious, and determined expression. The White Knight had indeed gone to the Holy Church to pray, but it was not the 7 gods who had enlightened him. It was the 8-clawed spider, Varys. Screech under the clear blue sky, 2 megalosaurus, 1 black and 1 white, emitted endless majesty and dominance in their elegance. They stretched their bodies, flapped their wings, and flew freely around the battlefield that was filled with corpses and smoke. The snow was trampled into a grayish-brown mud, the broken wood of the camp emitted sparks and smoke, the fur tents were trampled into the mud, and Stannis's army was proudly shouting as they escorted the captives. However, the appearance of the megalosaurus was like a bucket of cold water being poured over their heads. Even the great victory of 1,000 cavalrymen against 100,000 barbarians could not suppress the fear that was gradually rising in their hearts. Woo! A bugle horn sounded from the Great Wall. The melodious and loud sound spread in all directions. Bang! They represented the return of their allies. The gate creaked open, and Sont, Bowen, Marcy, Mallister, and the other night watchers filed out. They were worried that the Dragon Queen would kill Erlu with her dragon flame. Gowdy Farlin's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately found a way out of this awkward situation. The barbarians have been destroyed, and the king beyond the Great Wall has been captured. Victory! Victory! He ran back and forth under the Great Wall with the flag of Red Heart, and the knights behind him, as well as the 1,000 or so soldiers of Stannis on the battlefield, followed him and shouted in unison. The night watchers on the Great Wall were livened up, or it could be said that subduing the barbarians was never their first choice. Stannis's straightforward method was more hot-blooded, more satisfying, and also more able to vent the thousands of years of hatred between the night watchers and the barbarians. Thus, they began to shout along with the knights below the Great Wall. Victory! Victory! When Gowdy Farlin waved the flag of Red Heart and loudly shouted, "Long live Stannis! Long live King Stannis!" everyone followed suit. Sir Mallister, who was walking towards the battlefield, stopped in his tracks and said to the people beside him with a bitter smile, "This is going to be difficult. It won't be easy to mediate between these 2 families." The Red Pomegranate chief steward said worriedly, "We can't let them fight. Even if they fight, they can't fight on the Great Wall. Master Ymont, what do you think?" Sir Alliser looked at the old scholar. Ymont had been staring at the megalosaurus soaring in the sky. In fact, he had been spending a lot of time in the past few days staring at the 2 dragons as if he couldn't get enough of them. "Don't worry, Her Majesty Dany Alis won't start a civil war. Under normal circumstances, His Majesty Stannis won't take the initiative to provoke her, the old man said softly. The one-armed tanner shook his head and said with a bitter smile, I'm afraid it's not that optimistic. I know the three brothers too well. If Robert was real steel, then Renly was shiny copper. They looked beautiful, but they weren't worth much in reality. As for Stannis, he's a piece of pure iron. He's black, hard, and strong, but he's also easily damaged. Like iron, he'll break before he bends. If it's Robert, he'll lead his army and charge at the Megalosaurus. If he's not dead, he'll probably surrender to her and be a valiant general on the battlefield. If it's Renly, there's no need to fight. As long as she promises to keep everything he has, he'll surrender immediately and continue his life as the Duke of Storm's End, but if it's really those two, they probably won't come to the Great Wall's rescue. Robert is wasted in wine and women, and Renly has no feelings for the country's crisis. Only Stannis is strict with himself and treats others harshly. He has a stubborn sense of responsibility. His ambition for power is undeniable, but it's more like an obsession for everyone's heartfelt approval. When he was the acting Castellan of Storm's End, even when food ran out and he could only eat boiled rats and leather, he never thought of surrendering. When he became Robert's Lord of the Navy, after a pause, the blacksmith skipped over the matter of Stannis leading the navy to besiege Dragonstone Island. When he settled Bullon's rebellion and helped Robert rule the country, he was strict with the law and did not care about others' feelings. Even when he was cursed by all the nobles, he still did his duty and worked hard to complete his duties. If he thinks of himself as a subject, he'll perfectly fulfill his duties as a subject. If he defines himself as a king, then he'll definitely insist on the rights and responsibilities of a king. Unfortunately, not only does he think of himself as the only legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, he's also been bewitched by the Red God Priest to think that he's the child of prophecy, the savior. There's no doubt that he'll work hard to bear the burden of being the savior even if none of us are willing to be saved by him. The savior is here. Selwyn rubbed his nose and reminded. The rumbling of horse hooves approached. A group of cavalrymen waving the flag of the Red Heart slowly approached the night watchers. Greetings, King Stannis. Thank you. Seeing Stannis enter the city gate under the escort of the night watchers, Dany also ended her flight to show off her martial prowess. She brought Blackie and Whitey to land in front of the Imperial Tower. She sat on Blackie's back and watched as Stannis and the red-robed woman walked out of the city gate. As if worried that she would kill Erlu with a mouthful of dragon flames, Scholar Ymont even came over to advise her in advance. The Night Watchers hope that you two can get along peacefully and fight against the other ghosts. Stannis is always here to guard the Great Wall. Look at the big picture, Targaryen, your words are as heavy as a mountain, you said it yourself. To be honest, Dany really wanted to throw a fireball of dragon flames at Erlu. It wasn't that she wanted to kill him. If she really wanted to kill this competitor, she would have already done it outside the city. The main reason was that she really wanted to see Melisandre's fire witchcraft. Or, she could let Erlu try using the Radiant Bringer to split the fireball and see if the legendary wife-sacrificing sword lived up to its name. The second son of the Lu family was born with broad shoulders and strong limbs. He had black hair and blue eyes. His skin was as hard as iron after being exposed to the sun for a long time. He was 36 years old and severely bald. He had a square chin and sunken cheekbones. His thin lips were tightly pursed. One look and one could tell that he was a difficult person to get along with. Erlu was in front and Melisandre followed closely behind. The moment she appeared, the surrounding night watchers let out a gasp of surprise at her beauty and sexiness. Compared to the Night Queen, who was always clad in grey iron armor, the voluptuous red-robed woman with a graceful figure and light clothes was more attractive. However, in Dany's eyes, Melisandre was like a ball of red, flirtatious flames. Her flushed heart-shaped face, red eyes, red hair that reached her waist and red robes. Even from 7 to 8 meters away, she could feel that her body was like a burning furnace, emitting waves of heat. The heat was real. It was not an illusion, nor was it magic. Even ordinary people could feel the heat from her body. Just like her dragon, her blood and fire came from the same source. Her body was also made of magic and emitted heat unconsciously. However, when it came to a fire mage, what kind of witchcraft did it represent? As soon as Stannis and Melisandre entered the yard, they noticed the Megalosaurus breathing out smoke and fire and Dany watching them from the back of the Megalosaurus. For a moment, the air seemed to be heavy. Melisandre, Red Pomegranate, and the other night watchers looked nervous and sweaty. Their mouths opened and closed, but no words came out. Erlu did not avoid Dany's gaze, nor was he affected by the awkward and heavy atmosphere. He went straight to the king's tower and said while biting his cheek, "I didn't expect you to come to the Great Wall." Dany smiled and said, "I don't care about the barbarians. However, when I was looking through the recent intelligence of the Westeros in the City of Knowledge, I noticed the warning of deviant ghosts that the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers sent to the scholars." Stannis pulled out his long sword. The red sword shone with a magical red light, as if it was made of magma and surrounded by a circle of red flames. He held the sword and raised his square chin. He gritted his teeth and said, "Dany, since you know about deviant ghosts, you should know that the night is long and dangerous. Ordinary people can't survive this disaster. Only the child of prophecy can bring light to the world again." Dany looked at him strangely and then turned to the red-robed woman who was staring at Blackie. She asked, "High Priestess Melisandre, Supreme Priest Benello insists that I'm the reincarnation of Yasua Ahai. What do you think?" "You're not the child of prophecy." Melisandre's voice was a little hoarse, like a small brush, gently brushing in people's hearts. It was as sexy as her body, but her tone was very firm, without the slightest hesitation. Dany patted Blackie's neck and said proudly, "I've hatched a dragon." Melisandre said loudly, "A dragon has 3 heads. You're only one person." "Dany, King Stannis also has the blood of a true dragon. He's the real savior. If you really have a kind heart, you should cooperate with him to fight against the evil and powerful ancient gods." "Haha, a dragon has more than 3 heads. I can make it have as many heads as you give me dragon eggs. If you want a dragon, go hatch it yourself," Dany sneered. Chapter 310. Then, Dany glanced at the knights and night watchers who were looking at her with complicated expressions and said loudly, "There has never been a savior. Even if the Supreme Priest Benello believes that I am the child of prophecy, even if my experience is somewhat similar to the prophecy of Ashaya, I have never thought of myself as a savior. The night is long, and there are dangers everywhere. The only one who can save us is ourselves. When we are hungry, food will not fall from the sky. We can only work hard to open up the fields and graze the cows and sheep. When we are cold, winter will never end suddenly, and then summer will come. We can only cut wood to get firewood to keep warm. Men will hunt, women will weave cotton clothes and leather coats. When we are sick, the 7 gods, the red gods, and the old gods will not help us. Only healers with medical knowledge can cure our illness and restore our health. When we die, we can pray for our souls to be converted to the kingdom of God, but the world after death has never been seen by a living person. From birth to death, from summer to winter, from kings to monks, to ordinary people, from beyond the Great Wall to the Old Town, there has never been a savior or a god to help us. Now, the barbarians are here, and the deviant ghosts are following closely behind. The ones who can stop them are the Night Watchers, the Great Wall, you with swords, me, my dragon, Stannis, and his priestess. This is the result of everyone's hard work. No one can take all the credit alone. Acknowledging a savior is denying yourself and denying the kingdom itself. Night Watchers, knights, your swords are still stained with blood. You are still injured and bleeding. You are fighting for your lives. Are you going to deny your own life because of a prophecy, an unconfirmed reincarnation of Yasua and Ahai? Dany shouted loudly, like the head of a shipping organization, trying to push an idea into everyone's mind. The effect was not bad. Almost all the Night Watchers agreed. Many knights under the banner of Blazing Red Heart were also thinking and nodding silently to show their agreement. Good, well said. Dr. Pereztan, whose grey robe was stained with blood, squeezed out of the crowd. He was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. He waved his arms and shouted, "We can only rely on ourselves. Gods, saviors, children of prophecy, magic, and dragons are all illusory and unreliable. In this real world, only our hard work is the most real. Danny blankly glanced at the red-nosed old man and asked, "Why are you back?" The old doctor was startled and said, "The barbarian queen's child has been born. It's a son. Both mother and child are safe." When Stannis attacked the wildlings' camp, old Dina Mance had a difficult birth. Jon had planned to ask Scholar Ymont to help Dana deliver the baby, but Danny thought that the old scholar was too old to take the trouble of dropping him off the city wall in a hanging basket, so she asked the red-nosed old doctor to do it. Almost all of the scholars knew medicine, not to mention that he was an experienced doctor. Danny waved her hand and chased him away. There are still many injured people outside the city, including the wildlings, the rangers, and Theon Bella. You're already wearing black clothes, so be careful. The old man felt wronged. Didn't I stand up for you because you were alone? Melisandre looked around and smiled charmingly. You don't know what you're about to face. The ancient Escod is gathering power. It's terrifying, evil, and powerful. Mortals can't fight against it. The cold wind is already blowing. Soon, it will be a long night that will never end. I don't deny the power of everyone, but kings against kings, soldiers against soldiers, farmers grow food, and lords rule. Compared to the deviant ghosts, the wildlings are just appetizers. However, compared to the Escod who preaches death and coldness, the deviant ghosts are not worth mentioning. Then, we can only rely on the children of prophecy. The Escod you're talking about is the old gods. Danny frowned. I know that the great King of Light is the only one and sees all the gods and sects as heresy. However, we're just mortals. We don't participate in the battle of the gods. We only need to deal with the deviant ghosts. Danny Alice, you're very extraordinary among mortals, but your mortal eyes still can't see through the fog, Melisandre said slowly. Your Majesties, and all the knights, the snow is melting outside, and it's a little cold. Why don't we go to the hall and sit by the fireplace to discuss the settlement of the wildlings? One-armed Tanner suggested. Old Ymont frowned and said, King Stannis just led his subordinates in a big battle. I'm afraid he didn't rest much last night. There are also soldiers who died in battle. The corpses in the wild can't be left there. Why don't we rest for a day and let the soldiers treat their injuries? The corpses outside the city should also be burned immediately. We'll hold an official meeting tomorrow. Yes, the corpses must be burned before dark. Otherwise, we won't be able to find them tomorrow, Ygritte said. You are. Stannis coldly glanced at the wildlings and giants in the yard. They were clearly different from the Night Watchers. Why aren't you locked up? You're not even wearing chains. Yes, I'm a prisoner of war. I was captured by the Dragon Queen. Ygritte rubbed her flat nose and smiled, revealing her uneven white teeth. With a dragon watching from the side, we wouldn't dare to rebel. We're helping the ravens to build the wall. It's not convenient to work with chains on. After Redhead's reminder, Stannis noticed that there was an additional curved stone wall around Dark Castle. The foundation was still being laid, and the wall hadn't been built yet. Stannis's face turned serious. His eyes were like small lanterns. He roared at Red Pomegranate, the Night Watchers aren't allowed to build a wall. Are you trying to rebel by building a wall? Bowen Mars's face turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, Yes, it was Her Majesty Danny Alice who ordered us to build it. Danny explained, last time, only 150 raiders almost took down Dark Castle. If the Deviants follow suit, the Night Watchers will be finished. Deviants can climb over the wall? Stannis frowned. I don't know, but Deviants are intelligent. Even the resurrected Gowls retain their memories. They pretend to be corpses and are brought into the wall by the Night Watchers. Then they get up in the middle of the night to attack Commander Mormorn. Deviants were much smarter than zombies. When the Night Watchers didn't know about them, they deliberately arranged a few Gowls to pretend to be corpses at the gate of the wall. The Night Watchers naturally had to bring their brothers' bodies back to be buried. In the middle of the night, the Gowls would crawl out of the cellar and sneak into the commander's tower according to their original memories to avoid the patrols of the Night Watchers. If Jon's direwolf hadn't been alert enough to wake Jon up when it sensed the danger, Many senior officers of the Night Watchers would have died. In the end, Dany added meaningfully, and I'm not afraid of the Night Watchers rebelling. The wall is useless against dragons. Stannis gritted his teeth and turned his horse around without saying a word, heading towards the commander's tower. Melisandre pursed her lips and glanced at Dany, then followed Erlu and left. Dark Castle could accommodate 5,000 soldiers at most. Even if the king's tower was occupied by Dany, there was still enough space for Stannis and his men. Soon, Erlu's knights were busy. Some of them were injured, while the rest were escorting captives and cleaning up the barracks. Under the lead of the Night Watchers, they went out of the wall to collect the corpses. Melisandre even led some people to burn a big horn. When Dany was about to enter the new camp outside the wall to check on the surviving barbarians, old Ymont suddenly came over and grabbed her arm. He looked at her seriously and said, "Don't leave the dragon." "What's wrong?" Dany was shocked. She immediately looked around and found that there were only busy knights and night watchers around her. There was nothing out of the ordinary. When she entered the dragon spirit state again, her sense of danger was not strong, but it was more than 10 times stronger than before. She understood Ymont's concern. She helped the old man into the king's tower and said, "Old man, are you worried that the knights under Stannis will suddenly attack me? You are too young to understand the cruelty of the game of power." Ymont seemed to be worried. Stannis is right about one thing. He has the blood of a true dragon. If you die suddenly, your dragon will most likely be inherited by the person closest to you. At this moment, other than me, an old man with one foot in the grave, only Stannis is left. My dragon is different. Dany emphasized. I know what you want to say. Your dragon egg is from Asher and not from the Targaryen family. But the Dragon King and the Megalosaurus have a mysterious spiritual bond. The old man frowned and thought for a while. He said uncertainly, "Maybe your soul can change the Megalosaurus." "Sigh, let's put it this way. Without you, the black dragons and white dragons would not be too close to the Targaryen bloodline. They would be closer to the Targaryen bloodline than normal humans, but not as close as the ancestral Megalosaurus to the Targaryen bloodline. But your soul and bloodline are slowly changing your dragons, making them closer to the Targaryen bloodline, until the birth of a dragon knight. How do you know all this?" Dany was surprised. The old man smiled with nostalgia and said, "In the royal library, I have read all the books related to dragons. I also know a lot of royal secrets passed down orally. Our ancestors were not as stupid as you think, telling all the secrets to the City of Knowledge. I have personally tested your dragons in the past 2 days, and they are not hostile to me." Dany also smiled and said, "Then let me tell you another secret related to dragons. Even Sir Beristan was kept in the dark." "Oh." The old scholar was interested. "I am not an ordinary dragon knight. In the form of a dragon spirit, I am similar to a shapeshifter. My soul can enter Blackie's soul realm, and his soul can also enter mine." At this point, the light in Dany's eyes suddenly dimmed. "Gondiphalin is provoking my giant captive." Then, her purple eyes were dyed with a trace of blood. Her pupils slowly elongated and became vertical. A substantial pressure spread from her body. Even old Ymont could not help but avert his gaze. "In this state, I can imitate the dragon's horn. As long as I wear armor, I will not be afraid even if 10 knights surround me." As she spoke, she dispersed the dragon's aura and returned to her purple eyes. 7 gods above, I did not expect there to be a dragon spirit state. I always thought that the dreamwalker Dany Sai was the most powerful and mysterious dragon king. Old Ymont widened his eyes and looked at Dany in surprise. "That is a dragon dream. I can do it too." Dany smiled proudly. Dragon dreams are divided into 2 types, conscious and unconscious. In the unconscious state, I can see some fragments of the future. Of course, like the glass candle, most of the scenes are illusions. Before Blackie and the other 3 dragons were born, I have seen the black dragons in my dreams. In fact, the 5 dragon eggs in my hands, including the red dragon egg in my bedroom, can all meet them in my dreams. That is amazing. Our ancestors have never had a dragon king as gifted as you," Ymont said excitedly. Chapter 3:11. That's not the most amazing thing. Through the dragon spirit state, Blackie copied a full set of meditation runes from my mind. Now, his magic power is increasing crazily every moment. In the future, he will be at least 10 times stronger than Balerion. By the way, old man, do you know the lifespan of a megalosaurus? Balerion died of natural causes. He was not more than 300 years old. However, I have seen the information left behind by my ancestors. There is an old dragon in Valeglia who lived for more than 1,000 years. Danny nodded and guessed, I suspect that Blackie is not the first dragon to learn meditation. There are some powerful wizards who can enter the dragon spirit state like me. So, the necessary condition to hatch a dragon is a dragon spirit? The old man asked. No, if the Dragon King, Dreamwalker, and Dragon Spirit are the 3 levels of a dragon rider, there is a 4th level above them, the Mother of Dragons, which is my current state. In the magic era where the magic tide surged, hatching a dragon is a natural phenomenon. As long as the dragon egg is alive, it can hatch when the time comes. However, in the magic era where magic is dead, hatching a dragon is equivalent to creating life. It is not creating life out of thin air. It is more like a kind of mending. The dragon's life imprint exists in itself. It is not creating something out of nothing. No wonder so many Targaryens in history failed in hatching a dragon. The requirements are too high. Ymont smiled bitterly. The ancestors of the Targaryens did not need to waste time. They only needed to treat the dragon egg as an ornament and place it where all the Targaryens could see it. If someone can dream of a megalosaurus, place the dragon egg at her bedside. After a year or 2, the dragon will naturally come out. I heard from Sir Beristan that you are also an immortal. Can you burn it to test the constitution of the Mother of Dragons? Old Ymont asked curiously. The Mother of Dragons was not born immortal. At first, I was just more resistant to high temperatures. After dreaming of the dragon soul in the dragon egg, my constitution slowly became stronger, to the point that I could not burn. To put it simply, the Mother of Dragons hatching dragons was a process of mutual improvement between humans and dragons. I gave them life, and they gave me a megalosaurus strong physique and heat resistance. Yes, there was also a huge amount of magic power similar to that of the megalosaurus. It's impossible for Bright Flame Elon to pour the wildfire can directly into his mouth. Old Ymont was a little embarrassed and a little sad. Our Targaryen blood contains a crazy desire for dragons. Aeron is just a little more radical. Aeron called himself Bright Flame, but the others called him Aeron the Devil. He was old Ymont's second brother, Dany's second uncle, and a landmark figure in the history of House Targaryen's mad blood. That guy was the crown prince, the heir to the Iron Throne, and the future ruler of the 7 kingdoms. He clearly had a great future, but he stubbornly believed that he was a dragon in human form and that wildfire could help him recover his true form. Then he drank a can of wildfire, and burned until not even his bones were left. I saw a message when I was flipping through the royal blackmail in the old town library. Dany had a strange expression. Aeron once sneaked into Igor's bedroom in the middle of the night, grabbed his manhood, gestured with a knife, and laughed that he would cut it off so that he could have a sister to marry. Is it true? The City of Knowledge even knows about this. My father explicitly ordered that this matter is not to be spread. Ymont was angry and embarrassed, and his face was red with anger. This is nothing. The City of Knowledge dared to provoke the royal family to start the dance of the blood dragon. Why would they care about this trivial matter? That's why I have to warn you. Old Ymont's expression became serious. You have to leave the wall as soon as possible. Other than Sir Beristan and me, there is no one you can completely trust here. Just like just now, if you enter the city gate alone and someone shoots at you with crossbows from the killing hole above, calling for the megalosaurus won't help. Also, Master Tanner, he suggested that you and Stannis go to the hall for a meeting. I deliberately found an excuse to help you decline. He may not have any bad intentions, but if you really enter the main hall of the castle, there may be hundreds of knights who will immediately attack you. In short, before you bring a large group of trusted people here, never face Stannis alone, don't test his humanity, and even. Old Ymont's eyes were sad, and his tone was sad. Since Stannis came to the wall, he could not even trust the Night Watchers. I think my performance is not bad, Danny said with a gloomy expression. Your three-way lease is almost perfect. To be honest, I'm glad that you can be kind to the barbarians. Old Ymont smiled with relief, and then shook his head and sighed. But the Night Watchers and the barbarians have an 8,000-year blood feud. When the Raiders and the Night Watchers fall into each other's hands, their humanity will be completely suppressed by their bestial nature and hatred. Being beheaded is the best outcome. Before Stannis came, you were the only savior of the Wall. They had no choice but to listen to you. But without a doubt, the way Stannis dealt with the barbarians was more approved by the Night Watchers. After a pause, the old man sighed. 4 days ago, on the night you came to the Wall, I sent a messenger crow to Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower, telling them that the Targaryen Dragon King had come to the Wall's rescue. Stannis must have arrived at Eastwatch by then, but Scholar Hamuan did not reveal any information to Dark Castle. As the commander of Eastwatch, Carter Pike personally led the Rangers to attack the barbarians' camp with Stannis. They do not know about the dragon spirit, the mother of dragons. I did not expect you to have such a close relationship with dragons. But everyone knows that dragons only have one rider. When that rider dies, the dragon will accept a new knight. I can even guess what some people are thinking. If they kill you and let someone more familiar with the bloodline of a true dragon inherit your dragon, the conflict and killing of Westeros will be reduced by 90%. The Targaryens have an irreconcilable blood feud with 5 of the dukes of the 7 kingdoms, old Ymont said bitterly. Killing you is equivalent to saving the Westeros. Killing you is a righteous act. Danny, let's go. Leave tonight. No, leave now. You've completed your mission. Danny was silent for a long time before she asked, after I leave, what about the barbarians? Let Sir Barristan stay. He is your captain of the Kingsguard. He can sign the sacred contract on your behalf. Danny was struggling. Rationally, she agreed with old Ymont's suggestion to leave immediately. Also, there was a voice in her subconscious that reminded her that there was something important waiting for her in Essos. But she was still worried about the threat of the other ghosts. She did not want to leave just like that. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Stannis and his 1,000 men will not be able to stop the army of other ghosts. I will take the barbarians to the forest tomorrow to look for the Gowls. When we catch the Gowls, I will leave immediately and have the Night Watchers send them to the King's Landing and to the Old Town. I will ask the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to end the war and support the Wall. Will it be dangerous? We can ask Stannis's men to do it, the old scholar said worriedly. I will ride my dragon there. Besides, I also want to evaluate the abilities of the other ghosts. After chatting for a while, Gillen, the stupid bull, called for Ymont in the yard. Master Ymont, there is not enough milk of the poppy flower. Night Demon with a hole in his stomach is waiting for you to stitch it up. I will be right there, Ymont replied. He then reminded Danny again, do not go out after dark. It is hard to guard against a sneak attack. Jon is getting busier these days. He has no time to help you guard the gate. I will ask Gillen to take his place. If there is anything you need, ask him to do it. He dragged his old body to the door. Before opening it, Ymont turned around and reminded her, I almost forgot. From now on, do not accept food from anyone. If you want to eat, you can wait for Sir Barristan to return. The White Knight knows this better than I do. Do not go to the hall for dinner. I will arrange for someone to send it over. Sigh, there are so many bastards in the shallow pond. Even the allied forces of the free cities did not annoy me this much. You have a dragon. You have an absolute advantage on the battlefield. Those who are unwilling to lose can only use methods outside of the battlefield to deal with you. Even if they lose their honor and go against tradition, the 7 kingdoms now. Old Ymont shook his head and left with a sigh. Not long after Ymont left, Yrgret called Danny out of the door. Dragon Queen, those knights have been harassing Marg and the others, the red-haired girl said as she pointed at Gordiffelin. Gordiffelin had already taken off his helmet. He had a handsome face, a bum chin, and a short golden beard. He was in his early 20s and looked like a tough guy. However, his eyes were a little frivolous, which ruined his good looks. I just want to compete with him, Gordifalin said with a smile. I heard that he is the giant king. I killed a giant this morning and received the title of giant killer. If I can defeat the giant king, I will receive more honor. The strong Marg was 3 meters tall. That day, he used his fist, knee, and shoulder to smash 3 iron fences that were as thick as an arm and an old oak door that was 10 centimeters thick. Yes, only the inner city gate was broken by him. The outer city gate was 30 centimeters thick and was smashed by a mammoth. At this moment, the giant King Marg was a little miserable. There was a white cloth wrapped around his back to his shoulder armor. There was also a large grey bedsheet that emitted the smell of herbs on his lower abdomen. He looked dispirited and weak. No wonder this stupid knight wanted to use him to become famous. Dany crossed her arms and glanced at Gordifalin and his companions in disdain. She sneered, "Go find Stannis. As long as he signs the no-responsibility life and death contract, any of you can challenge Marg." Gordifalin looked at the big guy beside him in surprise. The giant Marg looked back at him indifferently. There was no fear. Instead, he clenched his fists and seemed to be eager to fight. Could it be that this sickly look was an act? The knight could not help but suspect. He smiled and said, "I mean a spear competition. There is no need to fight to the death. You took a seat in the latrine and stepped on a white maggot that was wriggling over. Could you control your strength and not step on it until its stomach is broken?" This disgusting and vicious comparison made the young knight explode with anger. "I killed a giant," he emphasized. Dany raised her chin and said coldly, "Before Stannis used the flaming sword, the giant tore apart more than 100 knights like you without much damage. Wake up. Without that weird red sword and the red-robed witch, you wouldn't even be able to touch a single hair of the giant." Wah wah wah, wah wah wah. While they were talking, the sound of a baby crying came from outside the newly built wall and the hole in the city gate. A fat man walked over from outside the wall and pulled out his long sword. He stood behind a blonde female barbarian who was holding a crying baby. He screamed in despair, "7 gods above, Dark Castle has been conquered by the giants. Gilly, we are done for." "Sam." Gilly, who was beside Dany, quickly walked over and exclaimed, "Sam, you're not dead." "Ah, Gilly." Sam, who was as fat as a pig's shoulder, was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Did you guys surrender to the barbarians?" Gilly's face darkened and said in a bad mood, "We won. These giants are all captives. They are helping us repair the city." "Captives? Why aren't they shackled?" Chapter 3:12. On the other side, Jon and a tall girl walked out of the city gate. Behind them were 2 spear-wielding women carrying a stretcher. The cries of a baby could be heard from the stretcher. "Your Majesty, this is Mance's wife, Dana." Jon bowed before pointing at the pale blonde woman on the stretcher and explained, "The environment in the new camp is too bad. It's under the wall and can't see the sun. Now it's crowded with people. Dr. Pereztan is worried that she won't be able to make it through." "Okay." Dany nodded. "You can bring the seriously injured to the wall. Don't worry about Stannis. Can you let my sister see Mance?" The tall girl looked straight at Dany. "You're Dana's sister?" "I'm Whale." Whale was the prettiest and cleanest savage girl Dany had ever seen. Her thick, honey-colored hair fell to her round breasts, but they were not oily or clumsy. They were soft as silk in the wind. Her face was white and clean, and her white fox fur coat was not stained with much dirt. She was not like Ygritte, who had lice crawling in and out of her greasy hair. Her neck was covered with layers of dirt. Her face was often washed, so it was very white. However, her body below the neck was greasy and dirty because she had not washed for months. "Hey, giant killer," Dany shouted at Gordifalin. "Mance's wife gave birth to a son. Go and bring him out. Let the family have some fun." Mance led more than 1,000 cavalrymen to fight against Stannis. But he could even kill 400 giants. Why would he be afraid of a group of savages who did not even have iron weapons? Thus, the king beyond the wall was captured by Stannis and was now imprisoned in the prison of Dark Castle. Half of the clan leaders who had negotiated with Dany that day were also dead. King Stannis is going to sacrifice Mance to the Light King tonight. He won't let him out. Gordy sneered. "You're just a soldier. You're only responsible for passing the message. Dany waved her hand and said in a casual tone, "Go and tell your king that either he sends Mance out, or I'll let the giants take him out. I'm a knight personally appointed by the king. I'm not a soldier." Gordy was so angry that his butt and chin were trembling. In front of the queen, "You are just a small soldier." Gaodi held back a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth, and said, "You swore that you would not stir up internal strife among the 7 nations at the Great Wall. If you dare to snatch our captives, you will have violated the sacred oath." "Wow, you even know about this. It seems like you guys know about my negotiations with the barbarians." I just heard it from the night watchman. "We didn't know you were negotiating with the barbarians," Gordy said, his eyes flickering. "I'll pass on the message, but the king might not agree." With these words, the square-faced knight ran towards the command tower opposite the king's tower. The other knights also dispersed and left the courtyard. I didn't expect the infighting between the southern kings to be so serious. The king of Blazing Redheart was afraid that you would gain the power of the free people. Knowing that the agreement was about to be signed, he purposely attacked our camp and destroyed the trust the free people had in you. Wa's grey eyes flashed with mockery. "Yes, you can despise Westeros as much as you want. Our civil war is endless, and the 7 dukes are in conflict. The old king on the Iron Throne is addicted to wine and women, and the young king is still a child. The lords with real power are addicted to the game of power, and the people are poor. The people of the country have no way of making a living." As the big-breasted girl held her head high and smiled elegantly, Dany changed the topic and said, "But this kingdom that has fallen into the abyss only needed to send a destitute lord who was banished from the center of power to lead 1,000 people to penetrate the camp of 100,000 barbarians. Even the king of the barbarians was captured. What are you so proud of? In this era, no matter how bad the nobles of the 7 nations are, they can't be worse than you barbarians." Wa pursed her lips, her face pale. The baby on the stretcher started crying again. Although Jon agreed with the queen, he also pitied Wa's situation. He pulled the fat man who was staring blankly at Blackie and Little White over and introduced him to Dany. "Your Majesty, this is Samwell Tarly, the affairs officer of Dark Castle. He has seen other ghosts and even killed a white ghost. Not a corpse ghost, but a white ghost." Sam had a round face, like a piece of fermented dough, and a pair of cowardly grey eyes. Your Majesty, your dragons are so powerful. I've always wanted to see the Megalosaurus since I was young. I didn't expect them to suddenly appear in front of me today." Fat Sam stuttered. "I've seen your father and brother." Dany looked at the sausage that looked like it was about to burst out of its casing. She laughed and said, "Your brother Dickon is a brave knight. Not long ago, he showed off at the Old Town's Honey Wine River tournament." "Dickon?" Fat Sausage's grey eyes suddenly welled up with tears. "He's always been so brave and good at fighting. I haven't seen him for years. He's married. She's the daughter of the Mutin family in Nuquin City. I even saw your father at King's Landing. Old Tarly was so arrogant. He led 1,000 armored soldiers to massacre the great cathedral of Baelor." Dany continued. Everyone gasped. "Calm down. It didn't work. The Archbishop compromised." Then, Dany told them about Little Rose and Cersei. "I didn't expect King's Landing to be so chaotic." Jon murmured. "If we don't catch a deviant ghost to wake them up, it will be even more chaotic in the future." Dany sighed and turned to Fat Sam. She asked, "With your size, you can't climb the wall. How did you get across the Great Wall?" Sam had followed Mormorn to the north. If they wanted to return to Dark Castle, they could only go through the North Gate. However, Fat Sam came from the south. I can't say." Sam's face turned red and he said in a sobbing tone. "You can't even tell me?" "No, I can't. If you don't tell me, I'll feed you to the dragon." Dany put on a stern face and threatened. His Blackie immediately got up and stuck its neck out. Its head came to Fat Sam's face. Sparks from its nostrils fell on Fat Sam's hair, causing smoke to rise. Fat Sam's body went limp and he immediately collapsed on the ground and cried loudly. After a while, a warm smell of urine came from his crotch. Blackie glanced at him in disgust and retracted its head. Are you going to tell me? Danny asked again. Don't let the dragon eat me. I won't tell you. Fat Sam cried on the ground. Wah! The baby in Jilly's arms also cried. Jilly's eyes were filled with fear. She begged Danny with a sobbing tone, I'll tell you. There's a tunnel in the well that leads to the outside of the castle. Don't let the dragon eat Sam. Don't. Damn it. Danny cursed and scolded Fat Sam. Are you stupid? How can you hide something like this? If we don't block the tunnel immediately, the north will fall immediately when the savages find out. And deviant ghosts, when they see the savages running to the Long Night Castle, won't they follow? Sob sob sob, I can't tell you. Jilly, you shouldn't tell either. Fat Sam could only cry. His face was covered in snot and tears. He looked extremely pitiful. Sam, Her Majesty is right. If there really is a tunnel, we must block it immediately. John crouched down and held Fat Sam's shoulder. Sam pulled John's sleeve tightly and pleaded with a pleading expression. No, John, you don't understand. Apart from the night watchers, no one can pass through that place. We can't let outsiders know either. John secretly glanced at Danny, who had a gloomy expression, and said awkwardly, Her Majesty isn't an outsider. Danny's eyes flashed. She was about to ask again when the stupid cow Golan beside her reminded her softly, Your Majesty, the King of Savages is here. Melisandre held her hands together like a lady and hung them in front of her abdomen. Her red robe fluttered as she walked over with light steps. The mud in the courtyard smelled like she had walked out of the palace's ballroom. Behind the red-robed lady was Sir Gaudi and 2 guards with red hearts emblazoned on their chests. Mansred's brown hair was messy, and his brown weasel skin coat was stained with blood. No one knew if it was his own blood or the enemy's. He has the king's blood. The red-robed lady walked to the side of the stretcher and was about to touch the baby's cheek. Slap. Whale rushed over aggressively and slapped the priestess' tender fingers away. He stood in front of his sister and shouted, Witch, you can't touch my sister's child. Melisandre turned around and glanced at John, Danny, and Sam with a faint smile. Finally, she said to Mansred, it's better not to meet. Even if King Stannis doesn't punish you for leading the savages south, the Night Watchers won't let a brother who breaks his oath go. Well, Mansred used to be a Night Watcher and swore an oath to Weirwood. In the opening episode of Game of Thrones, I'd cut off the head of a sloppy man with a sword of ice. That man was a defected Night Watcher. Anyone who broke their oath and fled the wall would be beheaded no matter who they were or what reason they had. When the news of Ida's death at the King's Landing came, John fled on horseback in the middle of the night. If it weren't for Gren, Sam, and a few other friends who chased him back, Old Mormorn would have cut off his head. Well, Old Mormorn guessed that John would run away and sent someone to wait for him in front. Even though Old Bear had been grooming John as the successor of the Commander-in-Chief, he still sharpened his knife and waited for him to make his choice. Mansred smiled at the red-robed lady and walked straight to the stretcher. He leaned over and kissed his wife's pale cheek before carefully picking up the baby wrapped in a sheepskin blanket. He sighed and said, Dragon Queen, Dana and my son aren't Stannis's captives, are they? All right, I'll register them as barbarians of the fortress later. Danny nodded in agreement. Then, she asked, what's the child's name? You can give him a name. Mansred stroked the baby's wrinkled cheeks and replied, he doesn't have a name. The custom of the free folk is that he can't be named before he's 3 years old. John smiled and said, everyone calls him Prince of the Barbarians and born on the battlefield. Born on the battlefield, Danny's mouth twitched. She couldn't help but think of her own born on the battlefield. Aren't these foreigners a little too casual with their naming? No, the free folk have a king beyond the fortress, but never a prince. Our king is chosen. There's no succession system. Mansred shook his head. It's too windy outside. Let's carry Dana inside first. John and Sam brought Jilly, Whale and the others to the spear tower that housed the barbarians. It was the tallest tower in Dark Castle. It was more than 70 meters tall and had 20 floors. The hall at the bottom floor was more than 6 meters tall. Danny's giant captive also lived there. Gaudi and the 2 soldiers escorting Mansred followed them. Melisandre stayed behind. Dany, rise, can we talk in private? Dany only hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The wooden door to the hall on the first floor of the king's tower was wide open. The two of them sat by the fireplace and could see the busy crowd outside. Dany, rise, when I first heard that you were hatching a dragon, I had my suspicions. Melisandre's peach cheeks had a hint of confusion. Ysore and Ahai would be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, and awaken the demonic dragon in the stone. Your rise to power confirmed part of the prophecy. At that time, Stannis and I both felt lost and sad. So, we held a sacrificial ceremony, hoping that the King of Light would illuminate the future for those who were lost. That night, what we saw in the flames was still Stannis holding up the Lightbringer. Your figure was faintly discernible, as if you had appeared with him. Do you understand what this means? Stannis is the true child of the prophecy, and you. Melisandre looked at the expressionless Dany and bit her red and full lower lip. You might be his lover. Fuck. Dany gritted her teeth. Squid. Chapter 313. Melisandre stared at Dany and said, it's very likely that you're the wife of the child of prophecy. Melisandre, you're the third Shadowbinder I've met. You're the most powerful sorceress, but you're also the most conceited prophet. Dany had a strange expression. She wanted to say the stupidest, but the Shadowbinder was too powerful. What if she attacked her? Through her red eyes, Dany observed the foundation of her meditation technique. Dany had a feeling that she was shrouded in a world where flames were the sky and shadows were the ground. Her wizard power was 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than her own. This was terrifying. This red-robed priestess was most likely a demigod. However, the demigods of this world were a little weak. Dany did not back down. She mocked, do you think a true dragon would marry a grasshopper from the ground? King Stannis is a true dragon, not a grasshopper. Melisandre frowned. He's a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to live for long. Actually, from the moment he killed Renly, he had no chance of ascending to the Iron Throne. In the Kingdom of Knights, no Westeros would accept a kinslayer as their king. Look at the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Targaryen was the rightful ruler. His family believed in the seven gods, and he had several megalosaurus as his military force. However, the marriage between a brother and a sister caused a rebellion that lasted for more than a decade. Even when Meg rode Balerion and burned the Great September of King's Landing, the Church and the Knights did not submit. Stannis is not popular, and he converted to the Light King. He doesn't have a dragon, and his kinslaying is 10 times worse than the marriage between a brother and a sister. Who in the Seven Kingdoms would support him as king? The red-robed priestess hesitated and said, Stannis is not a kinslayer. Ah, the news has spread. Lady Catelyn saw Stannis's shadow slit Renly's throat open with her own eyes. Dany waved her hand and said with certainty, that kind of magical scene is very mysterious to most Westerosi, but I have a few Shadowbinder friends who have seen them use blood witchcraft to control their shadows. I'm not the only one who knows. Many people in Essos have guessed the truth. There is only one truth, and everyone will see it. The red-robed woman said calmly, the night is coming, and only Stannis can save the world. Do you believe your own words? In this world, individual strength is limited. No one can save the world alone. Dany sneered. If he hadn't ambushed the barbarians' camp this morning, he might have been the savior of the world. But now, he has ruined his last hope. Why do you say that? Melisandre frowned and asked doubtfully. Melisandre, you're just a mage, you don't understand politics. Stannis is a good general, but not a true strategist. Dany sighed and slowly explained, you should know about the agreement between me and the Savages, right? At least you know that I'm negotiating with the Savages, right? After hesitating for a moment, the red-robed woman nodded in agreement. My guess is that Stannis doesn't want the negotiations to succeed, lest I obtain the power of the barbarians. This time, the red-robed woman didn't make a sound or move. She didn't admit or deny it. But you've forgotten one thing. The barbarians can help me, but you can also take them for your own use. According to the lease agreement, the barbarians only have 2 choices. One is to follow me to the other side of the narrow sea and take down a piece of land for farming, and the other is to stay in the north and guard the Great Wall. The risk of going out to sea is too high. There are many who desire the warmth of the south, but there are very few who can make the decision to leave with me. If Stannis can join the agreement as the second king, he can get a large number of soldiers to help him conquer the south. You'll allow him to take away your men? The red-robed woman asked doubtfully. This is the difference between Stannis and me. Dany sneered and asked, if Stannis is the one who has 2 dragons, what would he do? First of all, he won't come to the Great Wall again. Taking down the Iron Throne is his primary goal. Second, even if he comes to the Great Wall, he won't negotiate with the barbarians. He'll ride his dragon and burn the camp. Finally, when I bring 1,000 men to disrupt his plans, he won't hesitate. He'll ride his dragon and burn the 1,000 men who don't carry heavy crossbows. You and he are still looking at the problem from the perspective of the warlords of the 7 kingdoms, but I'm thinking of integrating all the forces at my disposal to solve the other ghost crisis. Of course, I have the dragons, so I'm confident. But even if they know that the other ghosts are real, Roose Bolton, Wald Fry, and the others won't put any effort into the Great Wall. If Stannis can bring the barbarians down south and unite the north, I'll be happy to see it happen. At least, he's always thought of himself as the savior who dispelled the long night. If the north falls into his hands, the strength of the Ghost Resistance Alliance will increase. Melisandre sighed inwardly. She began to regret and feel a little depressed. She didn't foresee this possibility in the flames. It's not too late now. Stannis has defeated the barbarians and captured the king of the barbarians. As long as Mans Red submits to him, it's too late. Dany interrupted her rudely. I have the dragons, but I didn't burn the barbarians' camp. Therefore, the rational barbarians will always have some trust in me. Now that Stannis has messed with me, even my trust has been reduced by more than half. Will the barbarians be convinced by him? As for Mans Red, the king beyond the Great Wall, you don't understand the customs of the barbarians. Their king is elected, similar to the Archon of Volantis, but his power is far less than that of the king. The red-robed woman indeed didn't understand the customs of the barbarians, but she didn't value the power of the mortals. Therefore, she only regretted for a moment, and then returned to the main topic. Dany Rise, you're a woman, and you'll have to marry. Marry Stannis and fulfill the ancient prophecy. It's the best choice for you and for this world. He has a wife. Queen Selyse is a loyal follower of the Lord of Light. In order to fulfill the Savior's prophecy, she will be willing to dissolve her marriage with Stannis. Does Stannis know about your plan? Dany asked calmly. I'll persuade him. In order to save the world, he's willing to make any sacrifice, Melisandre said seriously. You're doing something more difficult than ending the long night, Dany said unhappily. Didn't you leave Slaves Bay and come all the way to the wall to stop the other ghosts? First of all, he may not be the child of the prophecy. Second, I don't think the reincarnation of Yswyr and Ahai can really save the world. If the world has fallen to the point where it needs to be saved by ghosts from thousands of years ago, then let the other ghosts destroy it. Finally, destroying the other ghosts and ending the long night is for a better life. But marrying Stannis is more disgusting than dying at the hands of the other ghosts. These words were so vicious that even Melisandre, who had been calm all this time, had an unpleasant expression. You can't change your own fate, Dany Lilith. 2 flames rose in the red-robed woman's crimson eyes, as if she could see through a person's soul and fate. The claws of the Escod have already targeted you. Your dragons can't help you, your witchcraft can't help you, you're unsullied, and the guards of the Mother of Dragons can't help you. What do you mean? Dany felt her hair stand on end. A bone-piercing coldness was about to wake her up, and she immediately felt like she was shrouded in fog. Reciting the name of the Lord of Light might be of some help to you. The red-robed woman sized her up with a strange gaze, stood up, flicked her sleeves, and elegantly walked out of the hall and left. Dany had an idea. She went back to her room to pick up her backpack, walked out of the door, rode on Big Black, and called out to Little White. Amidst the cries of the knights, Big Black jumped up and flew toward the south. The sun moved west, and the sky was gradually dyed red. Shadow Leopard's fur cloak was like a flag, flapping in the wind. After flying for more than an hour, Danny patted Big Black's back, and her body changed from crawling to sitting up straight. The black dragon was connected to her mind, and it slowly circled above a pine forest. The sunset left a layer of golden powder on Danny's white cheeks. Taking out a glass candle from her backpack, Danny's witchcraft power surged, and a silver-gray ball of light started to flicker at the top of the candle. She was activating Qi-Shi's soul coordinates. However, Qi-Shi did not respond. Danny was not discouraged. It was very likely that it was early in the morning on Lightning Island, and the shadow-binding knight was most likely sleeping. After trying for more than 10 times, finally, 15 minutes later, Danny's consciousness entered a silver-twisted tunnel. In a trance, she arrived at a spacious and dark underground palace. It was even darker than the underground palace she saw last time, and the space was also much narrower. She could see a low and rough rock ceiling. 3 meters away was the wall, and there were ancient and abstract murals carved on it. Qi-Shi sat cross-legged on a soft wooden couch, staring at her with its eyes. "I've looked for you at least 30 times in the past half a month. Why didn't you respond?" 30 times? I didn't receive any mental waves from you. Danny was confused. Half a month? Has it been half a month since we last met? Qi-Shi's tone changed, and it asked anxiously, "Where are you?" "West Eros. The last time I contacted you in the old town, your memory has deteriorated. Have you forgotten?" Danny was confused. "Someone blocked our connection," Qi-Shi said in a gloomy voice. "Heh, what are we doing now? You're different. The dragon is with you, right? No one can block your witchcraft, but I was blocked by that person," Qi-Shi said seriously. "I'm not kidding. I've been trying to contact you for the past few days." Danny stopped smiling, and said in surprise, "This? Who blocked you?" "A great wizard who's 10 times, no, 100 times more powerful than you and me. Melisandre," Danny blurted out, gritting her teeth. "I finally met her face to face. As you expected, her magic power is 10 times more powerful than mine. I'm almost sure that she's a demigod. Just a moment ago, she even threatened me. That's why I left the Great Wall and contacted you a few hundred kilometers away, asking for your help online. Other than the prophecy, I can't help you." After a moment of hesitation, Qi-Shi advised, "The best way is to leave the Westeros immediately. If you're far enough away, even the gods can't hurt you. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill them, ha ha ha, 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 kill them." Suddenly, a low, misty voice sounded in the room. Hundreds of people were speaking at the same time. There was the dignity of an old man, the cowardice of a woman, the crispness of a girl, the voice of a man going through puberty, the whispers of a lover, the roars of fury, the curses of hatred. Kill him, kill them, peel off their skin, cut off their testicles, cut open their bellies. Then, there was the sound of chewing. A heart that's still beating is the best." The voice was like a flexible steel wire, twining around Danny's heart and drilling into her soul. Chapter 314. 7 Layers of Hell. When the strange voice came into contact with the 9-colored whirlpool in her sea of consciousness, Danny suddenly woke up. She looked around nervously and asked anxiously, "Qi-Shi, what is this?" Qi-Shi sat cross-legged and didn't say anything. "Hey, Qi-Shi." The shadow-binding soldier didn't respond at all, as if it was dead. Suddenly, Danny had an epiphany, and the main consciousness left in her body immediately entered the dragon spirit state. Soul attack. Scram. An invisible wave of air spread out from Danny's body on the dragon's back. The spiritual projection on the Thunder Island also opened her mouth, causing ripples on Qi-Shi's wide crimson robe. Qi-Shi left a soul fragment on Danny's right wrist, and the soul attack fell on the soul in her body through this fragment. The shadow-binding soldier's body trembled slightly, and wisps of visible black fog drilled out from under the red lacquer mask. The black fog twisted into various half-human, half-beast forms in the air, and finally, with a pop sound, it exploded and disappeared in the grotto. "You, now, understand. Understand the drawbacks of the forbidden spell, soul coordinates, right?" Qi-Shi gasped and said intermittently. Danny nodded with a complicated expression, I can attack your body through the soul fragment on my wrist. Witchcraft that played with souls was really dangerous, especially when it played with one's own soul. Since Dani could attack Kuei-shi with the soul fragment on her wrist, Beristan, Darkstar, and Faceless could also attack her with it if they mastered the soul attack technique. It can also help me drive away the curse of the evil god. Kuei-shi stared at Dani with a complicated expression and sighed. Megalosaurus is really the pinnacle of the material world, so powerful. Usually, when the curse breaks out, I have to spend half a day to suppress it. But now, your Megalosaurus only roared once, and the evil god's power in your soul was completely expelled. It's not just the roar of Megalosaurus, it's the dragon roar witchcraft that Blackie and I combined our souls. After explaining, Dani was worried again. You were targeted by the evil god in the underground palace of the Thunder Island? I just touched the edge of the evil god's whisper and my soul was captured. One night a week ago, the queen of the Thunder Island killed Countess Rose, who was sleeping beside her, without warning. She even used her nails to cut open her stomach and ate half of her internal organs while lying in a pool of blood. Regarding this, King Bogan was worried. I had no choice but to speed up my exploration of the underground palace. In the past few days, I've already sent 100 or 200 palace guards to the underground palace into a frenzy. Dani's attention was diverted. She asked curiously, "A countess is sleeping beside the empress? Doesn't your centaur maid sleep with you too?" Kuei-shi said calmly. "It's not the same. A countess isn't a maid. She doesn't need to serve the queen. I didn't do anything strange to Iri or Jissi." Dani hurriedly refuted. "Who knows? All right, let's stop talking. How is your situation now? Are you in danger?" Dani asked seriously. "The favor of the royal family is very important, but I won't joke about my own life." Dani tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said, "How about this? Every night from now on, I'll roar at you from time to time. You don't have to light the glass candle to project your spirit. You just need to use the soul fragment on my wrist to cleanse your soul." Kuei-shi frowned and looked at her sincere face. She had mixed feelings. She nodded gently and said, "Thank you." Dani was also very happy to be able to help the big boss that she could only look up to in the past. She put on a serious face and warned her, "You have to take it easy. Even the dragon's aura has its limits. You'd better solve your own problem first." Kuei-shi also noticed the change in her tone. She rolled her eyes and said angrily, "I predicted that you may be in great danger. The red crow fell between your eyebrows, your mother's vision was blocked, and her child was quietly taken away by a white wolf. I don't know what it means, but it obviously indicates that something bad will happen to you." The child was taken away by a wolf. Dani frowned and pondered. Could it be that her cheap son was taken away by a wild wolf? No, the child was taken away because the mother's vision was blocked. If I'm the mother in the prophecy, I can't see the child, and it doesn't matter if my vision is blocked. But the thing that blocked my vision is the red crow, and the crow fell between my eyebrows. Dani suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Why did I forget this?" she muttered with a pale face. What did you think?" Kuei-shi asked hastily. "The red crow. Someone once warned me that it was a forest witch who was proficient in prophesies. She also said that the red crow fell between my eyebrows, but I didn't notice it," Dani said with an unpleasant expression. "Then do you know what the red crow represents?" Kuei-shi asked again. "I'm not sure, but..." Dani raised her head and looked at Kuei-shi. She asked, "Do you know about the three-eyed crow?" "I don't know." "A green prophet," Kuei-shi exclaimed. "The strongest shape-shifting person?" "Yes. The green prophet is the person with the strongest soul talent in the transcendent world." "Damn it. I understand now." Kuei-shi's expression changed. She suddenly understood and was worried. She said anxiously, "A green prophet with the codename Red Crow has his eyes on you. A trace of his spiritual will sneaked into your soul realm and is subtly influencing you." "Where are you now?" "Exact location. At the Great Wall of the Northern Region. I plan to catch deviant ghosts," Dani said hesitantly. "I remember clearly that you didn't plan to go to the Great Wall," Kuei-shi said coldly. Indeed, I didn't. But I saw news about deviant ghosts in the City of Knowledge. Do you know about deviant ghosts? Kuei, she said seriously, what does that have to do with you? You have always been steady. Why are you so reckless this time? It's possible that your will has been distorted. But you said that the great wizard Valeglia is the strongest transcendent in the world. Even the gods stay away from them. Danny did not want to admit that she was being manipulated like a puppet. What you have is only the basic meditation technique. You don't know any of the secret techniques of the great wizard, Kuei, she reminded her. I have a dragon. A dragon can protect me from magic damage. A dragon is not a god. Danny, no matter if my guess is correct or not, it is not wrong to be more vigilant. Kuei-shi's tone was unprecedentedly serious. After a long silence, Danny asked in a muffled voice, what should I do? Leave the West Eros immediately? No. If her will was really influenced by the Green Prophet, she might change her mind before leaving the West Eros completely. Or, worse, I'll teach you a spell to sacrifice Lalo. As Kuei-shi spoke, she quickly pulled out a wooden box from under the soft couch and took out a roll of smooth black parchment. Sacrifice to the Light King? The parchment was 1/2 meter wide and 2 meters long when it was opened on the couch. It revealed a strange pattern that looked like a shadow drawn by light gray ink. Both sides of the pattern were densely packed ancient Asiatic characters. Lalo, the Shadow Devil. Use sacrifices to please him and you will be temporarily blessed with divine power. As long as there are enough sacrifices, you will be able to dispel the will of the Green Prophet in your soul realm. Kuei-shi pointed at the pattern on the scroll and quickly explained, this is the layout of the altar. You don't have enough time to master all the sacrificial witchcraft. However, Lalo is very greedy. As long as you follow the layout of the altar and offer enough sacrifices, he will definitely respond to you. Here, the shadow-binding sorcerer consecutively marked 17 or 18 locations on the map. Place a couple in each of these locations. It doesn't matter how old they are, as long as they love each other. Find a few more villages. Wait. Danny interrupted her. Her expression was unpleasant. You want me to sacrifice living people? If not living people, then livestock? That is Lalo we are talking about. He is not interested in livestock. I won't sacrifice. I won't sacrifice even a chicken to any evil god, Danny said firmly. Kuei-shi slowly moved her right hand away from the parchment and said with a complicated tone, then do you have any good ideas? If the Green Prophet really can't deal with one dragon, then 2 or 3. I have a similar experience before. Let's call it a day. I will try it now. Before Kuei-shi could say anything else, Danny's spiritual projection suddenly faded and disappeared. After a long time, Kuei-shi muttered to herself in a low voice, this guy is growing fast, and there are more and more troubles. I hope we can be safe this time. The black dragon circled above the snowy mountains and forests at a low speed. The afterglow of the setting sun appeared on Danny's uncertain face from time to time. Beside her, Little White slid across the top of the cedar tree in boredom, hoping to find 1 or 2 prey to eat. After a while, Danny came back to her senses and put away the glass candle. She smiled at the black dragon and said, Blackie, after learning meditation, your hunger resistance has increased a lot. Squawk Blackie's voice was obviously proud of itself. Yes, your brain is smarter too. Squawk Blackie screamed at the idiot Whitey and flew towards the southeast according to Danny's instructions. Hoguan Town was an abandoned village south of the Great Wall and west of the King's Road. The kind Alisa once rested in the watchtower in the lake beside the village for a night, so it was renamed Hoguan Town. It was a famous place. Bran had stayed here when he went north, and the barbarians had also stayed here before they attacked the Dark Castle. At this time, Danny and her 2 dragons landed in an apple forest outside the village. Withered yellow leaves were spread on the ground, and there were only a few fist-sized brown shriveled apples hanging on the branches. Danny found a dry ground and sat down. Blackie and Whitey crawled on her left and right sides. She put her hands on the foreheads of the 2 dragons and murmured, Blackie, Little White, and Little Green, Little Gold, now Mom is in big trouble. Bran, that bastard, is crossing the timeline and distorting my will. Blackie and my dragon spirit state can't detect his spiritual fluctuations. Now, we have to deal with the old Dragon King in the Dragon's Horn. 3 dragons, no, 4 dragons, enter my spirit realm together. 4 dragon spirits will definitely make Bran vomit blood. Come in, Blackie, you go first. Very good. Little White, you take it. Little White, hey, Little White. After calling for a long time, she still couldn't enter the dragon spirit state with Little White. Dany opened her eyes and stared at him. Little White stared back innocently with his golden eyes. Clap, clap, clap. After slapping Little White's forehead 3 times, Mother of Dragons scolded loudly, "We are in a crisis now, why are you still so stubborn? Last time, in order to save you 2 little bastards, you immediately joined forces. Now, in order to save me, you have no reaction at all?" Little White's eyes were blank. On the other hand, Blackie's blood lake-like eyes flashed as if he had made a difficult decision. Boom! Dany, who was scolding Little White, suddenly froze, and a bloody flame rose from her body. Chapter 3:15. While Dany was angrily scolding Whitey for being unfilial, Darhay, who had entered the dragon spirit state, seemed to understand her current dangerous situation. Its blood-red eyes flashed with a very human-like look of determination. Its head was completely on the ground as it closed its eyes. The next moment, Dany's screams stopped abruptly. In the blue soul space, a 9-colored sun suddenly flew in from the sky, like a meteor the size of the sun smashing into the Earth's atmosphere. Logically, such a huge star should not be able to enter Dany's sea of consciousness, just like a 1-liter bottle of mineral water could not hold 2 liters of water. If it was forcefully stuffed in, the small bottle would definitely crack. However, Dany did not feel like she was being torn apart at all. Instead, she felt as comfortable and warm as lying on a garden lawn in spring, sunbathing. Then, she realized that the 9-colored sun was Darhay's 9-colored wizard power vortex. Darhay took the initiative to send its wizard power vortex into Dany's sea of consciousness and quickly approached her own 9-colored meditation runes. It was as natural as a traveler returning home. It was as natural as Dany's meditation vortex spitting out Darhay's illusory vortex. The huge 9-colored vortex that covered the sky merged into the small vortex without any hindrance. One big and one small. The wizard power foundation of Darhay and Dany was like the soul of the dragon spirit state, perfectly combining together. In an instant, terrifying wizard power spread out from Dany's body. She was like a fire elemental black hole. The fire elemental in the universe automatically drew close to her, so much so that a layer of blood-red flame-like fire elemental coat appeared around her wizard power materialization. Dany looked down at her hands covered by the blood-red elemental coat. She clenched her fists and murmured, "I can ignite this world." Boom! 2 meters away, an apple tree with many branches suddenly burst into flames, as if a barrel of gasoline had been poured on it and ignited by a lighter. The second level of fire control was to gather fire elemental to ignite natural substances. Once, Lisbon had exhausted all his wizard power and was sweating profusely. However, he could only ignite a small flame on Tyrion's beard. Even half a day ago, Dany could only light candles, kerosene lamps, and firewood remotely. At this moment, just like Melisandre, he could ignite a 4 to 5 meter tall apple tree with just a glance. "I'm actually this strong." Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith. The blood rushing up from the terrifying increase in strength calmed down a little, and Dany heard the low chanting in her ears. It was like a chorus. A man with a loud voice was leading dozens, or even hundreds, or even thousands of young boys and girls. They were singing along with the man with their childish and crisp voices, singing a holy song deep inside Dany's soul. "Go to the north, go to the Great Wall. You have responsibilities there. Go to the north, go to the Great Wall. Help the people there and show them your kindness. Go to the north, go to the Great Wall. Glory will be with you. Stay in the north, stay in the Great Wall. The people need you. Protecting the people of the 7 nations is the Queen's only faith." The low chanting in her ears kept repeating. It was like a recorder, like brainwashing a prisoner. It was like thin and tough silk, winding in circles around her heart, forming a thick cocoon. The whispers of the ancient gods. Here, not bad. I fell for it unknowingly. Dany lowered her head and laughed softly. The blood-red fire element coat around her rose with raging flames, twisting into the appearance of a roaring megalosaurus above her head. Scram wizard power suddenly exploded, and a circle of scarlet airwaves spread out in all directions with Dany as the center. Crash! The broken branches and withered leaves of the apple tree seemed to have been kicked at the roots. It shook violently, and the fallen leaves on the ground flew outwards. Boom boom boom. There were even a few withered fruit trees that rose with orange-yellow flames, burning with popping sounds. Caw caw caw, caw caw caw. Dany's silver hair was scattered, and continuous black and red shadows flashed through her bright red eyes. A crow with blood-red pupils and black feathers struggled to fly out of her eyes, like a cormorant flying out of a calm lake. Caw caw caw. One after another, her pair of pupils seemed to be connected to another world. Crows the size of ducks flew out of Dany's eyes in a flock, forming a line. Caw 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 caw. Superman's eyes shot out red-hot lasers, and Dany's eyes shot out a black line formed by crows. In just a few blinks of an eye, hundreds of crows flapped their wings and flew in circles in the dusk-gray sky. Caw caw. Whitey raised its head and screamed angrily. As the crows flew out of her eyes one by one, the whispers in her ears became fewer and fewer. It was like thousands of lit candles on a dark and vast land. Although the fire was small, it had always been incompatible with the land. At this time, the candles were extinguished one by one, and the world returned to its dark and deep state. Dany felt an unprecedented peace and freedom. Huff huff. She gasped for air, and tiredness was like a tide, attacking her body and mind in waves. Caw caw caw. Before Dany could make her next move, the crows that were circling in the air suddenly exploded one by one. Like illusions, the black crows silently exploded into a cloud of thick smoke, like a blob of ink dripping into a basin of clear water. Gradually, more than 2,000 crows exploded, and the grey sky was dyed black into a huge face. The face mask was as big as a football field, with a nose, a mouth, and eyes. What caught Dany's attention was that it only had one right eye that was flashing blood-red light. Dany, rise. The black masked face spoke, and it was exactly the same as the voice of the leader in the whispers. Without a doubt, Dany immediately believed that this guy was the mastermind behind the scenes. But, when did Bran become blind in one eye? Could it be that she would blind his left eye in the future? That's not right. When did she, the Dragon Queen, become so easy to talk to? Based on what he did today, when she had the ability to take revenge in the future, she would definitely tear him apart. How could she just blind one eye? Or, Bran would be evenly matched with her in the future. What state are you in? Even if he was curious, the one-eyed blackface's voice was as cold as the cold stream outside the Great Wall. Never seen a pay-to-win player before? I'm in a cheat state. Dany sneered and retorted, who are you? The Green Prophet. Cheat. What state is that? Your wizard power suddenly increased by 100 times, and you even have a trace of divinity. It's very strange. A trace of confusion flashed across the black face. Then he said, I am the Green Prophet, and also the guardian of this continent. When did the West Eros have a guardian? Dany was puzzled. Could it be that the Green Prophet has always been protecting the Seven Kingdoms? The Green Prophet is not necessarily a guardian, but I am willing to dedicate my life to protect the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, I am a guardian. Dany, rise. I have no ill intentions towards you. I only hope to help you walk the right path and become the next guardian of the Seven Kingdoms. Distorting a person's will is the greatest evil towards them. Dany sneered. Protect the Seven Kingdoms? Look at the current chaotic situation of the Seven Kingdoms. The disasters of war continue for years. The people are in a terrible situation. The winter is coming, but there is no food. Etiquette, justice, honor, and morality have all been abandoned. Is this the result of your protection? Other than you, I have not interfered with anyone's choice. I am a guardian, not a nanny. Most of the time, I only observe and do not make decisions. But you are different. Your thoughts, your stand, and your decisions can easily affect countless people. Danny, rise. I have no selfish motives. I only hope to help you become a good person, a better person, and at the same time, make this rotten world better. If he did not say this, Danny could still suppress the anger in her heart and communicate with him. Now that she heard this bastard sincerely preaching to her to be a good person, Danny could not hold it in any longer, her anger causing her wizard power to soar into the air, the fire elements turning into a cloud of fire that covered the black mask. At the same time, she roared into the sky, unleashing a soul attack in her strongest state. Demon, die. Even at a time like this, she still habitually put the blame on the enemy. Whoosh. Hiss. Under the dusky sky, a blood-red waterfall of flames suddenly rose, mixed with a powerful soul attack, upstream for 3,000 feet. The black mask's face was like the surface of a lake that had encountered a hurricane, rippling, black waves rolling. Caw. The huge black face let out a crow's caw, the red right eye sunk into light grey spiral ripples, almost exactly the same as Obito's. Under Danny's shocked gaze, the black smoke was sucked into the bloody eye at the center of the whirlpool. Slowly, the color of the black mask became lighter and lighter. It turned from black to light grey. Finally, it completely disappeared. The only thing left in the sky was crow. Danny exclaimed, "It's just a crow." There was only a red-eyed crow flapping its wings left in the sky. Caw, caw, caw. A mental wave passed into the apple forest below. Danny could clearly hear the black-faced man's voice. Danny, rise. One day you will understand the great spirit of sacrificing yourself for righteousness. I will wait for you. This green prophet was unexpectedly Chinibya. Danny's beautiful face was almost twisted out of shape. Damn it, sacrificing one's life for a righteous cause, how scary is that? Just you wait, I won't look for you even when the deviants destroy the human race. Big Black, Little White, go and kill that bald crow, Danny ordered loudly. Caw. Little White, who had been ready for a long time, jumped, accelerated quickly, and rushed toward the red-eyed crow, but Big Black didn't react at all, lying there motionless and silent. Big Black. Only then did Danny realize that Big Black's condition was not right. Although he was still in the dragon spirit state, she couldn't feel his soul. Roar. Just as she came to Big Black's side and anxiously patted his head, Little White, who was in mid-air, wailed, his wings and tail twisted into a ball as if he had cramps, and struggled to dive down. The next moment, there was another soul in Danny's sea of consciousness, Little White. Previously, he couldn't get it, but now he came uninvited. In the blue soul realm, Danny looked at the panicked white dragon with a wooden face. You idiot, your body was controlled by someone again? You need my help. Caw. Little White cried out in grievance. Without saying anything, she transmitted her mental power in the dragon spirit state. Little White understood what she meant, and she also understood Little White's current state. The green prophet's soul had entered Little White's sea of consciousness, intending to subdue the white dragon like a shapeshifter controlling an animal companion. Chapter 316. In the orchard, Little White screamed crazily and rolled around in the mud. It bent the apple tree and broke the brittle branches. It unconsciously spat out dragon flames from its mouth, igniting the rotten leaves and branches on the ground. Crow landed on the top of an apple tree beside Whitey, its red eyes flickering with a flickering light. Danny, on the other hand, was standing tens of meters away. She seemed to be in a daze and did not react at all. Blackie was lying beside her and did not move at all. Suddenly, Little White's body stiffened, no longer struggling, opened its mouth wide, and let out a long and loud dragon cry. Ang! You're courting death. At the same time, in the spirit realm, Danny rode on Little White's neck, roaring angrily at the giant blood-eyed crow opposite her. With the experience of the three dragons working together to deal with the old Dragon King in the Dragon's Horn, Danny easily combined the power of Blackie and Little White, entered Little White's sea of consciousness, and attacked the Green Prophet's will. Oh, it was strange, Blackie was not there, but he did participate in the second-level dragon spirit this time. It seemed that he had completely merged with Danny's soul, and was one step further than when he was in the dragon spirit state. Caw once again out of Danny's expectations, the crow was like an eagle in the eye of a storm, facing the soul attack of the second-level dragon spirit state. Although its wings were messy, its body was stable, and it was still soaring. Damn it, The Green Prophet's soul is even more tenacious than the old Dragon King in the Dragon's Horn. Danny's face was pale, and she patted Little White's neck, shouting, "We are true dragons. True dragons are invincible. Rush up and tear it apart." Caw caw, Little White howled, and quickly flew towards the red-eyed black crow. Peng. What surprised Danny was that she originally thought that the two giant beasts, one dragon and one crow, would pounce on each other and kill each other. Who would have thought that when she and Little White crashed into it, the red-eyed black crow was sent flying backwards with its feathers flying all over the place. The two were not on the same level at all. The crow was crushed. His soul is tough and his will is strong, but his body is not big, and his attack power is far inferior to the Megalosaurus. Danny suddenly realized and was very surprised. Shapeshifters specialized in the Tao of the soul and had high resistance to soul attacks. That was why they were immune to her soul attacks. They even sneaked into her soul realm and used the whispers of the ancient gods to distort her will. However, the combat style of shapeshifters was not suited for close-quarters combat, and they did not have any complicated spells. In just a short while, Little White had bitten the crows until their black feathers flew everywhere. Blood splattered all over the sky as they cried out repeatedly. Danny was also constantly using fire control techniques, turning the battlefield into a fiery hell, burning the crow's feathers and limbs. Of course, the black crow also retaliated. Its claws and long beak continuously scratched out bloody scales on Whitey's body, creating bloody holes. However, blood and fire came from the same source. Blood contained fire, and fire gave birth to life. The fiery hell that Danny summoned was very destructive to the crows, but it was a holy treatment for Little White. The dragon's blood, scales, and flesh were burned in the flames, turning into energy to replenish the white dragon's deficit. On the other hand, the crow's torn feathers, flesh, and limbs turned into black smoke in the flames, disappearing into Little White's soul space. The battle was obviously developing in the direction that Danny was going to benefit. Caw caw, the black crow cried out miserably, and a man's voice came out, "We don't have to fight to the death, Danny Liz. Dragons have 3 heads, you are only one of them. No, they are my children, no one can take them away." Danny roared. A dragon only has one dragon knight, and a dragon knight cannot control more than one dragon. You should know this better than I do. The gods asked you to bring the 3 dragons back to the human world, and each dragon is not superfluous. Fate has its own plans for them, let go. Not even the gods can take what is mine. If a human dares to reach out, I will kill. If a god dares to reach out, I can kill a god. Danny looked up to the sky and laughed. Anyway, I have killed more than 1 or 2 gods. You are too greedy. Dragons belong to Targaryen, not just you. The crow cried out. Danny sneered. Valeglia's ancestor Belares once said the same thing to me. Therefore, he is lucky enough to be at the top of my must-kill list. I swear that one day, when I have mastered my magic, I will go to the ruins of Valeglia and kill that bastard. At this time, the crow's torso was almost completely torn apart, and the remains of its body were annihilated in the fiery clouds, leaving only the head under Little White's foot. You can't kill me. The crow cried out. You are about to die, Danny said coldly. Bang! The crow's head exploded into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared under Little White's claws. But in the next moment, the crow's voice sounded again in Little White's magma-like soul space. You don't understand. When you meet my original body, even 1,000 of me will not be a match for you and your dragon. But in the realm of the soul, I will never be destroyed. Outside the fiery clouds created by Danny, a cloud of black smoke turned from light to thick and slowly formed into a red-eyed crow as large as a hill. Shit! Danny was stunned. The Green Prophet's soul was so strong and indestructible. I really mean you no harm, the crow said in a complicated tone. There is nothing more vicious than twisting a person's will. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith, the crow said softly. Which one of them does not belong to the glory of humanity? You already have all of these qualities. I am only helping you to strengthen your faith and make you more determined and perfect. Danny pointed at the crow and said, I am the king. The king accepts advice, but refuses to accept the control of the king. Don't talk nonsense. You are going to die today. Squawk Little White roared again and rushed over. He waved his claws and spat out dragon flames. The crow was badly mutilated and its limbs flew everywhere. Danny continued to summon balls of flames to burn the crow's limbs and feathers to ashes. The crow cried, "It's useless. My soul is indestructible." The Green Prophet howled in pain as if his balls had been crushed. "What did you do? My soul origin has been destroyed." "Stop, Danny, Liz, ha ha ha. You dare to say that your soul is indestructible in front of the Mother of Dragons? Do you know what the Mother of Dragons is?" Danny laughed excitedly as her guess was confirmed. In Little White's consciousness, the crow's body was burning in flames. In the sky above Danny's soul realm, green spiritual rain fell continuously. Every time the crow lost a piece of flesh, it would immediately be cleansed into a pure spiritual quality. The Green Prophet had completely lost a part of its soul origin. However, unlike the colorful spiritual quality in the past, the spiritual quality transformed by the Green Prophet's soul origin was crystal green. Moreover, it did not immediately fuse into the soul realm. Instead, it gathered into a small lake of crimson green. However, Danny did not have the energy to study the Green Prophet's unique spiritual quality. Right now, the most important thing was to kill the three-eyed crow. She could leave the matter of checking her spoils of war for later. "What did you do? I'm not telling you. Just be a confused ghost." Danny continued to enter the spiritual bestowment state of the Mother of Dragons. She focused her energy and burned the crow's spiritual body while cleansing the soul power that was stripped out of it into spiritual quality. The Green Prophet and the dragon's horn had the same goal, to seize control of her dragon. However, the method to expel them was slightly different. The dragon's horn controlled the dragon completely by relying on the superior Dragon King's soul pressure. When the young dragon faced the old Dragon King, it was like a lamb facing the might of a tiger. As long as Danny entered the triple dragon spirit state, the three dragons would work together. The quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change, and their soul pressure would surpass the old Dragon King's. Then, the dragon's horn's dragon-controlling wizard spell would naturally lose its effect. The Green Prophet's soul pressure was not even comparable to a single megalosaurus. However, just like how humans tamed beasts with their intelligence and skills, shapeshifters had a unique talent for seizing. They could use their own will to replace the will of their animal companion. It was equivalent to temporarily seizing the body of a beast. Look at Valamir. He was a short and old middle-aged man. His body was weak, but he managed to use his shapeshifter's talent to seize the legendary creature Shadow Lynx. Valamir was definitely not a Shadow Lynx that was subdued by soul pressure. This was why Danny's old method soul pressure was almost ineffective against the Green Prophet. To be honest, Danny could not find a way to resist the Green Prophet's forceful seizing ability. Burning, tearing, and devouring by the Megalosaurus could not harm the Green Prophet's soul. She was almost at her wit's end. Fortunately, Danny remembered that she still had a bug-like spiritual bestowment skill. Through burning with fire, she could convert the essence of nature into spiritual substance and give it to a dragon egg or a megalosaurus. No matter how tough and immortal the Green Prophet's soul was, the fact that the soul was made up of spiritual substance could not be changed. Before you recover, I'll burn the soul into spiritual substance. The effect was unexpectedly good. When it came to killing, crows were far inferior to the megalosaurus. Every piece of the body that was torn apart by Whitey represented a piece of the soul. Danny burned the pieces and turned them into spiritual substance. In the end, no, Danny Rise the crow's head exploded into a cloud of smoke in the flames. Then, it turned into a rain of spiritual substance that fell into Danny's sea of consciousness. Huff, 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 it's finally over. Even though she was a spiritual body, Danny could not help but gasp for breath due to exhaustion. But this guy doesn't seem to be Bran. The current Bran should not be this strong, nor should he be this old, unless he crossed the river of time and stood in the future to talk to her in the present. However, this guess was too exaggerated. If he could cross the river of time and distort her will, he would rather save Rob and Ide. It was obvious that the difficulty of changing the Dragon Queen's will and the resulting karma far exceeded that of changing Rob and Ide's decision. He was most likely the Bran's white-bearded grandpa. In the future, he would pass down his lifetime's worth of skills to the lame little Bran, making the poor little boy the strongest shapeshifter in the world. Of course, at the same time, he would also pass on the white-bearded grandpa to Bran. This was not a common plot in fantasy novels where he would leave a cute and beautiful granddaughter to Bran. Instead, it was faith and will. Perhaps it could not be considered a possession, but his personality and worldview would be completely reconstructed. Squawk Whitey intimately came over and rubbed Dany's stomach with his head. Hurry up, this is a rare opportunity. Before the dragon spirit state ends, hurry up and follow me to learn the meditation technique. Dany pulled Whitey away from the Megalosaurus's magma-like soul space in an instant and came to her own soul space in the serene blue planet. Big Black, it's over. Just as Dany was about to separate Big Black's meditation vortex, a thought came to her mind. If I send Whitey into this huge 9-colored vortex now, then the meditation technique of me, Big Black, and Whitey. Will we be able to achieve a perfect three-way fusion in the future? Just Big Black alone is already close to becoming a super god. If we add Whitey, and even 5 dragons working together, then, Whitey, hurry up and go in. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Dany immediately urged Whitey. Squawk Whitey hesitantly approached the 9-colored vortex. Then, it was swallowed bit by bit. The vortex suddenly expanded by almost twice its original size. The vortex spun faster and faster, and the clear 9-colored vortex turned into a bright white ball of light. Pop! Pop! One was illusory while the other was solid. 2 huge 9-colored vortexes were spat out from the white ball. The illusory one flew into Whitey's soul space, and the solid one belonged to Big Black. Dany did not care about Whitey, who was condensing the meditation technique runes, and immediately entered Big Black's soul space. Oh my god, the side effects are so big. Looking at Big Black's meditation vortex that was full of holes, Dany was extremely shocked. Chapter 317. Blackie was in a very bad state. Not only did the meditation vortex in its soul space slow down, but there were also many illusory holes. In reality, its body was also severely injured. Although it was not injured, it was bleeding from its 7 orifices. Its body was also much weaker. Its blood-red dragon eyes that were as big as wine cups lost their divine light. Its broad wings and strong hind legs could not even support its body. It was a bit like a drunkard whose spirit had been emptied. Blackie, lie on the ground for a while. Blackie stumbled and stood up. Its body tilted and broke an apple tree. Dany hurriedly went to support Blackie's big head. Squeak Blackie weakly squeaked and then closed its eyes to meditate on the rotten leaves. The sky was dark green. Dany exhaled a mouthful of white air. Stepping on the rotten soft ground, she carefully searched the forest. Finally, she found a dead crow on a branch with 2 rotten apples hanging on it. What a big crow! I wonder if the Green Prophet is dead. She held the crow and looked around. It was as big as a wild duck. It was slightly warm to the touch. Its mouth, nose, and eyes were bleeding. There were no 3 eyes on its forehead. Even the 6 forms people had 5 pets. Dany did not believe that the Green Prophet only had 1 crow. According to the plot of the last season of Game of Thrones, Bran seemed to have inherited the white-bearded grandpa's thousands of crows. How did such a big crow get into my sea of consciousness? Dany was puzzled. She put the crow close to her eyebrows. She could smell the smell of bird feces like a chicken coop. It was definitely real. A real crow that needed to eat, drink, and defecate. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, Whitey put its head over and squeaked anxiously. What's wrong? Can't get used to the new wizard vortex. Dany threw the crow aside and held his forehead as she asked concernedly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Whitey put its head on her forehead and touched her nose. It was so sour that tears came out. Dany hurriedly dodged to the side and covered her nose. Softer, softer. What do you want to say? Hiss. Boom. Little White's head twisted from side to side, and it was unusually irritable. It even spat out a mouthful of dragon flames at the fruit tree beside it. This time, Dany panicked. She knew that there was an 80% chance that something had happened to Little White. Sigh, let's try the dragon spirit. As soon as the thought came to her mind, she instantly contacted Little White. A huge 9-colored vortex came crashing into her soul space, as if it had been waiting at the door for Danny and her dragon spirit. Don't be agitated, don't fuse too deeply with me. Danny was shocked and hurriedly tried to dissuade it. She didn't want Little White to become as weak as Big Black. Her worries were unnecessary. Little White's 9-colored whirlpool was not condensed at all. Only 1/3 of it was solid, and the remaining 2/3 was in an illusory state. The way Danny looked at Xiao Bai changed. She said in disappointment, "Why are you so stupid? You don't even know how to copy homework from the answers." Hiss. In the soul space, Little White's golden eyes were full of grievance. Danny's heart skipped a beat. Little White's cry sent a mental wave to her, "Go to my mind's cape." In the next moment, Danny and Little White arrived at a dark red magma space at the same time. Wisps of light gray smoke came from the sky, the ground, and all directions like snakes. In the center of the space, they formed a crow that spread its wings and flew high in the sky. "Oh, 7 gods, the Green Prophet is not completely dead yet?" Danny shouted. She immediately jumped on Little White's back vigilantly and prepared to fight together again. However, when she rode closer on Little White, she was shocked to find that the crow was not a soul. It was a witchcraft rune. For example, the meditation rune of the Valyrian Grand Magus manifested as a 9-colored spiral vortex, the meditation rune of the Fire Magus manifested as a ball of flame, the Moon Chanter manifested as a clear silver moon, the Shadowbinder manifested as a bonfire of shadows. The light-colored crow in Little White's soul space was also the manifestation of a type of meditation spell. "Shit, this is the Green Prophet's meditation spell foundation," Danny exclaimed in realization. No wonder Little White went crazy. He already had an incomplete meditation technique in his Sea of Consciousness, but he just had to copy another meditation technique from me. Meditation spells are the foundation of witchcraft. A house can only have one foundation. No wonder the Green Prophet's soul is immortal. No wonder he can control the Megalosaurus. Danny rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. A normal person's meditation rune can only be a stable combination. Just like the 9-colored whirlpool, it can only appear as a whole. It can't be split into 9 different colored whirlpools. If it breaks, the witchcraft power will be wasted. However, the Green Prophet's meditation spell is very special. Not only can it gather and disperse at will, but the individual runes can also perfectly fuse with the soul. The runes and the soul are interdependent. As long as the runes are not destroyed, the soul can gather and disperse at will like the runes. It's almost immortal. What's even more terrifying is that the Green Prophet's meditation runes can not only fuse with his own soul, but also accept the souls of his animal companions without any resistance. Previously, these runes had been hidden in Little White's soul realm. Thinking of this, Danny could not help but feel a lingering fear. The Green Prophet's soul was too strong. If not for the fact that she had never given up on researching the spirit bestowment skill, she might have. After thinking about it carefully, she sighed in relief. As long as she could enter the dragon spirit state, the Green Prophet would never be able to control Little White. Now that the Green Prophet's soul has been transformed into a spiritual substance, only an empty shell of a meditation rune is left. How should I deal with this meditation corpse? If Little White did not have the 9-colored whirlpool, this matter would have passed without her knowing. She might not even have had the chance to find out. Learning the meditation technique also required talent. Otherwise, everyone could become a Green Prophet, and the test of the Great Wizard's inheritance would be meaningless. The Megalosaurus was perfectly compatible with Valeglia's meditation technique. This was because the Valeglia Blood Wizard was the most basic meditation technique that was created by imitating the operation of the Megalosaurus magic power. However, the Megalosaurus was not compatible with the Green Prophet profession. Perhaps after a year or so, these runes without an owner would disappear on their own. It would not affect Little White at all. However, he just happened to replicate the 9-colored whirlpool. I wonder if I can learn the Green Prophet's meditation technique. Danny had to admit that she coveted the ability of the 3-eyed crow. Immortal soul, millions of thoughts, Control thousands of crows. Alright, Dani was not that ambitious. She would be satisfied as long as she could communicate with 5 dragons at the same time. Unable to resist the temptation, she started to try. Firstly, a person could only have one type of meditation technique. No one could change it. She would not neglect the fundamentals and destroy the great wizard's meditation technique. Secondly, the meditation technique could evolve. Just as Tam had said, apart from the creator god, no one could be omniscient and omnipotent. Even the meditation technique created by Lalo was not perfect. This also meant that the great wizard's meditation technique, which was known as perfect, also had a lot of room for improvement. Lastly, she had a little trick to avoid the conflict between the runes of the meditation technique. She stored her 9-colored whirlpool in Blackie's place. Blackie, let me borrow your place. Dani chuckled. She moved her and Little White's 9-colored whirlpool into Blackie's soul space. She then went to Little White's soul realm and moved the light-colored crow into her soul space. Then, she asked Little White to move her 9-colored whirlpool back to her home. With that, Little White quietly stayed at the side and condensed its meditation foundation. Dani helped it bear the danger of the conflict between the meditation techniques. She was superior to Little White in terms of intelligence. Little White and Blackie did not know how to condense the witchcraft runes. She knew how to. It was similar to the day when she accepted the Great Wizard's inheritance. She used the light-colored crow as a template and analyzed the runes bit by bit. Then, she reorganized her own meditation technique foundation, Hualala. A single dark red rune could be constructed with spiritual power. However, the QR code meditation rune was made up of hundreds of runes. The moment it was assembled, it collapsed. As expected, she failed. I don't have the Green Prophet's talent. Dani sighed. However, she was already mentally prepared. It was like selling a lottery ticket. There was the expectation of winning the grand prize. However, if the ticket was scrapped, no one would lose their soul. She did not believe in the old gods. She did not have the ancestral bloodline. In fact, the Long family had been in the Westeros for 300 years. They had already mixed the ancestral bloodline with them. She did not even have the talent of transfiguration, let alone the Green Prophet. What a pity. This is an incomplete Green Prophet's inheritance. Just as Dani was about to completely disperse the light-colored crow, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a verdant spring in the corner of the blue soul space. This. She could control the soul space as she wished. Dani waved her hand. The spring turned into a small lake and floated in front of her. She reached out her hand and scooped up the verdant lake water. A strange scene happened. Her palm was white and clean. However, the lake water was visibly dyed a light pink. It was as if her hand was stained with red dye. However, Dani did not show any signs of surprise. She knew that her soul was being contaminated by the ownerless soul substance. Previously, the soul substance did not automatically merge with Dani's soul and reveal its original verdant color. However, now that Dani took the initiative to extend her spiritual power into the soul substance, the ownerless soul substance did not resist at all. Perhaps because of the soul physique that came from the same source as her blood and fire, Dani's soul essence appeared red. Hualala. The pink liquid in her palm fell into the lake. It was as if a drop of red ink had fallen into the lake. In a moment, the lake with a diameter of 20 meters was dyed a light pink. The water in the center of the lake protruded. Pop! The protruding liquid spread out and turned into a beautiful girl with silver hair and purple eyes. She had light pink skin. Another Dani. How magical. This soul substance clearly belongs to me. I even transformed it into a part of my soul. However, it can exist independently outside my main soul. This is like a second soul. The second primordial spirit in novels. Pink Dani looked left and right, up and down. She was amazed. The pure soul substance had been absorbed by Dani and became a part of her soul. Hence, she could project her spiritual body. However, under normal circumstances, when Dani absorbed the soul substance from the outside world to strengthen her own soul, it was like a child eating meat to grow taller. Her body would become stronger, but the newly grown muscles would not be any different from the previous ones. She would not grow a human head on her neck after eating a pig's head. The newly grown soul was also a part of the original power. There was no order. However, the Green Prophet's soul was so tough that it turned into soul substance. After being absorbed by Dani, it still retained some characteristics. Dani was not sure what characteristics this soul substance had, but it was true that it was outside of her main soul. Right now, it was like eating a crow's head. Her body had also grown fat, but what was born was a second Dani's head. The two-headed monster Dani? Shivering, Dani hurriedly abandoned this terrifying thought. Two souls in one body, two souls from the same source. Does this mean that I can have two meditation techniques as the foundation? Also, this little Dani's head originated from the Green Prophet's soul substance. Then, Dani was eager to try. Her eyes shone with extreme excitement. Chapter 3:18. Dani wasn't sure if it was because of the Mother of Dragons' special spiritual bestowment physique, or if the soul of the Green Prophet originally had the characteristic of being divided into thousands, just like how the Green Prophet's thoughts could be divided into thousands and thousands of crows. In short, there was an additional lake in her soul space. It belonged to the origin of the soul, but it had a certain degree of independence. In the original soul space of Serene Blue Star, she had failed to simulate the Green Prophet's meditation technique. Then, she had anxiously practiced the meditation technique for the second time in the lake domain. How should she put it? At first, she was ecstatic, then depressed and disappointed. Her best guess was verified. Dani easily assembled the light crow rune array above the lake. But she didn't understand the basic meditation runes of shapeshifters at all, and the foundation of the meditation technique was very unstable. Just like Lisbon and Larissa, they didn't master the 108 basic runes of Valeglia, and they didn't have a systematic inheritance the glass candle, which contained a full set of rune combination techniques, similar to the combination of manual and basic teaching materials which led to their failure. The meditation technique foundation in the soul space was full of mistakes and was on the verge of shattering. At this time, Dani was in a similar predicament. I need the inheritance of the Green Prophet, the inheritance of the basic meditation technique. I can't copy it with only an incomplete meditation foundation corpse. Wait. A light suddenly flashed in Dani's mind. Why not learn from Blackie and Little White? When she first learned the Grand Wizard's meditation technique, the two dragons situation was 10,000 times worse than hers. But if they could cheat, why couldn't she? Blackie could use her 9-colored vortex to engrave his meditation technique foundation, and now she also had a template, the incomplete light crow. Whether the Green Prophet's body was dead or not, she was very sure that the soul of this light crow had been completely stripped. The template had no owner, and it was even slowly dissipating and annihilating. She could copy it without worry. As soon as it touched the light pink lake, it was like a wax figure falling into a steel furnace. The light-colored crow-shaped rune quickly melted in the lake. In a few blinks of an eye, the mountain-sized grey crow disappeared in the lake of the soul, and the lake water bubbled. It felt like a whole duck was being cooked in a big pot. Gradually, the surface of the lake calmed down, and the lake water turned from light pink to forest green. It was a tranquil, green lake. No more crows flew out, and the original grey crows also disappeared. Dani closed her eyes and meditated. A gentle breeze blew across the surface of the lake, and wisps of natural magic were absorbed into the lake. The meditation technique has been successfully replicated. It's working well. It can absorb magic energy from the outside world and convert it into wizard power. She opened her eyes, overjoyed. But looking at the lake-shaped meditation foundation, she was a little puzzled. Why wasn't it a crow? Actually, Dani had made a mistake. The three-eyed crow was the Green Prophet, but the Green Prophet wasn't necessarily the three-eyed crow. Simply put, the current Green Prophet had a special liking for his crow companions. Before he became the Green Prophet, he already had the bandit nickname of Three-Eyed Crow. After inheriting the legacy of the previous Green Prophet, he followed his own will and manifested the foundation of his meditation technique into the form of a crow. This form was more beneficial for increasing the abilities of his crow companions. This was similar to the relationship between the wizard Valeglia and the dragon. The nine-colored whirlpool in Danny's sea of consciousness was actually the form of a dragon's flame, and its cone-shaped spiral structure simulated the process of the megalosaurus spitting out dragon's flame. Now, it's time to do the final test. Danny rubbed her hands and looked at the sky nervously. The dragon spirit was connected to Blackie's soul space, and her little nine-colored whirlpool streaked across the sky and appeared in the blue soul space out of thin air. Buzz, 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 buzz. The soul space started to tremble intensely, and the wizard power started to circulate on its own. The nine-colored whirlpool produced a great repulsive force, and the green lake seemed to have suffered a Shinra tensai, and it spun and flew out. Squeak. At the edge of the soul space, the green lake crashed into a formless space wall and shattered. Ah! In the soul space, Danny hugged her head and howled. The pain of her soul being torn apart almost made her collapse. In reality, Danny also groaned. Her nostrils seemed to have opened up some kind of channel, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of her nose in a horrible shape. Whitey hissed anxiously. Pop! The lake exploded into millions of water droplets, splashing in all directions. However, the great repulsive force of the nine-colored whirlpool still existed. The shattered lake water was squeezed into mist, and the mist was crushed into invisible steam under the pressure. The steam was annihilated little by little, and disappeared, ha 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 ha. Danny gradually regained her breath, and laughed crazily in the soul space. Even I can't destroy this part of my soul. I've succeeded. This is the immortal soul. In Danny's wild laughter, a thin ring was born from nothingness in the soul space. With the nine-colored whirlpool as the center, it spun counterclockwise against the soul wall. This was the reborn soul lake, the second soul of the ring that laid the foundation of the Green Prophet's meditation, and Danny's second head. Dahei, Whitey, come over and play fight the landlord. With a thought, the main soul entered the dragon spirit state with Dahei, and the second soul entered the dragon spirit state with Whitey without any hindrance. In the next moment, 2 megalosaurus, one white and one black, were lying across the blue soul space. Hiss Dahei roared at Whitey in surprise. Why are you here again? Hiss Whitey roared blankly, I don't know anything. Other than being able to communicate with Whitey's dragon spirit, Danny also sensed little green and little gold in the slave bay for the first time. She could determine their location, but she couldn't sense the dragon spirit. She was sure that the second soul of the ring strengthened her connection with the dragons. Great harvest, it's really a great harvest. Ha ha ha, now I'm really invincible. With Dahei on the left and Whitey on the right, Danny was extremely proud. No, I can still be stronger. Danny looked excited. If I kill Bran, transform his soul into spiritual matter and absorb it, the second soul will be upgraded to a higher level. Maybe I'll have 3, 4, or even 5 dragon spirits. How terrible will the true dragon's roar be when I have 5 dragon spirits? In the state of 5 dragon spirits, if I superimpose the 5 dragon meditation vortexes on my body, I can burn the Night King to death with one look, right? When Danny ended the dragon spirit state and her consciousness returned to her body, the sky was silver gray, and a full moon was already hanging on the top of the tree. She took out a silk handkerchief from her backpack, dug a few piles of hard snow in the ditch against the sun, rubbed it in the silk handkerchief, and wiped the blood scabs on her mouth and nose clean. After a while, Danny stepped on the soft leaves and returned to Whitey's side. Before climbing on his back, she caught a glimpse of the big crow that was thrown on the ground before. After thinking about it, she went over and picked it up. It was hard and stiff. Maybe it's a magic material. I can take it back and study it. At least it's more magical than Tyrion's second brother. With that in mind, Danny lifted the crow's leg, rode the white dragon, and soared into the sky. Blackie also struggled to get up and followed behind, flying in the direction of the Great Wall. Blackie was a little tired. It should have rested in Hu Guan town for a night and go back tomorrow. But Danny thought of something. There was a big battle this morning, and so many people died. They must be burned tonight. She planned to get some spiritual matter to nourish Blackie's body. I just hope the bodies are not burned clean. In fact, the Great Wall was in a mess, and no one was dealing with the bodies outside the city. Danny did not attract much attention when she suddenly left in the afternoon on the dragon. But as the sky darkened, Beristan had already returned from outside the city. She still did not appear, and some people panicked. The old fox Ymont did not guess wrong. A small group of how to deal with the Dragon Queen quietly formed between the Night Watchers and the Urlu cavalry, quietly split, and quietly unified. Melisandre lied. The plan of the marriage of the Mother of Dragons and the Child of Prophecy was not a whim. Stannis knew about it, and so did the nobles under him. Even the plan of marrying Dany Rhys to King Stannis was proposed by one of King Stannis's important ministers. Then, Stannis's knights split into two factions. Some supported the marriage of the dragon and the deer, while others firmly opposed it. It was very complicated. Stannis was the Duke of Dragonstone Island, so his original subordinates were the vassals of Dragonstone Island Targaryen's vassals 16 years ago. For example, Valerian and Sitiga, the absolute confidants of the House of Dragonstone, were now the backbone of the Urlu army. Of course, the defeat at the Battle of Blackwater River was too terrible. Valerian and Sitiga were almost destroyed, so they did not follow Urlu to the wall. But the Duke of Dragonstone Island did not only have these two vassals, there were 7 or 8 other families that followed Urlu to the wall. To be honest, they wanted to immediately change sides and surrender to Queen Dany. It was not shameful to surrender to their old masters. Many families were still loyal and fought with Rhaegar to the end. If Count Valerian did not die, and Count Sitiga did not get captured by the King's Landing, any one of them who came to the wall would have led the nobles and knights of Dragonstone Island to the Queen as soon as they saw Dany. But the nobles of Dragonstone Island had been tortured too badly in the Battle of Blackwater River. They were too weak in the current Urlu army. They risked being sacrificed to the Red God if they had any thoughts of betrayal. A few nobles of Dragonstone Island had been burned to death because they spoke ill of the Light King behind his back. They were all afraid that the priestess could predict their betrayal. Before the news of the Dragon Queen came, Urlu had 2 political groups under his command. One was the King's party who believed in the 7 gods, and the other was the Queen's party who believed in the Light King. After knowing that they might encounter Dany, the 2 parties split again. The King's party of Dragonstone Island advocated for the union of dragon and deer. The King's party of Stormland hesitated. The Queen's party of River Bend firmly opposed it. The Queen's party outside River Bend supported the union. It's getting more and more complicated. Stannis originally only had Dragonstone Island as his fief. His younger brother Renly was the Duke of Storm's End, Lord of Stormland, and married High Court Tyrell, River Bend. After Urlu killed Sanlu, he inherited part of his younger brother's legacy, the nobles of Stormland and a small number of River Bend nobles. Among them, the River Bend nobles followed the lead of the Florren family of Brightwater. Urlu's wife was from the Florren family. The Dragonstone Island faction and the red-robed woman supported the union of dragon and deer. The Stormland hesitated because of the War of the Usurper. Robert led the Stormland nobles to overthrow Targaryen. The Queen's party of Stormland naturally didn't want Queen Selyse to be disgraced. But after Dany expressed her support for the union of dragon and deer, the divided Urlu forces reunited. Just as old Ymont worried, some of them tacitly agreed to kill Dany. Then, Dany disappeared. They were worried sick. Those with bad intentions were worried, and so were the neutral Night Watchers. There were still so many barbarians outside, dozens of giants building walls in Dark Castle, and the gold royals and food promised by the Dragon Queen. At least clean up the mess before leaving, right? Of course, the Night Watchers were more worried about the conflict between the dragon and deer, causing the Queen to leave in anger. No one knew that the Dragon Queen after getting rid of the Whispers of Crows was completely different from the Dragon Queen before this afternoon. Chapter 319. Calm down, everyone. Don't panic. In the front yard of Dark Castle, Maester Ymont gestured with his hands and tried to calm the arguing crowd. Sir Beristan is still here. He represents Queen Dany Rhys and has full authority over matters related to the Westeros. Beristan was angry at the Queen for not informing him, but he did not object to her decision to leave. There were 2 reasons. First, he knew the Queen's abilities. She had left a magic coordinate on his wrist that allowed him to communicate with her. Second, like old Ymont, he was worried that someone would take advantage of the opportunity to harm him. How could he trust Erlu, who would kill his own brother for the Iron Throne? He was an upright man, but an upright man was not necessarily a fool. Yes, I am the Queen's Iron Guard, captain of the White Knights. I represent the Queen in dealing with the barbarians in the new camp, the White Knight said seriously. Stannis bit his cheek and glared at the White Knight for a while before he asked bitterly, "Sir, why didn't you go to Dragonstone to find me?" Barristan did not expect Erlu to bring this up. He was startled for a moment before he smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty Stannis, you are all wrong. Ever since Joffrey stripped me of my white robes, I had no intention of joining any king. Really? You and Lord Renly are Joffrey's uncles. Joffrey is not Robert's son," Stannis interrupted him angrily. "Everyone recognizes his identity," the White Knight said non-committally. "Even if he took away my white robe, my honor does not allow me to encourage my uncle to oppose my nephew. So, you and Lord Renly are not in my consideration." Thus, Robb was the only king left. I sympathized with him, but I would not support the king's division. At the time, I was going to find a small september in the countryside and dedicate the rest of my life to the seven gods. "Then how did you become her White Knight?" Stannis ground his teeth. "Varys found me." "Varys?" Stannis exclaimed. "Yes, when I was praying in the basilica, his little bird came and told me about Her Majesty Daenerys. I couldn't refuse. This was a chance for me, a chance to redeem myself. However, I didn't intend to serve a crazy king anymore. When I saw her, I concealed my identity and observed her for nearly half a year. I found her benevolent, wise, kind, intelligent. Enough." The old knight had a blissful look on his face as he reminisced, but Stannis's face looked as if he had been fed feces. He interrupted the White Knight and said, "Now that she has left, how do you contact her?" "How else can I contact you?" White Knight glared at him and said matter-of-factly, "Of course it's through messenger crows. I'm always at the Great Wall, right? If you have any orders, just send the messenger crows to the Great Wall." "How do you contact her?" Stannis asked. Barristan said, "Let the messenger raven send a message to Dragonstone Island." "Dragonstone Island? You want to take my Dragonstone Island?" The veins on Stannis' square chin bulged. "Dragonstone Island is the land of the Targaryens." Ymont frowned. Stannis looked at the old man coldly and emphasized, "It is now my territory. Didn't she swear that she would not clash with the forces stationed at the Great Wall before she dealt with the deviants? She can't say that the promise of not starting a war is only valid at the Great Wall, right? We come to the north and she comes to the south to invade our home. Who would dare to leave their own territory to support the Great Wall?" Erlu's words were not unreasonable. For example, if Lannister went north to the Great Wall to fight the deviants, Dany could not possibly go and take Casterly Rock, right? There was only one point. Stannis had drifted on the sea for a few months, so his information was somewhat outdated. "Dragonstone Island is no longer yours," Barristan said with a strange expression. "Right after you left, Lannister took advantage of the fact that Dragonstone Island was defenseless and sent thousands of soldiers to surround the castle. About half a month ago, Sir Loras attacked Dragonstone Island." Stannis' face was gloomy. He turned to old Ymont and asked, "You are the scholar of Dark Castle. Why didn't you tell me about this?" Ymont frowned and slowly explained, "I don't know either. In the past few months, the City of Learning has not sent any messenger crows to the Great Wall. How could the City of Learning care about such a small matter?" Perez Tun yawned tiredly and defended the City of Learning. "It's too far away. Other than the change of seasons and the change of authority in King's Landing, the City of Learning will not send any messages to the Great Wall." She didn't leave. Melisandre walked out of the darkness with her hands hidden in her sleeves. As she spoke, everyone could see the pigeon egg-sized ruby on her throat glowing with a mysterious red light. "Dany, Rise went to the north. She should be back soon," she said softly. "You saw her in the flames?" Stannis pursed his thin lips into a thin line. He remembered that the red-robed woman was alone in the room in the afternoon, staring at the raging flames in the brazier. Under what circumstances did she see her? Was she looking for the child of prophecy? Or was she following his orders and trying to cast a shadow spell on her? Stannis began to clench his teeth, and his cheeks puffed up out of habit. Melisandre understood his thoughts just by looking at his expression. She could not help but sigh to herself. After meeting Targaryen riding a dragon, even he began to doubt the authenticity of the child of prophecy. It was no wonder that she herself was shaken. Could the prophecy be wrong, and the real reincarnation of Ysore and Ahai was Dany Rise? However, she did not communicate with Lalo. When she was looking for the child of prophecy, she saw the Dragon Queen. Stannis' face was still in the flames, but it was a little dim and not as clear as it was on Dragonstone Island. There was also another person's figure that appeared from time to time. The red-robed woman glanced at Jon, who was standing among the night watchers. She coughed softly and said slowly, "I felt the aura of the dragon. She is fighting with someone, a very strong enemy. It's a fierce battle on the soul level." "What enemy?" Beristan asked nervously. "Escod's servant. Escod has been watching her for a long time. I even reminded her in the afternoon that she might have finally noticed the crow that landed between her eyebrows," the priestess said solemnly. Everyone was confused, but they could guess that the Dragon Queen's enemy was very strong. However, there were not many who were worried about her. Instead, some of the night watchers and Erlu's armored knights exchanged looks with joy and excitement. The White Knight's expression changed, and he asked anxiously, "Where?" "I'll go over now." The red-robed woman's expression was calm. She was not too concerned, nor did she gloat. She only said lightly, "It's useless even if you go. The two of them are fighting on the soul level, and the battle has already ended at dusk." Ymont's blue eyes flashed with concern, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Who won?" "You said that Her Majesty Dany Rise is on her way back. She should have won, right?" "I'm not sure. No matter who wins or loses, there is no fatal damage to either side. It won't affect her returning to the Great Wall to rest. She should be heavily injured, right?" A short knight with a mouth full of brown rotten teeth said with his eyes flashing. The red-robed woman looked at him lightly and did not answer, but the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became hot and heavy. It was as if a strange flame had risen in everyone's heart. The red-nosed old professor also noticed the change in everyone's mood. He could not help but frown and change the topic. "Who is Escod?" "Deviant ghosts." "Deviant ghosts are just Escod's servants." A loud and clear dragon's roar came from the southern sky. Everyone, who had different thoughts, immediately stopped talking and looked up. After a few breaths, two huge black shadows flew under the silver full moon, and the sound of huge wings flapping could be heard clearly. A gust of wind blew in the courtyard, and the white dragon landed on the stone steps of the king's tower on the east in a way that did not match its body size and weight. Dragon Queen's energetic voice then came. "Are you guys admiring the moon in the courtyard?" The people who were looking at her with worry, nervousness, and curiosity felt awkward for a moment. Only then did Scholar Ymont come out and ask, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "What can happen to me?" Dany asked curiously. "Madame Melisandre told us that you fought with a powerful enemy in the evening," the old scholar said with confusion. "Oh, I was fighting with it." Dany glanced at the red-robed woman who was looking at her curiously, raised the big crow in her hand, and laughed. "Such a big crow, have you seen it before? It chased me for a long time and even wanted to peck my dragon. It took me a lot of effort to kill it. I was so tired that I was sweating all over." "Hey!" The old scholar was stunned. "The crow chased you? It even pecked your dragon? What kind of crow is this? Is it the crow god?" Melisandre's eyes flashed, and she looked back and forth between the crow and Dany's smiling face. After a while, she said with a complicated tone, "I didn't expect you to hunt this crow with your own ability. I underestimated you." "Hey!" Everyone was confused. It was just a black crow. Although it was bigger than a normal crow, it was not a rare beast. It was just an arrow. Dany threw the dead crow on the ground and urged loudly, "If you have time to sit here and talk nonsense, why don't you burn the bodies of the dead?" The red pomegranate chief hesitated and said, "The barbarians are easy to deal with, but almost 300 knights died today. Friar Salada is helping them to decorate their bodies. He has been busy since noon. Then transport the knights to the cellar and store them there. First, burn the bodies of the freemen and the common soldiers from beyond the Great Wall." You night watchers should know how horrible it is to keep the bodies of the dead overnight. Even if we put them in the cellar, we still need to chain their ankles, John reminded. Don't worry, the Great Wall has magic power. It can block the power of the frost god, Melisandre said softly. A year ago, the bodies were resurrected under the Great Wall, John said with a frown. They must have been resurrected outside the Great Wall and pretended to be corpses to sneak into Dark Castle, the red-robed woman said with certainty. Ygritte, who had been watching from the side, walked through the crowd and carefully glanced at the white dragon. She looked up at Dany and said, "Dragon Queen, we are going to send them off." "Who are you?" "Giants and freedmen. If you leave Dark Castle, you have to wear shackles," Dany reminded. Outside the Great Wall, in the empty space between the old and new camps, the barbarians built a huge crematorium. It was almost as big as a football field. The lower level was stacked with pine trunks and branches that were 1/2 meter high. The branches were filled with half-dried leaves and weeds. The pile of firewood was piled high with corpses. It was a shocking sight, but when Dany asked for the number, she was shocked to find that there were surprisingly few. There were only 8 giants, less than 1,000 warriors, and hundreds of old, weak, women, and children. There were also many dead mammoths and warhorses, but they were not cremated. The night watchers had cut their flesh and preserved it in the ice cave under the Great Wall. Well, Dany was not a cold-hearted person. She did not want more barbarians to die just to get more soul essence. More importantly, she saw Stannis's horse trampling through the camp in the morning. Hundreds of thousands of barbarians rushed into the forest and trampled on the ground. There were definitely more than 2,000 dead. Even more than 8 giants died. The number is wrong. Chapter 320. Thousands of people surrounded the north side of the crematorium. There were savages, giants, and night watchers to maintain order. Dany rode on Little White's back and fought at the front. Beside her were Beristan and several senior members of the Night Watchers. Stannis led the red-robed woman and a group of knights to the east corner. There were more than 200 corpses of House Lu's soldiers. The number is wrong. Dany frowned and asked Red Pomegranate, "Lord Steward, where are the rest of the corpses? The number of freemen should be around 3,000 to 5,000. It's off by half. And I saw it with my own eyes, at least 12 of them died." At noon, she had personally given Red Pomegranate the task of collecting the corpses and organizing the barbarians to burn the wood that night. She did not expect the task to be so bad. "It's deep in the woods. We don't dare to go in," Bowen Maxey said. "Why not? Are there deviant ghosts? If they don't burn the corpses, they will turn into corpses." Jon sighed helplessly and said, "I'm not sure if there are deviant ghosts, but there are many barbarians hiding in the woods." 2 brothers in black who collected the corpses had their eyes gouged out and their tongues cut out. Their heads were hung on branches at the edge of the woods. Dany's face darkened and she cursed in a low voice, "Those bastards don't know what's good for them." "Do you know which bastard did it?" The Weeper, Ygritte, who was standing behind Jon, shouted, "The Weeper likes to gouge people's eyes out." When everyone looked at her, Red Pomegranate winked at Jon proudly. Jon turned his head and touched his nose awkwardly. "The Weeper is a vicious barbarian raider." "I know the Weeper. Mance sent him to draw away the main forces of Dark Castle. The one who led the team to stop him was Lord Steward Maxey, right?" Dany raised her eyebrows and looked at Red Pomegranate. "You said you won the battle? You didn't even kill the enemy leader. What kind of victory is that?" "The Weeper brought 300 raiders." Red Pomegranate felt wronged. "But you also had more than 200 rangers." Red Pomegranate did not speak. Dany asked again, "Why didn't you send the barbarians to collect the corpses?" "They will run away." "Alas." Dany smiled bitterly. "So, what are you going to do with the corpses in the Ghost Forest?" Jon said, "Perhaps the barbarians will burn the corpses of their own people. They all know that corpses can be resurrected." "That's right, we're not as stupid as you." Ygritte nodded. While they were still discussing the corpses in the forest, Stannis and the others next door were already bidding farewell to their old friends. "The night is long, and danger lurks everywhere. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley, Stannis and the red-robed woman stood side by side at the front. Hundreds of people lined up and knelt on one knee, chanting in unison, solemn and respectful. Boom! The red-robed woman waved her hand, and the entire bonfire seemed to have been splashed with gasoline. In an instant, 7 feet of flame soared up, and the high-temperature wave crossed dozens of meters, blowing the hair on Dany's forehead into a mess. Let's begin. Dany looked around and didn't find anyone who looked like a priest. She couldn't help but ask, are there no priests among the free people? We believe in the old gods, and they have no priests, said Mance's pretty sister-in-law. The old gods only have faces carved into tree trunks. They have noses, eyes, and mouths. Unfortunately, they can't speak or guide you in chanting. Sir Alyssa mocked. Where is Friar Sileda? Why don't we let him make a cameo appearance? Dany came up with a bad idea. I am the last giant. I don't have any companions. Ygritte suddenly started singing, scaring Dany and the people around her. The last giant came from the mountains. We once ruled the world. The little people stole the forests, stole the mountains, stole the rivers. At first, Dany didn't think much of it. You're just a small female savage. How are you a giant? But gradually, the smile on her face disappeared. The sadness in Ygritte's song was so clear that no one could escape from it, and no one could laugh at it. Whale paused for a moment, then followed in a low voice. They built a wall in the valley, and caught all the fish in the stream. More and more savages joined in. Thousands of them formed a chorus, and their bleak voice was like a giant wave crushing a sandcastle. It easily drowned out the prayers of the Red God believers. They lit a fire in the stone hall. They forged a sharp spear. And I was alone in the mountains. I had no companions, only tears. Chased by dogs in the day. Torches in the night. Because giants in the sun, the little people couldn't eat or sleep. I am the last giant. Remember my song. One day, I will leave, and my song will fade away. The silence will last for a long, long time. The song stopped. Only the howling of the wind and the crackling of the crematorium next door could be heard. In the dim light of the torches, the faces of the savages glistened with tears. After a long silence, Dany sighed. This isn't your song. It's not the song of the free people beyond the Great Wall. This is our song, the last giant. You and Jon are the same. You know nothing. Ygritte said excitedly. You're the one who doesn't know. All of you, you know nothing. Dany rolled her eyes and said angrily, this song The Last Giant belongs to the previous civilization, the children of the forest and the giants. And the people who destroyed them were you, the savages beyond the Great Wall, the Southerners, collectively known as their ancestors. I can hear the sadness and pain in your song, and it seems to match the sadness and despair in this song. But your misfortune is entirely your own fault. You don't want to improve yourself, and you're looking for death. All the savages stared at her angrily. If she wasn't riding on Little White's back, some of them might have rushed over to beat her up. What are you looking at? The Dragon Queen had a dragon's gallbladder, so she wasn't scared at all in the face of public condemnation. Her eyes were wide open, and she roared in an even louder voice than before, look at you. Wearing animal skins and holding wooden sticks, you eat raw meat and drink blood, and you don't work at all. What's the difference between you and savages? Oh, I forgot. You are the savages. But haven't you forgotten one thing? Your ancestors, the ancestors who came to this world from the land of Urso, defeated the children of the forest with superior technology and social system, and expelled the giants. 10,000 years have passed, and your civilization has regressed. Your social system has collapsed, and the technology of forging bronze has become the heirloom of a few tribes. Don't you feel ashamed? You still have the face to sing The Last Giant. The giants and the children of the forest were persecuted by the ancestors, but who went beyond the Great Wall to persecute you? Hasn't it always been the savages who attacked the Great Wall? Or is it persecuting you because you're not allowed to cross the Great Wall to rob the people in the north? The deviant ghosts are persecuting us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Ygritte was very bold. Thousands of savages were speechless and pale because of Dragon Queen's words, and she was the only one who dared to talk back. You've got guts. Danny nodded and said lightly, "Then let me ask you. How much food have you prepared for this winter? Is it enough for 2 years?" Of course it wasn't enough. Other than John, Margaret didn't have any personal property. I'm a spearwoman, a raider," she argued. "So, you don't cross the Great Wall and rob the savages beyond the Great Wall. The ones who oppress the savages are your own people." Danny sneered. This time, even the sharp-tongued red-haired girl was stunned. Old Yemont, like the night watchers nearby, smiled happily, and there was a sense of relief and pride in his smile. "Your Majesty, it's time to light the fire," the old scholar reminded slowly. His little white jumped up, and Big Black glided over from the Great Wall like a ghost. The 2 dragons circled at a low altitude and suddenly spat out a bright red pillar of fire. The pillar of fire was about 15 meters long, and the sky nearby was lit up. Boom! The divine punishment swept across the crematorium like a sharp sword. The heat was oppressive, the flames were burning, and the waves of fire were rolling. In the sea of fire, the megalosaurus flew freely. The savages, the night watchers, and even Stannis and his knights were stunned. This is the megalosaurus. Under the flickering fire, Stannis's expression was uncertain. Suddenly, he seemed to have made a decision. His dark blue eyes were filled with determination. A true dragon must have its own dragon. That black dragon seems to be in a strange state. Melisandre's red eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. His Big Black roared excitedly, and the dragon flames in its mouth became more intense. In the sea of consciousness that outsiders could not see, a rainstorm of 5 colors fell like a waterfall. The 9-colored vortex that was originally rotating sluggishly was like a lubricated bearing, spinning at high speed and creating a huge tornado in the sea of consciousness that was like a pool of magma. What's wrong? The magic dragon is cruel by nature. Now that it can spit fire to burn people even if it's a corpse, they are still very excited, Earl Feyre of Forward City said disapprovingly. "We also need magic dragons," Sir Songe gnashed his brown rotten teeth, and said in a low and powerful voice, "Dragons have 3 heads, and His Majesty Stannis is also a true dragon." The pink-cheeked Sir Justin Marseille reminded, "She's a little different. We all saw during the day that she was riding a black dragon. She came back from the south at night, and until now, she has been riding on the white dragon's back." Both dragons were obedient, and there was no sign of resistance. And we all know that dragons have 3 heads because a dragon knight can only ride 1 dragon, and the extra dragon must be found for another dragon knight. Songe laughed, and said in a low voice, "I heard that every night when she is resting in the king's tower, the 2 dragons will be outside, and many night watchers will stand in the courtyard and openly peek at the megalosaurus. Why don't your Majesty try to communicate with them tonight, since there is no danger, and if you can subdue one of them?" Stannis' heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the red-robed lady with a serious face. "What do you think?" Melisandre thought for a moment, and said, "We can try, but the chances are not high. You know better than me that a dragon will only recognize 1 dragon knight. Maybe her dragon is different. I heard that Beristan rode his black dragon and landed in Dark Castle. Maybe that black dragon is a cheap product that doesn't have the integrity of a true dragon." Sir Song-ji grinned, revealing a mouth full of rotten teeth. The red-robed lady glanced at him, and shook her head. "I saw human wisdom and rationality in the black dragon's eyes. Beristan could ride a dragon because of the Dragon Queen's order. If this speculation is true, then it's even more terrifying." Sir Justin Marseille's pink face turned pale. Then, the blue eyes of this noble began to flicker with an unknown light. Sir Richard Hope, whose face was full of pockmarks, laughed softly, and reminded softly, "Actually, we all know that there is a simpler and more effective way." Chapter 321. Danny did not know that in the short half an hour that she rode the dragon and breathed fire to set the crematorium on fire, the Deer Association had reached a tacit agreement and prepared a set of attacks to deal with her. But she did not need to know. Without the 3-eyed crow interfering with her thoughts, she planned to leave the Great Wall tomorrow morning. As for tonight, "Do you know why I rode the dragon and breathed fire for half an hour?" Blackie returned to the top of the Great Wall, while Danny rode on Whitey and landed on the empty ground between the crowd and the flames. Without waiting for the people who looked at her and the white dragon in or to reply, Danny said loudly. Without a doubt, I was showing off. Because I wanted to intimidate some people. They hide in dark corners and stare at me and my dragon with envy and jealousy. They whisper like rats and plot a vicious scheme that cannot see the light of day. The people's expressions changed. The Night Watchers, Beristan, and some quick-witted barbarians all looked at the Deer Association members who were walking toward them. Erlu's square face was so long that it looked like a donkey's face. The muscles on his square chin bulged, and he gritted his teeth. The red-robed woman was bewildered. She guessed that the Dragon Queen, who knew magic, had predicted their scheme, and wondered why she could not keep her composure. Did she want to flip the table? Some of the Deer Association's knights and knights had gloomy expressions. Some of them looked at the Dragon Queen with angry eyes. Some of them had resolute expressions, and their right hands unconsciously pressed on the hilt of the long sword hanging on the left side of their waists. Some of them looked at the dragon that breathed out sparks of fire, and their hearts trembled. Danny did not seem to have noticed, and she continued to curse loudly. Those people violate human ethics, are heartless, have broken etiquette, and violate tradition. They have no sense of honor enough. Stannis could not bear it anymore, and he shouted, "We are not even afraid of death. Why would we be intimidated by the Megalosaurus's fire?" Ah! Danny was stunned for a moment, and she asked innocently, "What are you talking about? When did I intimidate you?" She pointed at the dark ghost forest behind her and said in an aggrieved tone, "I was intimidating the barbarians in the forest. When the crematorium was lit, many snakes, insects, rats, and ants were attracted to it. At this moment, a large group of shameless bastards were peeping from the tree branches. The reason why I rode the dragon and Spitfire was to show them the might of the Megalosaurus. I wanted them to feel the fear of a true dragon so that they wouldn't dare to harm the heroes guarding the Great Wall. Well, did you know that 2 Night Watchers were beheaded this afternoon? Why? Why did you guys take it as a given?" Erlu's soul seemed to have been hit and crushed by a heavy truck driving at high speed. His robust body trembled violently, and his elongated donkey face shrunk into a round and smooth face. His facial expression kept changing colors. The anxious and worried expressions of the Night Watchers and Beristan also froze, cracked, and then twisted. "Don't tell me you're really planning something that goes against justice?" Danny asked curiously. "We." Stannis gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and strode towards the city gate. The soldiers of the Deer faction glared at the queen on the dragon's back, and then turned around and left. Beristan walked to Whitey's side and whispered, "Your Majesty, you shouldn't provoke Stannis like that. If you push him too far, he might really do something unjust. Do you think that if I don't provoke him, he won't do anything to me?" Danny looked at the leaving Deer faction knights and sneered, "When I was burning the corpses, I felt an almost tangible malice coming from Stannis." With the second soul ring, the dragon spirit's sense of danger had improved. It almost had the ability of the House of Stark direwolf. It could sense the enemy's malice. Well, the previous dragon spirit could only sense danger, Danny's life and death crisis. As for the direwolves, whether it was Rob's Grey Wind or Jon's Whitey, they could clearly smell out the identity of the traitor. Before the bloody wedding and Jon's assassination, Grey Wind and Whitey had already warned their master and barked and bit at the traitor. However, the two brothers had the same temperament. They thought that their wolves had gone mad and personally locked them up in cages. Then, they both died. Even Arya's Nymeria could sense other people's malice. Actually, Rickon's furry dog could also, but before the second soul ring appeared, the Megalosaurus was inferior to the wolves. Blackie and the other two could not do this. They could not sense other people's malice towards Danny before it turned into real danger. She was not sure if it was the Green Prophet's meditation technique that strengthened the two dragons, or the meditation technique that gave Danny a beast-like sense, or maybe it was a combination of both. In short, when Stannis and the others were plotting against her, she felt malice from them. It was an irritating emotion that could be easily ignored and misjudged. Whitey passed the White Knight and walked over majestically with its wings on the ground. The crowd parted like a river meeting a reef. Danny stood steadily on the dragon's back. The Savages and Night Watchers looked at her from all directions. Under the dim light of the torches, Thousands of pairs of eyes shone like stars. Some were doubtful, some were respectful. "I need a daredevil squad, about 100 men," she shouted to the starry eyes. "What for? To fight with the Iron Knights of the Red Heart? Count me in. I've been annoyed by them for a long time." Ygritte's blue eyes shone with excitement. "What?" The Night Watchers' expressions changed. Their eyes were shrouded with deep and solemn emotions. "Nonsense." Dany stopped smiling and shouted at the red-haired girl, "Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. I, Dany Rise, will never go back on my words. The moment I came to the Great Wall, I put aside my personal grudges. I only wanted to stop the otherworldly ghosts from coming south for the people of the Seven Kingdoms, for the whole world. Even if others look at me coldly and point their swords at me, I will not change my mind. I will remember my mission and move forward." Ygritte's round face was full of shock. With her flat nose and uneven white teeth in her big mouth, she looked very silly. "Sigh, this is the magnanimity and responsibility of a king. You barbarian spearwoman, surely you don't understand." Dany shook her head and looked up at the full moon in the sky. Her face was sad and lonely because she was not understood. "Your Majesty." Beristan, Ymont, and the others were emotional. They looked at Her Majesty with respect and sadness. "Long live Her Majesty Dany Rise." Sir Alliser, the backbone of the Dragon Gang, raised his hand and shouted, "Long live Her Majesty Dany Rise." 4 or 5 Night Watchers echoed. These were the old remnants of the Dragon family who had gathered around Sir Alliser in the past few days. They were commonly known as the remnants of the previous dynasty. It was not easy. Dany rode a dragon from the old town to the Great Wall. She had almost traveled through the northern and southern continents of Westeros, but she had only found these old loyal officials at the Great Wall. "Don't be so high-profile. Don't affect the Ghost Resistance United Front." Dany pressed down with both hands. When the old men stopped panting, she said, "I need a suicide squad with chains, hemp rope, nets, and other tools to sneak into the depths of the haunted forest and find the barbarian corpses that no one cares about. There's no need to bring the corpses back or burn them. Our goal this time is to capture the otherworldly ghosts. Use the chains to lock the corpses' feet and the other end of the chains to the tree trunks. The white ghosts have been circling the barbarian camp and love to revive the corpses. We'll revive them. We'll tie up the corpses at night and harvest a few hundred gowls tomorrow morning. Of course, the gowls won't be of much use. They'll rot into puddles after being transported to the south of the Great Wall. But we still have hunting nets, traps, and other tools. We'll set up traps around the corpses and wait for the white ghosts to revive them." He. At this point, Dany couldn't help but laugh. This was also her last mission at the Great Wall. If you came to the Great Wall and didn't see the otherworldly ghosts, you wouldn't be a hero. There was definitely danger, but with the Dragon Queen riding on the dragon's back, the truly dangerous work was left to the Suicide Squad. She decided that when the plan succeeded, she would harvest a batch of otherworldly ghosts tomorrow morning. Regardless of whether she caught the gowls or not, she would leave the Westeros. Her responsibility was done. The Night Watchers and barbarians were all stunned. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. Brilliant, brilliant. Sir Alliser was the first to recover and praised loudly. "Very good, Sir Alliser's courage is commendable. He's the first to sign up for the Suicide Squad." Dany also praised loudly. Sir Alliser's thumbs up froze in mid-air, and his smile froze on his face like rotten milk. "Boss, what did I do wrong? Why did you have to do this to me? Tell me, I'll definitely listen, and I'll definitely change." Dany did not look at the Dragon faction loyalists. Instead, she looked at the crowd and announced, "I was the one who formed the Suicide Squad. Naturally, my White Knight and I are also part of the squad. Your Majesty's idea is good. Count me in." Jon immediately raised his hand. Ygritte glanced at Jon and shouted, "I'll go too, I'll go too. I'll join. Count me in." With Dany leading the way, 400 to 500 volunteers rushed over. There were Night Watchers, barbarians, spearwomen, and raiders. "Chief, take people to the warehouse and prepare chains, hemp ropes, traps, dragon crystal weapons, and other tools. Dani ordered red pomegranate. She suddenly thought of the problem of the signal and asked, "Do you have any fireworks here? Those expensive magic items made by fire warlocks?" Red pomegranate shook her head and smiled bitterly. "We don't even have enough food to eat. How can we afford such luxuries?" "Then prepare 100 gongs. I wonder if the deviants will be scared away," Dani thought with a strange expression. With hundreds of people working together, they could still move quickly. In less than half an hour, 20 horses with chains, barrels, traps, and other supplies were led to the crematorium by Red Pomegranate and the other night watchers. At the same time, Sir Mallister and Beristan selected 50 rangers and 50 barbarians from the volunteers. The 100-man suicide squad was then divided into 20 small teams of 5. Each team had a leader and a horse assigned to them. Beside the crematorium, the night watchers set up a wooden table. 3 wooden stakes were nailed to the ground side by side and a door was placed on top of it. The map of the haunted forest drawn by the night watchers was spread out on the table. Dani stood in front of the table and assigned tasks to the members of the death squad. "We will enter the forest from here." She drew a line on the map. The giants fled into the forest from this position. Stannis chased them for 3 to 4 kilometers, so there must be some giant bodies nearby. The barbarian bodies can be ignored for the time being, but the giants' bodies must be destroyed immediately. Then follow this route. Well, when Stannis raided the barbarian camp in the morning, I saw most of the freemen running along this route. This was originally a forest path. Ygritte said. "I know." Dani nodded. The deviants like to follow the migrating barbarians. The probability of the corpses appearing in this direction is the highest. "What if we encounter the barbarians?" Jon asked worriedly. "So, we need an arrowhead." Dani smiled and tapped twice on her breastplate. "Sir Beristan, Sir Alliser, Ygritte, and I will be the vanguard. We will be in the position of the arrow. The other 19 teams will be distributed in a diamond shape and follow behind us. Of course, the teams in the rear may also encounter the barbarians. There are freemen in each team. Let them negotiate. And my 2 dragons are hovering in the sky. If there is an accident, they can help at any time." Chapter 322. The area beyond the Great Wall was bitterly cold, the temperature was low, and the days were short. It sounded like the Arctic Circle, a barren land of ice and snow. In fact, this was not the case. The area beyond the Great Wall was almost equivalent to Canada in the world of ice and fire. North of the Great Wall was similar to the Canadian forest in the northern section of the Rocky Mountains. Well, the people in this world called it the Ghost Forest. It started from 800 meters north of the Great Wall and spread north for more than 1,000 kilometers. Of course, due to the short sunshine, the forest became thinner the further north it was. It was far less dense than the trees near the Great Wall. It was too dense. Under the full moon, the area beyond the Great Wall seemed to be covered with a layer of silver-gray gauze. People and things around could be seen clearly without holding a torch. But as soon as they stepped into the forest, endless darkness came. Then, a cold air mixed with the smell of damp leaves and decay drowned people like waves. Looking down, even the moonlight was rarely seen on the ground. There were many evergreen trees in the forest, tall and straight soldier pines, tall and straight sentinel trees, and iron trees with dark green leaves that were almost black. The branches were connected to the branches densely. Not to mention that the moonlight couldn't penetrate, the suicide squad members walking in the forest even felt that even the air was frozen, heavy and suffocating. Hey, another giant's body was found. Like a dexterous little monkey, Ygritte turned over slippery wet stones, crossed a dark trunk that fell in a gurgling stream, and came to the side of a hairy giant. A female giant, Suo, I know her. Ygritte's voice was nasal, and she was so sad that she almost cried. 2 years ago, my horse slipped in the canyon, and I broke my leg. Suo carried me back. Dani floated to the red-haired woman like a ghost, carefully looked at the wound of the grey-haired giant, and said, the left waist was stabbed by a sword. The wound was not fatal, but the bleeding was not stopped in time, and it bled to death. Jon led the horse through the stream and whispered, Ygritte, don't be so reckless. If it has become a gaul, It will be too unfair to rush over and be slapped to death by it. I don't have a dragon, but I can't lose to her in courage, the red-haired woman pointed at Dany and said. Barristan's mouth twitched. You found the wrong person to compare with. Her Majesty the Queen did not come at all. Yep, Dany was patrolling in the sky while riding on her dragon. On the ground, the Queen who fought bravely for first place was just a shadow, a mental projection. This should be the last giant's corpse. It's also the smallest, so it can be used as bait, Dany said. They had already gone 10 kilometers into the forest and found 7 giant corpses along the way. Most of them died because they lost too much blood and didn't have time to treat them. Dahay's sole injury had been healed. It had been following the suicide squad with Little White, hovering 300 meters above the forest. Whenever the giant's body was found, or Dany called, or other team members rang the gong, Dahay would come down to pick it up and fly away. Apart from the giants, they also encountered quite a number of barbarian camps. It was a very small campsite, with only a tribe of dozens or hundreds of people. After a battle in the morning, Mans was captured, and the more than 100,000 barbarians who had united were once again in a state of disunity. When encountering such a campsite, the Suicide Squad would send the barbarians to communicate and tell the barbarians about the Suicide Squad's plan to capture the deviant ghosts, so that they would understand that the Night Watchers were not here to hunt down the barbarians and would not harass their small campsite. Most of the time, there was no conflict, because the 2 dragons would fly over the camp first, roaring as they did so. Well, 20 Suicide Squads formed a diamond-shaped formation and sneaked in the forest, covering an area of less than 2 square kilometers. It was too easy for 2 dragons to patrol 2 square kilometers. It was also because a dragon flew over their heads almost every 3 minutes that the Suicide Squad maintained high morale in such a dark and dangerous forest. Hiss hiss when Dany decided on the position to be the bait, Dahay immediately let out 2 rapid dragon roars. 2 roars means that the arrow team has stopped. We should also look for a place to set up the trap. The team that heard the roars immediately stopped and began to set up the trap. In fact, they had encountered a lot of barbarian corpses along the way, most of which were concentrated within 5 kilometers of the edge of the forest. The Suicide Squad alone had encountered nearly 1,000 corpses. It could be guessed that there were more corpses in the forest that had not been discovered. However, the iron chains carried by the Suicide Squad were limited, and it was impossible to tie every corpse. They could only try their best to move forward and keep the deviant ghosts 5 kilometers away from the edge. Well, the reason why Dany went 10 kilometers deep into the ghost forest was because she wanted to keep the deviant ghosts 8 to 10 kilometers away from the edge of the forest. In short, if Dany encountered a deviant ghost 10 kilometers away and killed, caught, or drove it away, then the corpses in the forest behind her would be safe. The Suicide Squad's diamond-shaped formation was like a shield, protecting the thousands of barbarian corpses behind them until dawn. Of course, this was the most perfect ending. The story might not necessarily happen according to Dany's script. Cut off its hands and left foot, Dany said to Barristan. Why? Suo is dead and still wants to be bait. She's already pitiful enough, and you still want to insult her body, Ygritte shouted from the tree. Dany looked up. The branches blocked Ygritte's small body, and it was easy to miss her. However, deviant ghosts did not rely on their eyes to find prey. They could sense the breath of the living. She sneered, if it comes back to life, with its full beard and tail, with the strength of a giant, the pitiful person will be you. Ah! The red-haired girl was stunned, and said, the branches are blocking my view, and I can't see the deviant ghost below. Since there's no way to hide, why not cut off the branches nearby and let the moonlight fall? 10 meters away, John, who was squatting beside a tree stump and tied a rope, turned his head and advised, maybe if you climb high enough, the deviant ghost can't smell the breath of the living on you. The branches will always make you safer. Also, there's a bell that can remind you of the deviant ghost's arrival. Well, John pulled a circle of rope nearby with a small bell hanging on it. No matter how powerful the deviant ghost was, it couldn't fly, right? If they wanted to revive the corpse, they would have to bring the bell. However, no one knew the casting distance of the deviant ghost. If it could revive the corpse from a few hundred meters away, then their efforts tonight would be in vain. In order to prevent this from happening, Danny arranged 3 corpse guards for each team. This was what Yrgret and Sir Alliser were doing at the moment. They found a tall and straight sentinel tree, climbed up to the top, and wrapped cloth soaked in oil around the trunk at the top. If the situation was critical, they would immediately ignite it because deviant ghosts were afraid of fire. Under normal circumstances, they could not ignite the treetops to avoid scaring them away. After all, the purpose of this operation was to capture deviant ghosts. Then, they would find a stable branch under the oilcloth and tie a hemp rope around their waists to stabilize their bodies so that they would not fall when they dozed off. Well, they also had to prepare a fur coat to protect them from the cold and a pot of strong wine to warm their bodies. The corpse guards would keep an eye on the grass and trees nearby. If they found deviant ghosts, they would immediately ring the gong to summon the Megalosaurus and the hunting team. The 3 corpse guards were separated by 30 meters 50 meters, forming a triangle around the corpses that were tied to their ankles. As for whether or not the gong would scare the deviant ghosts away, deviant ghosts that could be scared away by the sound of the gong would not be scared by humans. Of course, if the deviant ghosts were intelligent enough, they could judge that there was an ambush by the sound of the gong and might actually retreat. However, Danny and the others knew nothing about deviant ghosts. Even if the gong scared the deviant ghosts away, they could at least guess the deviant ghost's intelligence level. In addition to the 3 corpse guards, there was one more, Danny called it the Deathmaker. Since they could not judge the deviant ghost's intelligence level, they could not be sure if the deviant ghosts would be scared away by the gong. In this regard, Danny had her own plans. If the deviant ghosts were not intelligent enough and did not run away when they heard the gong, that would naturally be the ideal situation. If the deviant ghosts were intelligent enough and guessed that there was a trap and planned to escape, then it would be time for the Deathmaker to appear. Intelligent people definitely had a temper. If a human slid down from a tree, stood on the flat ground, raised his iron sword, and shouted, "Bastard, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? See if I don't cut off your ice-cold little Gigi." Oh, Danny was very curious. How would the deviant ghosts, who were originally planning to retreat, react? And John was the Deathmaker. It was not that Danny wanted to take the opportunity to kill her nephew. Who asked him to have a steel sword from Valeglia? In the 5-man team, in addition to the corpse guards and the Deathmaker, there was also a mobile night team. Didn't each team have a horse? After removing the chains, oil pipes, traps, hunting nets, ropes, strong wine, sausages, and other items, the workhorse became a warhorse, and riding on a warhorse became a knight. There were many stones, roots, and puddles under the trees. Visibility was poor at night, and if one was not careful, the horse would fall down. Ordinary people did not have the ability to ride a horse in the Ghost Shadow Forest. In the complicated forest terrain, it was difficult to not get lost in the day. However, the rangers of the night guards were not ordinary people. A small team of rangers, 3 men and 3 horses, could patrol the boundless Ghost Shadow Forest for a few months. During this period, they could only rely on their survival skills, which were better than Bear Grylls, to find food and drink for themselves. They also had to deal with the wild beasts and savages in the forest. Riding a horse in the forest at night, not getting lost, not falling down, and avoiding the arrows of the savages were only basic skills. Without these skills, they would not survive their first patrol mission. Therefore, the rangers were the strongest and most honorable occupation of the night guards. When they first arrived at the Great Wall, John was depressed, annoyed, and complained for a long time because he was not assigned to the ranger team. That was until Sam told him the significance of the Commander-in-Chief's affairs officer, the next Commander-in-Chief of the Night Guards. Well, he digressed. The rangers would ride their horses and gather in the center of the diamond formation. There were 20 riders, and they would again form 4 cavalry teams. Each team would have 5 riders, and the 4 teams would guard the 4 corners of the diamond formation. Danny would not let the Deathmaker die without any preparation. If there was a deviant ghost at a hunting spot, the corresponding cavalry team would immediately rush over to help. Well, before the ranger team arrived at the battlefield, Danny would not send the Megalosaurus to the forest to breathe fire. What if a deviant ghost hid in the side and threw a javelin at her dragon? Wouldn't she cry? Of course, Dany also prepared a trump card. If the situation was urgent, she could only throw White Knight down to save the situation. White Knight's fighting skills were excellent. With Valeglia's iron armor and iron sword, she could definitely fight a deviant ghost alone. Chapter 323. The diamond-shaped formation was placed horizontally in the Ghost Shadow Forest. The hunting points at the north and south ends were more than 600 meters apart, and the east and west ends were about 2.5 kilometers apart. There were a total of 20 hunting teams in this long and narrow area. In the sky, Little White was circling back and forth at an altitude of 300 meters. It could make one round in less than 2 minutes. The hunting point that John was stationed at was at the northernmost end. About 300 meters behind it, there was a small hill beside a stream. It was the base of Barristan's cavalry team. At the top of the hill, a bonfire was burning. 5 men and 1 woman sat around it. There were 4 rangers, Barristan, and Dany. This place was almost the center of the diamond-shaped formation. Therefore, Dany was also guarding there with Big Black. If there was any movement, she would be able to rush over to provide support as quickly as possible. Well, Dany was currently in the true form of the Queen. With 5 knights acting as meat shields beside her, she was not afraid at all even if the deviant ghosts sneaked over. 2 of the 4 rangers were acquaintances of Dany. They were the former Royal Forest bandit Ulmer and the commander of the Shadow Tower, Sir Mallister. The remaining 2 men in black were also around 40 years old. They were all experienced rangers with more than 10 years of patrolling experience in the Ghost Shadow Forest. In the professional terms of modern novels, the 4 of them were all elite soldiers. I was born to belong to the forest. When I was young, I was a bandit in the Royal Forest who robbed the rich to help the poor. When I was middle-aged, I was sent to the Great Wall and spent the rest of my life in this forest. I dare say that I can find him before the other ghosts smell me. Ulmer picked up the leather pouch and took a sip of wine. He bared his teeth and bragged to the Queen. Sir Mallister frowned and said with a heavy expression, "Be careful. This operation was a little rushed. We should have arrived at noon. We did not scout the terrain, and the traps were not perfect. There's nothing we can do about it. The deviant ghosts move at night. After tonight, the corpses will be revived. There's no time for us to make arrangements," Sir Barristan said. Ulmer chewed on half of the sausage, and the grey beard at the side of his mouth shook with the sound of chewing. He asked in a muffled voice, "Your Majesty, where did you go in the afternoon? I heard from the red-robed woman that you were fighting with the servants of Escod." The old ranger regretted it as soon as he asked. As expected, the atmosphere around them froze in an instant. His 4 companions looked at him strangely, then curiously peeked at Queen Dany. Wu Irma quickly gulped down a mouthful of wine and swallowed the meat in his mouth. He forced a smile and said, "I drank too much and became muddle-headed. How can I ask about your Majesty's secret?" Dany rolled her eyes at him. "It was supposed to be an honorable battle, but now that you've said it, it's become a shameful affair." "Ah!" The old ranger's face reddened, and he didn't know what to do. "I met the 3-eyed crow." Dany didn't plan to hide it. The witch in Hadjen County, the ghost of Noble Heart, knew about it, and so did Melisandre. If the red-robed woman knew, it meant that the higher-ups of the deer party knew as well. She did not believe that Erlu was not as curious as Wu Irma. 3-eyed crow? The light of the fire illuminated everyone's bewildered faces. "You've never heard of it? Isn't there a 3-eyed crow in the legends of the Northern Territory?" Dany was also confused. "No, I'm from White Harbor, and I've never heard of the 3-eyed crow." A grey-blonde night watcher named Dustin Snow shook his head. "Then, have you heard of the Green Prophet?" Dany asked again. "I've heard of it. There are 100 legends in the Northern Territory, and 90 of them are related to the Green Prophet," Dustin said in surprise. "The characters in the fairy tales are the same as the eccentrics, children of the forest, and deviant ghosts. Rational people wouldn't believe in their existence. I didn't believe in them for decades, but now." A bitter smile appeared on Sir Mallister's determined face. "Could it be that the 3-eyed crow is the Green Prophet? Did he find His Majesty?" Barristan asked in concern. "Yes, deviant ghosts are real, and so is the Green Prophet. The three-eyed crow is this generation's Green Prophet. Danny turned to the White Knight sternly and asked, when we were having lunch in young Halberd City, we saw a few crows in the tavern. Do you still remember? At that time, I had a slight feeling that I was being watched, but you didn't find anything even after you checked your surroundings. It was only when we left young Halberd City and entered the Dawn Desert that the uncomfortable feeling of being watched disappeared. Could it be that the three-eyed crow found us at that time? Barristan's expression changed drastically. He found me, but it has nothing to do with you. Ulmer was entranced by her words, and he couldn't help but ask, the three-eyed crow has been watching you all this time? I know about shapeshifters, and I also know about Auriel, the first master of the goshawk, and the Six Forms man. The Green Prophet is a shapeshifter of a higher level. Could it be that he has a three-eyed crow as his companion, and he used the crow to follow you and monitor your every move? You know quite a lot. Danny looked at the old bandit in surprise. Ulmer grinned proudly before he said in disgust, I've dealt with the barbarians for decades, and I've been watched and tracked countless times by the shapeshifters' animal companions. They were very difficult to deal with, and I almost died several times. Those shapeshifters are all monsters, and their souls can enter the bodies of wild beasts. It's like wearing a beast's skin. Danny stared at the raging flames and said slowly, shapeshifters aren't monsters, and monsters come from the shadow's heart and distorted human nature. It's just like how some people use swords to kill people, and there are also people who use swords to guard the borders and protect the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. There's no distinction between evil and righteousness in the sword itself, and the key lies in whether the sword wielder's heart is bright or not. Ulmer nodded thoughtfully, Your Majesty, your state of mind is really open-minded. The Green Prophet treated you like that, yet you can still speak up for the shapeshifters. Reason is reason, and you shouldn't distort facts because of personal feelings. The Queen's words caused several night watchers to nod repeatedly. However, you guessed one thing wrong, and the Green Prophet's methods are far superior to those of the shapeshifters. Danny sighed and stretched out her right hand. The bonfire's flames danced and took the shape of a cow, a horse, a snake, a dragon, and so on. They had noses and eyes, and their fur and scales could be faintly seen. They roared and galloped around, and they were all very lifelike. She then said calmly, It's just like how fire wizards are proficient in controlling flames, and the Green Prophet is gifted in soul magic. When I was being monitored by the Green Prophet's crows and the shapeshifters' animal companions, I could detect that something was amiss. If you sent crows to monitor me, you would surely alert the enemy, and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Danny turned toward Beristan and explained, The three-eyed crow left a wisp of his soul in my sea of consciousness, and the battle between him and me was a contest at the soul level. This is why I didn't inform you. The knot in White Knight's heart disappeared, and she became worried again. She asked, Does the Green Prophet want to control you like he controls his animal companions? Hateful. The expressions of Mallister and the other night watchers changed drastically, and they started cursing loudly. Humans aren't animals, and I'm not an ordinary person. If the Green Prophet dares to enter my soul openly, he will surely be courting death. His methods are gentle and cunning, and he's like a treacherous official with a glib tongue, who uses words to bewitch a muddle-headed king. When Danny saw that the more they listened, the more confused they became. She told them about the evil god's whispers and the evil god's deeds in the underground palace of the Jade Sea Lightning Island. Is it so terrifying to just whisper in your ear? Ulmer was skeptical. If it were me, I would just ignore the evil god's whispers and see what he can do to me. The evil god and the Green Prophet didn't whisper in your ear, and you can't resist the whispers that come from your soul. The whispers on the soul level are like the cold wind on the body. If you stand naked in ice and snow, how can you resist the attack of the cold wind? I wear clothes and put on a fur coat, the old ranger said. That's the key. You're an ordinary person who doesn't know witchcraft or magic. When faced with a soul attack, your soul is as helpless as a plain-clothed soldier on the battlefield who doesn't have leather or mail armor. As for me, I know magic, and I have a dragon as my companion. My soul is fully armed. Even so, I'm still affected. Just like you now, wearing a thick fur coat, you're still attacked by the cold wind, and you have to stay warm by the fire. I see. The 5 people by the fire were deep in thought, and they understood how terrifying the evil god's whispers were. If the Green Prophet has his eyes on me, won't I be doomed? Ulma said worriedly. Ha ha ha. The men in black laughed. Ulma, if the Green Prophet has his eyes on you, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Your Majesty, are you still troubled by the Green Prophet's whispers? Beristan asked worriedly as he tightened the goatskin cloak around him. Hihi, you also saw that damned crow. Now, no evil god can affect me through the soul whispers because my soul is covered with a layer of Valeglia's steel armor. Danny smiled proudly. Something's not right. Ulma was about to ask about the War of the Gods when his expression suddenly froze. He stood up and walked 7 or 8 steps away from the fire. The cold wind blew through the gaps between the tree trunks, taking away a large amount of heat from the old ranger. Ulma shivered and spat out a large cloud of thick white mist. Damn it, why is it so cold? Dustin, Dennis, do you guys feel anything unusual? The temperature is abnormally low now. It's never been this cold. It's late, maybe. Sir Mallister also stood up from the fire and walked to the old ranger's side. He looked up at the cold silver moon hanging in the western sky and said uncertainly, "It's almost 3 in the morning now. Maybe winter is coming, or maybe deviant ghosts. They should be here by now, but..." He turned to Danny and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, are you sure the Megalosaurus won't miss the sound of the gong in the cold wind? It's late at night in the old forest. I can hear it even if I'm 300 meters away, let alone a dragon," Danny said. Ulma took a few deep breaths and exhaled heavily. He said hesitantly, "The smell is not right. Something's very wrong. Your Majesty, you'd better check it out yourself." Danny had been in the form of a dragon spirit all this time. Ever since she entered the ghastly forest, she had been feeling a faint sense of danger. Although she did not clearly sense the intense waves of danger, she trusted the old ranger's intuition. After all, she knew that the Megalosaurus was not as good as a dog, Stark's direwolf, when it came to foreseeing danger. Danny climbed onto Blackie's back and rose into the sky in a moment. In order to avoid missing the sound of the gong, she lowered her altitude and whizzed past the treetops 100 meters away. Even the corpse guards on the branches below could hear the sound of the Megalosaurus flapping its wings above them. About 5 minutes later, Blackie landed on the hill, but Danny did not go down. She said on the dragon's back, "Everything's normal. There's no sound of the gong. But there's still a few hours before dawn. I won't chat with you anymore. It's better to have 2 dragons patrolling together than 1 dragon." After she finished speaking, she did not wait for their reply and rode the dragon into the sky again. Hiss, but this time, when they flew to the southernmost part of the patrol circle, Blackie suddenly growled in a low voice. Then, without Danny's orders, it continued to fly south at high speed. "Blackie, why are you?" Danny had just called out in surprise when she suddenly stopped and listened carefully. Woo woo woo, the bone-chilling wind blew, mixed with the low sound of the horn. It was almost impossible to tell whether it was the wind whistling or the long sound of the horn. Danny's expression changed. On the Great Wall a few kilometers away, the night watchers were blowing the horn 3 times. The first meant that the night watchers had returned, the second meant that the barbarians were attacking, and the third. For thousands of years, the night watchers had never blown the horn 3 times in a row. Because 3 times meant that deviant ghosts were attacking. Chapter 324. Stannis also knew about Danny's suicide squad heading north to the ghastly forest to capture deviant ghosts, but he did not intend to participate. Firstly, he did not want to work with the Dragon Queen. He could not bear to see her riding on a dragon and showing off her might. It was also because of the dark schemes in his heart that when he interacted with the people involved, he would be reminded of his own unworthiness. Normally, he was strict with himself and was proud of his noble morals and character. Erlu worked hard and successfully believed that he had nothing to do with Renly's death. Plotting to kill the Dragon Queen was contrary to his values. Secondly, even if he claimed to be the savior many times, fighting for the Iron Throne only had one goal: to unite the forces of the 7 kingdoms under the rightful king, which was himself, and fight against the evil deviant gods in the north. But in reality, Stannis had never seen deviant ghosts before, and did not understand the meaning of child of prophecy to end the long night. To put it bluntly, fighting deviant ghosts was just a political slogan for the Deer Party, raising a flag to ensure that they stood on the moral high ground. As for the threat of deviant ghosts, they had never even seen them before, so they could not agree with it from the bottom of their hearts. In the end, the Deer Party was very tired and did not have the energy to torment the Dragon Queen. The raid on the camp of the barbarians only took a morning and ended completely after lunch. It did not seem to take much energy. But the Deer Party was not a night watcher and had always been stationed at the Great Wall. They set off from Dragonstone Island and sailed on the sea for a few months, crossing thousands of miles of sea to Eastwatch. They did not have time to rest before they immediately rushed towards Dark Castle. This was beyond the Great Wall, where the temperature at night was more than 10 degrees below zero. The Deer Party were all Southerners. After traveling 250 kilometers in the snow, they finally arrived outside the camp of the barbarians. But to ensure the surprise of the raid, they had to enter the ghastly forest in the middle of the night, take a big detour, and hide the cavalry behind the camp of the barbarians. Just like that, they fought fiercely for a morning, and tragically 200 heavy cavalry were torn apart by a few hundred giants. After that, they had to detain the captives, clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded. At night, they even had to burn the corpses of the dead. After being taunted by the Dragon Queen, they were too tired, physically and mentally. They didn't even have the energy to scheme. So the Stagants were still asleep when cries and curses and fighting rose from the camp outside the city, and when the Night's Watch blew 3 trumpets to call for help from King Stannis, Erlu rose from his bed in a daze and refused the red pomegranate without hesitation. I don't care about the life and death of the barbarians, but I also understand that the barbarians can be resurrected after death. The more barbarians died, the more trouble they would face in the future. However, after yesterday's battle, the cavalry under my command exhausted all their strength. They won't be able to recover without 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, it is difficult to discern the enemy's situation at night. What if the other ghost army is lying in ambush? What should we do? Stannis gritted his teeth and said with an ugly expression. As one of the top 3 generals in the Westeros, Barristan's comment, Erlu understood the principle of know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. He and his knights had never fought with the other ghosts before, and he definitely didn't want to give up his first time in such a daze. If his 1,000 cavalry fell under the Great Wall in one fell swoop, like the Dothraki roaring warriors under Mother Dragon in the last season of Game of Thrones, how would he have the capital to become the child of prophecy? Bowen Maxey helplessly left the command tower and climbed up the wall. He urged the trumpeters to blow the trumpets as hard as they could. I only hope that Her Majesty Dany Rise can hear the trumpets and bring dragons to help, he said to one-armed Tanner helplessly. Finally, he seemed to have an epiphany. A true dragon is a king of dragons. Dany's new savage camp had taken in more than 12,000 fleeing savages. They weren't considered savages in the Great Wall for the time being, and their future was uncertain. They could either continue to be savages, follow the Dragon Queen to the other side of the narrow sea to beg for food, or work for the Night Watchers and rent themselves out. But since Dany had saved them from Erlu, she wouldn't leave them to rot under the Great Wall. She had always despised the savages for their chaotic management, lack of social system, lack of organization and lawlessness. Barristan started taking in the savages in the morning and was busy until the sun set in the west. According to Dany's instructions, he organized the savages in the camp into temporary households according to their tribe, customs, and region. The camp was divided into 12 areas, which were divided into 12,000-man brigades, 120 100-man squadrons, and 120 10-man squadrons. Be it Chiliarchs, Centurions, or 10-man squadrons, they were all elected by the savages themselves. The Dragon Queen and Barristan didn't interfere. Other than the Chiliarchs, who had to report to Barristan and the Dragon Queen to recognize their faces, the other captains didn't even need to be informed of Dany's appointment or dismissal. Hence, when the Gauls attacked, the camp didn't collapse. Huff, 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 as the first group of Gauls with blue eyes appeared at the edge of the forest, a strong wind rose from the ground and wrapped around the bodies of the people like poisonous snakes, taking away their warmth. Then, the silver-gray sky darkened, as if a layer of gauze covered the full moon in the sky. The north wind rose, bringing a milky white fog to the camp. "Be careful, those damned things are coming." Morona, who was guarding the crematorium, woke up from her sleep. She picked up the spear beside her and shouted to the savages around her. "What?" On the other side, First Father Eugen didn't react at first, but when he looked up into the forest, he immediately shuddered at the sight of the dense, icy blue eyes of the dead people. Clang, 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 clang. He frantically hit the gong beside him, shouting as he ran toward the camp, "Gowls are attacking, the Gowls are attacking. Wake up, stop sleeping, there are hundreds and thousands of dead people. Burn wood, tents, oil barrels, quick." Soon, Whale rode a horse and started running around the camp. "Children and elders, go to the base of the wall. Men and spearwomen, follow me to the crematorium." The savages were far more experienced in dealing with Gowls than the night watchers. They had been dealing with deviant ghosts for many years. At least their mental fortitude was good enough, and the team didn't collapse. When the first group of about 400 Gowls with icy blue eyes walked out of the forest, Morona, Eugen, Big Sea Elephant and Whale had already led more than 1,000 savages to form the first line of defense in front of the new camp with the crematorium as their stronghold. Fortunately, in order to reduce the workload, the crematorium was built in the old camp using local materials. With the forest at the back, it was convenient to cut wood and collect firewood, as well as to collect corpses from the old camp. The old camp was right opposite the new one, blocking the path of the deviant ghosts. Well, the Gowls weren't stupid either. They went around the crematorium that was still burning with residual heat and charcoal. "What's going on?" First Father Eugen held a torch in his left hand and a bronze machete in his right. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he looked at the increasing number of blue-eyed Gowls gathering to the east of the crematorium. Eugen was the leader of a tribe of barbarians. He had 18 wives and countless children. He wasn't even sure and didn't care how many of them belonged to him. That was why he was nicknamed Big Daddy. It was also because he had too many wives and children that he didn't escape into the forest. Instead, he joined the new camp and prepared to fight on the other side of the narrow sea. Something's not right. Why aren't they rushing over like before? What are they waiting for? He had already guessed what the Gowls were waiting for, but the truth was too terrifying. He desperately wanted to get a different answer from his companions. Whale immediately shattered First Father Eugen's fantasy. "There are white Gowls. The white Gowls are controlling them. They're waiting for all the Gowls in the forest to come out and attack us together. Damn it. Didn't Dragon Queen go to capture the white Gowls? Why are the white Gowls coming here instead?" Sea Elephant shouted. Sea Elephant was the leader of the sea folk tribe of the frozen coast. He was a big guy with a big beard who looked like Hagrid from Harry Potter. He was already impressed by Dragon Queen during the tripartite conference. If Mansred hadn't mentioned the third clause of the tripartite lease agreement, there was no need to sign the agreement immediately, and the savages were allowed to observe. He would have signed the agreement long ago. "The night watchers are blowing their horns with all their might. They're probably trying to summon Dragon Queen," Whale muttered. "Will the night watchers come out? That Red God King, doesn't he have heavy cavalry? It's time for them to come out and disperse the army of the dead," said Morona, the spearwoman wearing a white weirwood mask. Morona was the leader of a small tribe and didn't have the right to participate in the tripartite conference. However, she was still a wizard. She was smart and knew how to respect others. She was one of the first people to sign the lease agreement with Dragon Queen. "Don't think about it. The city gates are tightly shut. No one is coming out. The King of Redheart doesn't care about the lives of his people." Whale shook his head. "Be careful, they're coming," a savage shouted sharply. The Gowls didn't shout. In fact, the army of thousands didn't make a single sound other than the sound of running across the mud. They were frighteningly fast. They didn't stumble like the zombies, and were almost as fast as a normal person running. As the Gowls approached, gusts of cold wind blew the savages' hair away. The bone-chilling cold caused the flames on the torches to shrink. "Kill!" First Father roared and swung the torch in his hand at the Gowls. Bang! It hit the one-armed Gowl's face. The oil on the torch stuck to its face. In the blink of an eye, its entire head started burning. The fire even spread to its lower body. The gowls were extremely easy to burn. It was as if their skin was cloth soaked in oil. First Father raised his right foot and kicked the gowl's abdomen. Boom! While flying in the air, the burning corpse ghost exploded into 2 pieces, landing on the bodies of 2 other corpse ghosts that were running over. Boom, boom. 2 more torches. Ha ha, trash, die. Big Sea Elephant laughed proudly. TCH. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A cold light attacked him. First Father was indeed experienced. He didn't use the torch in his left hand to block the enemy's weapon. Instead, he raised the bronze sword in his right hand and welcomed the attack. Crack! The cold white light drew an arc in the air without any delay. First Father's expression froze. A line of blood slid from his forehead to his chin. Plop! First Father, who had dominated beyond the Great Wall for decades, fell to the ground. His limbs twitched a few times, but he soon struggled to get up. TCH, the torch in his left hand flickered, and was extinguished. There was no cry of pain. It was still the same face. From his forehead to the tip of his nose, his lips were split in 2, and all the way to his chin, there was a line of blood that had solidified. He held the extinguished wooden stick in his left hand and the broken bronze knife in his right hand. He turned around and looked at Morona, who was not far away. Chapter 325. The gowls came so suddenly that the barbarians did not have time to build a ring-shaped bonfire to stop them. The 5 Chiliarchs each led 200 spear-wielding women and raiders to form a defensive line at the southeast of the crematorium. Meanwhile, the gowls avoided the embers of the crematorium and gathered in the east. Before today, the barbarians had never been attacked by an army of gowls. Usually, there would be 100 or 200 gowls mixed with 2 or 3 white gowls. Usually, the barbarians would deal with them with more than 10 times that number. 2 or 3 barbarians holding torches would surround a gowl and burn it. This was their tactic. Since gowls were not zombies, they would not be infected by the virus if they were bitten or scratched. Their strengthened physique and the weapons in their hands were the greatest threat to the defenders. If someone could block the gowl's attack, his companions would be able to set him on fire without any worries. But now, the gowls outnumbered the barbarians at the defensive line. In fact, they outnumbered the barbarians by several times. The moment the 2 armies clashed, the situation developed in the direction of the barbarian army's collapse. In the eyes of the night watchers on the city wall, the 1,000 barbarian warriors holding torches were like a small island in the dark sea. The flames of their torches connected to form a narrow island of flames. The endless wave of icy gowls could be seen eating away at the fiery red land bit by bit. On one side, the battle cries were drowned out bit by bit as the number of torches decreased. On the other side, the barbarians were silent, cold, and merciless as they attacked the shore of flames. In the new camp, the barbarian women and children hiding behind the simple fence felt a chill in their hearts. The hope in their hearts was extinguished bit by bit like the number of barbarians' torches. The fear and despair in their hearts were spreading like the tide of gowls. Fuck. The witch warrior cursed with an ugly expression. She raised the weirwood spear in her hand and pierced it with the speed of a shooting star. It went straight for the eye that was flickering with a faint blue light. Kai. Without any obstruction, it hit First Old Man's left eye. The spear pierced a foot deep into his eye socket, and a small section of the white weirwood spear emerged from the back of his head. Kai. As if it was not his own eye that was stabbed, First Old Man Eugen did not care. He stepped forward and slashed at Morona. At the same time, the sound of something tearing through the air came from Morona's right. A pale white light drew a crescent arc and landed on her right shoulder. Ding-dang. Fortunately, Morona wasn't fighting alone. Behind her, a bearded barbarian raised his axe and blocked the long sword that killed First Old Man Eugen. It was a very ordinary long sword. The blade was 2.5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. On both sides of the blade, there were more than a dozen notches as small as rice grains and as big as broad beans. However, the sword was well maintained. The body of the sword had been polished until it was snow white, and it even had the smell of butter. Knight Harmon. After seeing the owner of the sword, The bearded man groaned and cursed, "You owe me 3 sheep, and you died." Now, he had killed First Old Man. "You really deserve to die. Let the deviant ghosts take this guy away." Taking a step back to avoid First Old Man's broken sword, Morona quickly stepped forward and pulled out her spear. She scolded, "He's already been taken away by the deviant ghosts. If you don't want to join them, immediately cut off this dog's head." Knight Harmon, like Morona, was the leader of a small tribe. He had once killed a black-clothed man who used to be a knight and obtained his iron sword and Black Panther fur coat. Because he often imitated the roaming cavalry, hanging a long sword at his waist and wearing a black cape, he was given the nickname Knight. In the battle with Harmon, First Old Man Eugen had only made one mistake, being poor. Because he was poor, his equipment wasn't as good as others. Using a bronze scimitar against a steel longsword, and the one wielding the sword was a corpse ghost that had its strength increased, he didn't die in vain. Thump, thump, thump. 4 large creatures dragged tree trunks out of the darkness. They avoided the remaining half of the defenders and walked towards the barbarians' camp. "Damn it, the giants are heading towards the camp," Whale cursed as he threw away the extinguished torch in his hand and held his sword with both hands. Seeing that the barbarians were panting and that the torches were almost all extinguished, she couldn't help but cry out in despair, "Let's retreat back to the camp. There are corpse ghosts heading towards the camp. We've lost the defense line." "No." Morona used her spear to push First Old Man Eugen into the cremation pile as she screamed in a distorted voice, "The rest of you, retreat into the forest. There's no hope. There are white ghosts in the corpse ghost horde. If we die, there'll be one more of those bastards. We've been fighting for so long and they're still increasing. Let's run. Let's save as many as we can." Big Beard Solan, who had saved Morona's life, roared, "No, my son is also in the new camp." Morona looked at First Old Man who was struggling in the fire and smiled bitterly, "We can't stop them. The camp's fences are simple and the area is large. If the corpse ghosts break through from one direction, we'll be finished." "What about the night watchers?" Solan asked unwillingly. "They've never seen the corpse ghosts before. They're probably hiding on the Great Wall and peeing their pants." The few of them spoke as they approached each other, forming an offensive and defensive formation. For example, Bearded Man raised his axe to block the corpse ghosts' attacks while Morona kicked or stabbed with her spear, sending the corpse ghosts into the cremation pile. The line of defense that had stopped the Gowls from charging into the camp had completely collapsed. The remaining savages, like their leader, threw away their extinguished torches and stood by the cremation pile. Some even threw a shield into the fire and stepped on it themselves. "The night watchers are blowing the horn. I can even smell the urine in the horn. It's the smell of fear," said Wood-Ear Keller, who was leaning on Whale's back. "We can't run. The Dragon Queen will come back as soon as she hears the horn," Whale said solemnly. Morona shook her head in despair. "I'm afraid she won't hear it. Also, so what if she hears the horn? She'll take the risk to save." Hiss. A loud dragon's roar suddenly exploded in the sky. The savages looked up in surprise and saw a bright red dragon flame like a sword of divine punishment. It started from the edge of the cremation platform and went all the way to the east gate of the new camp. In just 2 breaths, the Megalosaurus rose again and disappeared into the dark sky. Only dozens of burning corpse ghosts were left on the ground that was swept by the dragon flame. Morona was stunned. 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down her face. She raised her spear and shouted excitedly, "Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live Her Majesty Dannylees! Long live Her Majesty Dannylees!" The cheers spread like wildfire in the forest. In just a moment, from the savages' camp below the Great Wall to the night watchers who were watching in fear at the top of the Great Wall, everyone was shouting "Long live the Queen!" Hiss! Blackie roared in the sky in response to everyone's cheers. Then, the black dragon drew an arc in the night sky and landed on the Great Wall. Under the confused gazes of the night watchers, Danny shouted on the dragon's back, "This is a battle that belongs to all humans. You, me, and the savages below the Great Wall. Now, all night watchers, open the gate, bring your shields and swords, and fight the deviant ghost." Hiss. Without waiting for the night watchers to respond, Blackie landed on the savages' camp like a Mengzazi. Ah, the Megalosaurus is here. The Dragon Queen is here. The savages in the camp ran away in panic, leaving an empty space for the Megalosaurus. Dragon Queen, why are you here instead of bringing the dragon to burn the deviant ghosts? A man with a dry face approached carefully and asked anxiously. Danny ignored him and shouted, "Where is the Chiliarch?" "I am the Chiliarch, Hunter Harley." The man with a dry face said. "Chiliarch, bring your men and follow me to battle." Danny jumped off the dragon's back, pulled down her helmet, and pulled out the sword at her waist. The savages were stunned. You are not riding the dragon, spitting fire?" Harley stammered, his face full of confusion. Danny touched the blade of the sword with her left hand. With a whoosh, 3 feet of bright red flames rose from the sword. She raised the flaming sword high and shouted, "The Dragon Queen is here. Chiliarch, Centurion, bring your shields and come to me immediately." Hiss. Blackie let out a low roar and immediately raised its neck. Wisps of willow-like flames appeared out of thin air and intertwined in its mouth to form a bright red fireball the size of a washbasin. The savages were at a loss, but they hurriedly ran to the Dragon Queen. They only muttered in their hearts, "Is the Queen crazy? We are still in the middle of the camp. Why did you let the dragon spit fire? Instead of burning the deviant ghosts, you spit fire at the camp." Then, the black dragon lowered its head again. With a burp, the fireball rolled out of its mouth and hit the top of the Dragon Queen's head. "Be careful, the demonic dragon is killing its master." Harley's dry face scrunched up. But in the next moment, the small eyes on his face that were twisted into a crooked slit suddenly opened. His eyeballs protruded as if they were about to explode from shock. When the fireball was about to hit the top of the Dragon Queen's head, it suddenly turned in the air and landed on her left side. It was caught by her left hand. It was as easy as holding a rubber ball in the palm of an ordinary person's hand. Danny had a big fireball in her left hand and a flaming sword in her right. There was also a black dragon with a second fireball in its mouth behind her. It was really majestic and eye-catching. She looked around at the savages around her and shouted, "Are you all stunned? The deviant ghosts have already broken through the camp gate. Didn't you hear the call of the free people?" "Oh, oh, oh." Harley's bulging eyeballs shrank back. He ran over with a dozen women holding shields and spears. "What should we do? We don't have enough people." Danny frowned. "The main force went out with Big Old Man and W.A. The rest are fighting the deviant ghosts at the fence of the camp." Harley quickly explained. Danny nodded and ordered loudly, "Everyone else, raise your shields and block the black dragon's left and right sides. Harley, you are now my attendant. Protect my safety." After saying that, she strode towards the northeast corner where the fighting was the most intense. Blackie had a fireball in its mouth. Its body was on the ground, its wings and hind legs were on the ground. It crawled forward like a lizard. Its movements were a little strange and wretched, but its speed was not slow at all. It followed closely behind the Dragon Queen's running footsteps. More importantly, it lowered its body so that its abdomen was on the ground. Most of its torso was under the protection of the women holding shields and spears. Mother Dragon no longer had to worry about an ice spear suddenly flying over and killing her dragon. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Harley seemed to have really become Danny's night attendant. He raised his oak shield in front of her and shouted, "The Dragon Queen is here. Chiliarchs, Centurions, bring your shield men and protect the Megalosaurus." As he shouted, more and more savages rushed over. They held bronze shields, round oak shields, and curved wooden shields wrapped in animal skin. They surrounded Blackie tightly. At the edge of the camp, the light of the fire and the cold air intertwined. Shouts and cries were mixed together. The fence was built with freshly cut tree trunks. It had been lit long ago and was releasing choking smoke. In addition to the thick cold fog brought by the deviant ghosts, Danny couldn't see the battlefield clearly. She could only see the savages retreating in defeat with the hazy light of the fire. People kept falling down, and there were also corpses that were set ablaze like torches. Boomer the giant gowl hugged the tree trunk that was as thick as a thigh and 10 meters long and swept across the area. The barbarians wailed as they were cleared out. Among them, there were 2 twisted corpses that fell in front of Dany with a plop. Dany frowned and stepped over one of the corpses. She shouted to the front, "Everyone, back off. Let me clear this place." Chapter 326. Dany was full of pride. She held the fireball in her left hand and shouted, "Get out of the way. Leave that giant behind. Let me do it. Dragon Queen is here. Megalosaurus is here." Harley, the temporary attendant, immediately roared at the top of his voice. Dany took a step forward and extended the fireball. "Look at me, eh?" She couldn't walk anymore. Someone was tugging at her foot. Shit. When she looked down, Dany's face turned green. She saw that the savage whose spine had been broken into several sections was holding her left calf and gnawing at the heel of her iron boot with his teeth. Whoosh, a fire snake the length of a chopstick flew out of the spinning fireball and shot straight at the face of the new Gowl. Boom. Like a quilt that had been splashed with oil, the Gowl was ignited almost instantly. Looking at the Gowl struggling in the fire, Dany smiled coldly and continued to move forward with the fireball. Gowls had infinite strength and energy. They would not get tired, and they even retained part of their memories and martial arts skills from when they were alive. They were far more intelligent than zombies. Moreover, their bodies had no fatal points. Beheading, exploding the head, or piercing the heart was useless. Even if a Gowl was dismembered with a sword, its broken hands and short legs could still crawl, its mouth could still bite, and its headless body could continue to attack. What was even more frightening was that the Gowl also had a frost aura. Wherever it went, there would be bone-chilling wind and freezing fog that blocked one's vision. However, such crazy Gowls were not invincible. They also had a weakness: they could be easily ignited. Their skin was like flammable, oily cloth. As long as one part of their body was ignited, soon, their entire body would be covered in flames. Hearing the sound of the horn, Dany hurried to the battlefield. She let Dahe dive close to the ground and spit fire once. That was an adventure and also a test to test the destructive effect of dragon flames on Gowls. After all, it was the first time she and Dahe had seen a Gowl. At that time, Dahe swooped down at an extremely fast speed, almost reaching 350 km per hour. In other words, it only took him 2 seconds to fly 200 meters close to the ground. This was not to avoid the ice spears of the deviant ghosts. The first wave of draconic flame attack came too suddenly. Even if there were deviant ghosts hiding in the group of Gowls, they did not have time to adjust their movements and launch a sneak attack on the Megalosaurus that swept across the sky. Dany's main purpose was to test the effects of the dragon flame. For example, if you quickly put your finger into a bonfire and then retract it, your finger will heat up, but you won't feel any burning pain. Because the time was short, the heat transmitted by the flame to the finger was not enough to damage the skin cells, so it would not stimulate the pain nerves. If you slowly put your finger on the flame and then slowly retracted it, there was an 80% chance that your skin would split open and your flesh would be charred black. If the temperature of the flame was high enough, such as a metal welding torch, even if you stretched your finger as fast as you could, you would probably scream in pain. At the end of the day, igniting a substance was actually a process of heat transfer, which then caused a chemical reaction. It was the same for fire-deviant ghosts. It was either a normal flame that was heated for a long time or a special flame that was hot enough to ignite them instantly. Dany rode Dahe and quickly passed over the heads of the deviant ghosts. She was burning her finger. This was because the dragon flame was not much stronger than ordinary flames. It was not as exaggerated as the difference between a stove fire and a cutting gun. Ordinary flames could burn deviant ghosts for a few seconds, but what about the dragon flame? The dragon flame swept over the corpses at a speed of more than 90 meters per second. This process of stretching and retracting fingers was not slow, but the burning effect was surprisingly good. All the corpses that were swept by the dragon flame were ignited. In this way, Dany knew that the dragon flame could subdue the corpses, so she could try to challenge the white ghosts. Otherwise, she would have stayed in the camp and become a flamethrower, not daring to go out at all. She couldn't be blamed for doing this. In the last season of Game of Thrones, the scene of the Night King fighting in the dragon flame and taking a bath with a smile was too exciting. Danny had always been worried that her megalosaurus would not work. Now, after discovering that the megalosaurus could perfectly subdue the corpses, she climbed down from the dragon's back. With the flame sword in her right hand and the fireball in her left hand, she walked step by step toward the opening of the camp. Thump, thump, thump. The ground rumbled slightly. The giant seemed to have noticed her. Dragging the tree trunk, it ran toward the skinny tin man with heavy steps. Ah! The surrounding savages who had scattered around screamed in unison. Ah, be careful. Old Yimont at the top of the Great Wall also shouted. Well, the old scholar had been watching savages versus otherworld zombies with his star observation mirror. In the northeast corner of the savages' camp. The fence had collapsed, and the broken wood was emitting thick smoke. 1 or 2 small flames burst out with difficulty in the thick cold fog, and the world was dim red. Danny walked on the battlefield of blood and fire, ice and smoke. She smiled faintly as she looked at the giant corpses charging toward her, ignoring the exclamations around her. The giant was dead and could no longer roar, but he dragged the giant wood more vigorously and quickly than when he was alive. 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters. Suddenly, Danny also ran at high speed. She did not see the giant running toward her. Holding the fireball, she came to 10 meters in front of the giant and blew at the fireball leisurely. Whoosh! A fire snake as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm shot out from the fireball and stuck to the giant corpse's face before it could react. Boom! The wooden stake in the giant's hand fell off and hit the ground heavily. It hugged its burning face and howled silently. Boom! In a few breaths, the giant fell to the ground. The fire spread quickly on its body. A pool of fire appeared on the battlefield at the opening of the camp, and the sky was much brighter. Ah! The savages and Yimont and the others who were watching from the top of the Great Wall were surprised and delighted. The giant corpse's fall did not scare the other corpses. They were not afraid of death. Groups of corpses with flashing blue eyes rushed toward Danny, who was holding the fireball high. Looking at the corpses of the Waves gang charging at him, Harley's face turned pale. His left arm that was holding the round oak shield kept trembling. He turned around and shouted to the savages who were watching from afar, Chiliarchs, Centurions, Decurions, Freedom Fighters, come and protect TCH. Harley's pupils contracted. A bright red ray of light flashed past his ear like lightning. A few strands of hair on his temples emitted thin green smoke. There was the smell of burnt hair in his nose. TCH, 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 TCH. The queen raised her left hand, and a fireball that was the size of a washbasin spun around. Red threads shot out in all directions continuously, as if a storm of pear blossom needles had been sprinkled out. Every line of dragon flame accurately hit a corpse that was charging at her, igniting flames on their faces, chests, and shoulders. Then, boom, 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 boom. The corpses were ignited into torches. On the Great Wall, the night watchers were dumbfounded. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. With the queen as the center, the earth seemed to have bloomed into a fiery red lotus. What kind of witchcraft is this? It's too scary, Bowen and Maxie muttered with a dry throat. Scholar Yimont also widened his eyes. He was stunned for a while before he took a deep breath and said, "It's the fire control spell of a fire mage." However, Her Majesty did not turn the flames into rare beasts. Instead, she extracted the flames from the dragon flame and shot them out like arrows. The fireball is getting smaller. Ah, it's extinguished. Galen exclaimed. In less than 10 seconds, the fireball in Danny's left hand had shrunk from a washbasin to a ping-pong ball. She flicked her finger and threw it out. Then, she waved her hand at Big Black behind her. The dragon flame fireball that was condensed in her mouth slowly floated over. Big Black had become an oil tank. After mastering the incomplete Green Prophet meditation, Danny had 2 souls in one body. She could multitask. While she was in the form of a dragon spirit, she could knead the dragon flame in Big Black's mouth into a fireball. At the same time, she separated the flames from the dragon flame fireball in her hand into an arrow shape and shot it at the Gowls. This kind of dragon flame arrow did not have much effect on humans because human skin was not flammable. When the clothes were ignited, it could also be patted to put out the fire. At most, It would cause local burns. It was not fatal. It was also useless against iron-armored knights. When they pulled down their armor, the small dragon flame arrow could only leave a black spot on their armor. However, it was simply too effective against the flammable ghouls. With just one fireball, she had cleared out 300 to 400 ghouls at the gap in the camp, leaving 300 to 400 burning ghouls. Then, Dany raised the fireball again and took the initiative to approach the ghouls. Well, just as the torrential dragon flame needles were shooting wildly, 30 to 40 savages heeded Harley's call and carefully approached with their shields. At this time, they also understood the Dragon Queen's battle plan. Very consciously, 8 of them stood side by side to form a human wall to protect the queen in the center. The remaining people, with shields tied to their left arms and swords and wooden spears in their right hands, formed a loose formation outside the shield wall and helped the queen push away the burning corpses blocking the way. In any case, the Dragon Queen's attack range was more than 10 meters. They were all within the protection of the Dragon Queen's rocket rain. In this way, Dany held the fireball and went back and forth among the ghouls. The dead were ignited and fell in large numbers. She was not running around randomly. At this time, Little White had already returned from the ghost forest. However, he did not land. Instead, he hovered in a safe area 500 meters above Dany's head and transmitted the situation on the battlefield to her in real time. Well, Dany had entered the second level of the dragon spirit state. One person and 2 dragons shared vision and senses. Through Little White's vision, she could clearly see her position on the entire battlefield. She could determine where the ghouls were the most and where she needed help. At the same time, she could avoid being trapped in a group of ghouls and being unable to escape. To put it simply, in this fantasy world of cold weapons, Dany not only had a submachine gun with unlimited bullets, but she also cheated by using the full map. Of course, the full map was far less effective against ghouls than against humans. What accompanied ghouls was often cold wind and ice fog, and the visibility in the sky was extremely poor. Ha ha ha, who else? After using more than 10 dragon flame fireballs and burning nearly 2,000 dead people, Dany looked at the battlefield that was starting to become sparse. She could not help but become arrogant. Victory, victory. Dragon Queen is mighty, Dragon Queen is powerful, Dragon Queen is ferocious. The savages beside her were the first to shout loudly, followed by the hundreds of dragon warriors behind them. In just a moment, the entire savages' camp was also echoing with the slogan Dragon Queen is ferocious. They did not force it, nor did they have any intention of belittling Dragon Queen. In fact, after witnessing Dragon Queen easily destroy hordes of ghouls, the savages were really in awe of her. Even such evil and terrifying ghouls were casually killed. More importantly, she did not use a sword, nor a dragon, nor was she scheming. In public, everyone saw how Dragon Queen burned thousands of ghouls to death with her powerful fire sorcery. Was it too much to say that her magic was powerful and ferocious? After all, in the eyes of the savages, Dragon Queen who used sorcery to burn ghouls was already the most terrifying existence in the world. Yes, she surpassed ghouls. Chapter 327. Even the night watchers on the Great Wall couldn't help but cheer for the Dragon Queen when they saw such a shocking scene, not to mention the barbarians who were inexperienced and cowardly. Long live Her Majesty Dany Rise, Queen Dany Rise is brave and unparalleled. The night watchers seemed to be worried that the barbarians would take away the queen's rights, so they cheered especially hard until, crunch, crunch. Stannis's eyes were burning as he gritted his teeth, as if he was chewing on a detestable dragon witch. The night watchers who were cheering excitedly shuddered, shrunk their necks and kept quiet. Red Pomegranate carefully glanced at Stannis who was clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, and asked Scholar Ymont softly, "Can the Rangers fight now?" "This, you decide." Facing Erlu who was emitting a gloomy aura, even old Ymont, who had lived for more than 100 years, was a little scared. Dany who was below seemed to have gotten carried away and started to look for trouble. She stopped the barbarians who were cheering around her and ordered, "There are not enough ghouls for me to kill, now help me invite the white ghouls to fight." How? Harley's little face was full of confusion. "Shout inferior and cowardly white ghouls, Grandpa is here, do you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one?" Dany said softly. This. Harley's little face turned white and green. I don't dare. The barbarian Chiliarch stammered, the white gowls can understand human language. It's because they can understand human language that I asked you to shout, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Danny said impatiently. But I can't beat the white gowls. I don't even have a metal sword or armor, how can I fight them one-on-one? Help me shout, if the white gowls really appear, you don't have to fight. Oh. Harley swallowed his saliva and shouted at the top of his lungs, everyone listen up, Dragon Queen wants to fight with the deviant gowls, we will help her. Lowly cowardly white gowl, I'm here. Do you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one? Dozens of barbarians shouted together, their voices shaking the wilderness. The barbarians hiding in the camp and the night watchers on the Great Wall all heard them and were stunned. Savages, true warriors. Toad muttered. The barbarians are so brave, we can't lose to them. Rangers can move out now. Marcy seemed to be talking to Scholar Yimont, but he was secretly observing Stannis from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Stannis only had a dark expression and didn't raise any objections, Marcy let out a sigh of relief and began to inform Commander Carter Pike below. The commander of the East Watch, Carter Parker, was the one who would lead the Rangers out of the city. He was the one who hid the news of Erlu's arrival from Dark Castle and led Erlu to attack the barbarians' camp. Marcy suspected that Stannis had sided with the Deer faction, which was why he was worried that Stannis would speak out against him. Outside the Great Wall, the savages were still courting death. Seeing that the number of gowls was decreasing and the white gowls still hadn't come out, they became bolder and bolder and began to spew out all kinds of obscenities. At this time, Dany was silent. She was multitasking. She casually picked out a fire arrow from the dragon flame fireball to burn a deviant ghost that was pouncing at her. At the same time, she was observing the spiritual rain in her soul dimension. Yes, she was absorbing the spiritual rain that was released after the gowls were burned. As soon as she entered the battlefield, she saw the spiritual rain that was dissipating in nature in her dragon spirit form the gowls that were burned by the barbarian warriors. She only hesitated for a moment before she secretly gritted her teeth. There would definitely be a large number of gowls in the future, and the dead also have spiritual rain in their bodies. It would be a waste to give it up. Why not try to absorb it first? With this thought, she began to use her spiritual bestowment skill and a part of her mind sank into her soul dimension to observe the spiritual rain. As expected, the spiritual essence that fell this time was different. It was pure black, and it emitted a cold, deathly stillness. Can this thing be absorbed? In her soul dimension, Dany was hesitant. Perhaps she could form a third soul? With this temptation, she no longer hesitated. She reached out her hand and caught the pitter-patter of black rain. When the black spirit substance was tainted by her spiritual power and branded with her soul imprint, a suction force was immediately generated from the second soul at the edge of the soul space. The newly born spiritual power and the black rain falling from the sky were all sucked into the ring. Then, she felt that her second soul had strengthened a little. It was very, very weak, but there was indeed an increase. How can this be? Dany was more shocked than happy. Last night, when she was presiding over the barbarians' cremation ceremony, she had tried to let her second soul absorb the colorful spiritual rain, but the effect was very poor. Her spiritual power almost did not grow. She did not think much of it. Absorbing spiritual rain could indeed strengthen the soul, but after reaching a limit, the growth would almost stop. Yes, there was growth, but the effect was much worse. It was like how a person could grow taller by eating rice, but after reaching adulthood, no matter how much rice they ate, they could only fill their hunger. They could not grow indefinitely. Dany's soul was almost in a saturated state. In contrast, Megalosaurus did not have any bottlenecks at all. They could keep absorbing spiritual rain and grow. She guessed that this was because Megalosaurus' growth limit was much higher than that of humans. Therefore, 99% of the spiritual rain that they had absorbed over the years belonged to the dragons. But now, her second soul, which was based on the Green Prophet meditation technique, was very close to the black spiritual rain. It was almost growing at a visible rate. Of course, the growth of her second soul was a good thing. Dany should be happy, But the meaning behind this phenomenon was shocking. The Green Prophet had some kind of deep connection with the Gowls. Of course, Dany had watched Game of Thrones and knew that Gowls were originally magical creatures created by the children of the forest. She was not worried that Bran would become the new Night King. More importantly, her second soul also specialized in the incomplete Green Prophet meditation technique. She was worried about herself. The Dragon Queen did not want to bring the Ice Dragon and ascend to the frozen throne. Therefore, even though she was on the battlefield, she would spare a part of her energy to enter her consciousness from time to time to observe the condition of her second soul. It was in a very good condition. It was so good that she was scared. "Gowl, come out and let me stab your butt. Gowl, you cowardly bastard, take off your pants and let me see if you have a dick," a spear-wielding woman shouted. "Ha ha ha, even if there is, it's just a popsicle. Can you bite it to pieces?" The raiders at the side laughed. The savages were so unrestrained that Dany started to worry. She frowned and reminded them, "Be careful, raise your shields, howl 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 howl." Before she finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound came from the darkness. 4 crystal-clear ice swords flew out of the thick fog almost at the same time as the sound. Under the illumination of the torches and dragon flame fireballs, Dany only saw 4 cold flashes of light. TSS 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 ding. The savages' laughter stopped abruptly. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. White fog appeared out of thin air, covering the savages and Dragon Queen in the area. Dany felt a chill down her spine. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. If she lifted her helmet, she would definitely see a pale, twisted face and frightened purple eyes. In front of her, there was an ice sword that was 2 fingers wide and as thin as paper. The blade was too long, more than 2 meters. It looked like a spear. The tip of the sword pierced through the bodies of 3 savages in front of her. Finally, without slowing down, it reached her heart, the spine of the clear sky sword. Close to her body, there were 3 more ice swords that pierced through more than 10 savages on her left and right. In an instant, half of the savages were wiped out. The savages who were still alive were scared out of their wits. If Dany had not been in the dragon spirit state, the sudden sense of crisis made her subconsciously hold the clear sky sword in front of her chest. At this moment, she would have ended up like the chilly arch Harley. Well, Harley was not completely dead. The ice sword pierced through the round oak shield, pierced through the right side of his chest, and came out from his back. Blood wrapped around the edge of the ice sword, forming a layer of hot steam. But just as the hot heart's blood dripped onto the transparent blade of the ice sword, it solidified into dark red spots in the cold air. So cold. "Dog, son of a bitch," I called for a long time, but no one came. But when they came, 4 came. A thin layer of frost slowly condensed on Savage Xiaogan's face. But he still forced himself to turn his head. When he saw that the ice sword was blocked by the smoky black spine of the sword, he breathed out a mouthful of white air heavily. He forced a smile and said to Dany, "Dragon Queen, I wonder, is 4 enough for you to kill?" "Not enough," Dany's voice was low, but her tone was firm and powerful. "It's far from enough. I swear, I'll kill all of those bastards." "Then, that's good." The smile remained on Savage Harley's face forever. "Dragon Queen, they're coming. More than 4, more than 4. The savages who were still alive shouted crazily. Even without their reminder, Dany had already seen it. The cold wind mixed with ice shards whistled. The torches flickered, and the dragon flame fireball twisted irregularly, as if it could not maintain its form. With the help of the flickering firelight, 6 tall monsters could be seen walking on the wind. Like floating, like sliding, 4 deviant ghosts walked over step by step without making a sound. There were only 2 deviant ghosts riding on horseback. The war horses under them made soft kai-kai sounds as they stepped on the muddy ground. Well, dead horses. But dead horses also had a pair of eyes that emitted a faint blue light. "Corpse ghost horse. Finally, I see you." Dany sighed. They were 9 meters tall, close to 2 meters tall, and had a huge body, like Dwayne Johnson. She was not blind. The 6 deviant ghosts were printed out of molds. Other than the ice crystal engravings on their foreheads, they looked almost exactly the same. Their faces were haggard, and their expressions were firm. Their cheeks were wrinkled like dehydrated apples. They had cold blue eyes, like blue stars, and their skin was as pale as expired milk. Their pale white hair was light as if it was weightless. It floated with the cold air around them like seaweed. It also looked like they had a burning mysterious ice fire on their heads. The deviant ghosts were also wearing invisible armor. The armor would change color as they moved. For a moment, it was as dark as the sunset, dotted with yellow and red light like the dragon flame and the torches. For a moment, it was as dark as a shadow, blending into the cold fog. With every step they took, the pattern on the armor would change constantly like the sparkling moonlight on the water surface. From time to time, Dani had the illusion that she had lost track of them. It was not an illusion. When they blended into the environment, they immediately disappeared from her sight. However, the light was wavering, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The environment was not stable. When there was a fluctuation, they would reveal themselves from their invisibility. When they blended into the environment again, they would disappear again. Just like that, as the fire changed, the figures of the deviant ghosts were faintly discernible. The dead horse was covered in a layer of white frost, like frozen sweat. Its black and dead intestines were falling from its split abdomen. On its back, a rider as pale as mysterious ice was sitting. The 6 deviant ghosts stood still 10 meters in front of Dani, faintly surrounding her in an arc. Just as the barbarians were bewildered, one of the deviant ghosts spoke. That's right, he used an extremely solemn tone and a very strange emphasis to say a few words to the Dragon Queen. The sound was like the shattering of a frozen lake. It was as cold and impactful as a liquid nitrogen bomb exploding right next to one's ears. Apart from the Dragon Queen, who was in her dragon spirit form and wasn't affected at all the other barbarians around her covered their ears in pain. Who knows what this bastard is saying? The Dragon Queen shouted.